This is audiobook part 1 of a bestseller, Booker Prize winner novel God of Small Things written by Arundhati Roy. This audiobook presented by BookTube. Do share, comment and subscribe to our channel for more such free audiobooks.
Chapteri Paradise pickles and preserves. May in Imanum is a hot, brooding month. The days are long and humid. The river shrinks and black crows gorge on bright mangoes in still, dust-green trees. Red bananas ripen. Jackfruits burst. Dissolute blue bottles hum vacuously in the fruity air. Then they stun themselves against clear window panes and die, fatly baffled in the sun. The nights are clear, but suffused with sloth and sullen expectation. But by early June the southwest monsoon breaks and there are 3 months of wind and water with short spells of sharp, glittering sunshine that thrilled children snatch to play with. The countryside turns an immodest green. Boundaries blur as tapioca fences take root and bloom. Brick walls turn moss green. Pepper vines snake up electric poles. Wild creepers burst through latent banks and spill across the flooded roads. Boats ply in the bazaars. And small fish appear in the puddles that fill the PWD potholes on the highways. It was raining when Rahel came back to Imanum. Slanting silver ropes slammed into loose earth, plowing it up like gunfire. The old house on the hill wore its steep, gabled roof pulled over its ears like a low hat. The walls, streaked with moss, had grown soft, and bulged a little with dampness that seeped up from the ground. The wild, overgrown garden was full of the whisper and scurry of small lives. In the undergrowth a rat snake rubbed itself against a glistening stone. Hopeful yellow bullfrogs cruised the scummy pond for mates. A drenched mongoose flashed across the leaf-strewn driveway. The house itself looked empty. The doors and windows were locked. The front veranda bare. Unfumished. But the sky-blue Plymouth with chrome tail fins was still parked outside, and inside, baby cook Emma was still alive. She was Rahel's baby grandaunt, her grandfather's younger sister. Her name was really Navomi Ip, but everybody called her baby. She became baby cook Emma when she was old enough to be an aunt. Rahel hadn't come to see her, though. Neither niece nor baby grandaunt labored under any illusions on that account. Rahel had come to see her brother, Istha. They were 2 egg twins. Dizygotic doctors called them. Born from separate but simultaneously fertilized eggs. Istha Esthapen was the older by 18 minutes. They never did look much like each other, Istha and Rahel, and even when they were thin-armed children, flat-chested, worm-ridden and Elvis Presley puffed, there was none of the usual who is who, and which is which, from over-smiling relatives or the Syrian Orthodox bishops who frequently visited the Imanim house for donations. The confusion lay in a deeper, more secret place. In those early amorphous years when memory had only just begun, when life was full of beginnings and no ends, and everything was forever, Esthapen and Rahel thought of themselves together as me, and separately, individually, as we or us. As though they were a rare breed of Siamese twins, physically separate, but with joint identities. Now, these years later, Rahel has a memory of waking up one night giggling at Istha's funny dream. She has other memories too that she has no right to have. She remembers, for instance, though she hadn't been there, what the orange drink lemon drink man did to Istha in Abhilash Talkies. She remembers the taste of the tomato sandwiches Istha's sandwiches, that Istha ate on the Madras Mail to Madras. And these are only the small things. Anyway, now she thinks of Istha and Rahel as them, because, separately, the two of them are no longer what they were or ever thought they'd be. Ever. Their lives have a size and a shape now. Istha has his and Rahel hers. Edges, borders, boundaries, brinks, and limits have appeared like a team of trolls on their separate horizons. Short creatures with long shadows, patrolling the blurry end. Gentle half-moons have gathered under their eyes and they are as old as Amu was when she died. 31. Not old. Not young. But a viable diable age. They were nearly bomb on a bus, Istha and Rahel. The car in which Baba, their father, was taking Amu, their mother, to hospital in Shillong to have them, broke down on the winding tea estate road in Assam. They abandoned the car and flagged down a crowded state transport bus. With the queer compassion of the very poor for the comparatively well-off, or perhaps only because they saw how hugely pregnant Amu was, seated passengers made room for the couple, and for the rest of the journey Istha and Rahel's father had to hold their mother's stomach, with them in it, to prevent it from wobbling. That was before they were divorced and Amu came back to live in Kerala. According to Istha, if they'd been born on the bus, they'd have got free bus rides for the rest of their lives. It wasn't clear where he'd got this information from, or how he knew these things, but for years the twins harbored a faint resentment against their parents for having diddled them out of a lifetime of free bus rides. They also believed that if they were killed on a zebra crossing, the government would pay for their funerals. They had the definite impression that that was what zebra crossings were meant for. Free funerals. Of course, there were no zebra crossings to get killed on in Imanam, or, for that matter, even in Kottayam, which was the nearest town, but they'd seen some from the car window when they went to Cochin, which was a 2-hour drive away. The government never paid for Sophie Mole's funeral because she wasn't killed on a zebra crossing. She had hers in Imanam in the old church with the new paint. She was Istha and Rahel's cousin, their uncle Chaco's daughter. She was visiting from England. Istha and Rahel were 7 years old when she died. Sophie Mole was almost 9. She had a special child-sized coffin. Satin-lined. Brass handle shined. She lay in it in her yellow crimped-lean bell-bottoms with her hair in a ribbon and her made-in-England go-go bag that she loved. Her face was pale and as wrinkled as a dhobi's thumb from being in water for too long. The congregation gathered around the coffin, and the yellow church swelled like a throat with the sound of sad singing. The priests with curly beards swung pots of frankincense on chains and never smiled at babies the way they did on usual Sundays. The long candles on the altar were bent. The short ones weren't. An old lady masquerading as a distant relative, whom nobody recognized, but who often surfaced next to bodies at funerals, a funeral junkie. A latent necrophiliac, put cologne on a wad of cotton wool and with a devout and gently challenging air, dabbed it on Sophie Mole's forehead. Sophie Mole smelled of cologne and coffin wood. Margaret Cook Emma, Sophie Mole's English mother, wouldn't let Gacko, Sophie Mole's biological father, put his arm around her to comfort her. The family stood huddled together. Margaret cook Emma, Chaco, baby cook Emma, and next to her, her sister-in-law, Mamachi Istha and Rahel's, and Sophie Mole's, grandmother. Mamachi was almost blind and always wore dark glasses when she went out of the house. Her tears trickled down from behind them and trembled along her jaw like raindrops on the edge of a roof. She looked small and ill in her crisp off-white sari. Chaco was Mamachi's only son. Her own grief grieved her. Illness devastated her. Though Amua, Istha, and Rahel were allowed to attend the funeral, they were made to stand separately, not with the rest of the family. Nobody would look at them. It was hot in the church, and the white edges of the arum lilies crisped and curled. A bee died in a coffin flower. Amua's hands shook and her hymn book with it. Her skin was cold. Istha stood close to her, barely awake, his aching eyes glittering like glass, his burning cheek against the bare skin of Amua's trembling, hymn book holding arm. Rahel, on the other hand, was wide awake, fiercely vigilant and brittle with exhaustion from her battle against real life. She noticed that Sophie Mole was awake for her funeral. She showed Rahel two things. Thing one was the newly painted high dome of the yellow church that Rahel hadn't ever looked at from the inside. It was painted blue like the sky, with drifting clouds and tiny whizzing jet planes with white trails that crisscrossed in the clouds. It's true, and must be said, that it would have been easier to notice these things lying in a coffin looking up than standing in the pews, hemmed in by sad hips and hymn books. Rahel thought of the someone who had taken the trouble to go up there with cans of paint, white for the clouds, blue for the sky, silver for the jets, and brushes, and thinner. She imagined him up there, someone like Vilutha, bare-bodied and shining, sitting on a plank, swinging from the scaffolding in the high dome of the church, painting silver jets in a blue church sky. She thought of what would happen if the rope snapped. She imagined him dropping like a dark star out of the sky that he had made. Lying broken on the hot church floor, dark blood spilling from his skull like a secret. By then Esthapen and Rahel had learned that the world had other ways of breaking men. They were already familiar with the smell. Sick sweet. Like old roses on a breeze. Thing two that Sophie Mole showed Rahel was the bat baby. During the funeral service, Rahel watched a small black bat climb up baby Kochama's expensive funeral sari with gently clinging curled claws. When it reached the place between her sari and her blouse, her roll of sadness, her bare midriff, baby Kochama screamed and hit the air with her hymn book. The singing stopped for a "what is it? What happened?" and for a furry whirring and a sari flapping. The sad priests dusted out their curly beards with gold-ringed fingers as though hidden spiders had spun sudden cobwebs in them. The baby bat flew up into the sky and turned into a jet plane without a crisscrossed trail. Only Rahel noticed Sophie Mole's secret cartwheel in her coffin. The sad singing started again and they sang the same sad verse twice. And once more the yellow church swelled like a throat with voices. When they lowered Sophie Mole's coffin into the ground in the little cemetery behind the church, Rahel knew that she still wasn't dead. She heard, on Sophie Mole's behalf, the soft sounds of the red mud and the hard sounds of the orange latent that spoiled the shining coffin polish. She heard the dull thudding through the polished coffin wood, through the satin coffin lining. The sad priests' voices muffled by mud and wood. "We entrust into thy hands, most merciful Father, the soul of this our child departed. And we commit her body to the ground, earth to earth, be ashes to ashes, dust to dust." Inside the earth Sophie Mole screamed, and shredded satin with her teeth. But you can't hear screams through earth and stone. Sophie Mole died because she couldn't breathe. Ilar funeral killed her. Dust to dust to dust to dust to dust. On her tombstone it said, "A sunbeam lent to us too briefly." Amu explained later that too briefly meant for too short a while. After the funeral Amu took the twins back to the Kottayam police station. They were familiar with the place. They had spent a good part of the previous day there. Anticipating the sharp, smoky stink of old urine that permeated the walls and furniture, they clamped their nostrils shut well before the smell began. Amu asked for the station house officer, and when she was shown into his office she told him that there had been a terrible mistake and that she wanted to make a statement. She asked to see V.E. Lutha. Inspector Thomas Matthews' mustaches bustled like the friendly Air India Maharajas, but his eyes were sly and greedy. "It's a little too late for all this, don't you think?" he said. He spoke the coarse Kottayam dialect of Malayalam. He stared at Amu's breasts as he spoke. He said the police knew all they needed to know and that the Kottayam police didn't take statements from Shias or their illegitimate children. Amu said she'd see about that. Inspector Thomas Matthew came around his desk and approached Amu with his baton. "If I were you," he said, "I'd go home quietly." Then he tapped her breasts with his baton. Gently. Tap tap. As though he was choosing mangoes from a basket. Pointing out the ones that he wanted packed and delivered. Inspector Thomas Matthew seemed to know whom he could pick on and whom he couldn't. Policemen have that instinct. Behind him a red and blue board said, politeness, obedience, loyalty, intelligence, courtesy, efficiency. When they left the police station Amu was crying, so Istha and Rahel didn't ask her what she meant. Or, for that matter, illegitimate. It was the first time they'd seen their mother cry. She wasn't sobbing. Her face was set like stone, but the tears welled up in her eyes and ran down her rigid cheeks. It made the twins sick with fear. Amu's tears made everything that had so far seemed unreal, real. They went back to Imanam by bus. The conductor, a narrow man in khaki, slid towards them on the bus rails. He balanced his bony hips against the back of a seat and clicked his ticket puncher at Amu. "Where to?" The click was meant to mean. Rahel could smell the sheaf of bus tickets and the sourness of the steel bus rails on the conductor's hands. "He's dead," Amu whispered to him. "I've killed him." "Imanam," Istha said quickly, before the conductor lost his temper. He took the money out of Amu's purse. The conductor gave him the tickets. Istha folded them carefully and put them in his pocket. Then he put his little arms around his rigid, weeping mother. 2 weeks later, Istha was returned. Amu was made to send him back to their father, who had by then resigned his lonely tea estate job in Assam and moved to Calcutta to work for a company that made carbon black. He had remarried, stopped drinking, more or less, and suffered only occasional relapses. Istha and Rahel hadn't seen each other since. And now, 23 years later, their father had returned Istha. He had sent him back to Imanam with a suitcase and a letter. The suitcase was full of smart new clothes. Baby Kakama showed Rahel the letter. It was written in a slanting, feminine, convent school hand, but the signature underneath was their father's. Or at least the name was. Rahel wouldn't have recognized the signature. The letter said that he, their father, had retired from his carbon black job and was emigrating to Australia, where he had got a job as chief of security at a ceramics factory, and that he couldn't take Istha with him. He wished everybody in Imanam the very best and said that he would look in on Istha if he ever came back to India, which, he went on to say, was a bit unlikely. Baby Kakama told Rahel that she could keep the letter if she wanted to. Rahel put it back into its envelope. The paper had grown soft, and folded like cloth. She had forgotten just how damp the monsoon air in Imanam could be. Swollen cupboards creaked. Locked windows burst open. Books got soft and wavy between their covers. Strange insects appeared like ideas in the evenings and burned themselves on baby Kochama's dim 40-watt bulbs. In the daytime their crisp, incinerated corpses littered the floor and window sills, and until Kochu Maria swept them away in her plastic dustpan, the air smelled of something burning. It hadn't changed, the June rain. Heaven opened and the water hammered down, reviving the reluctant old well, green mossing the pigless pigsty, carpet bombing still, tea-colored puddles the way memory bombs still, tea-colored minds. The grass looked wet green and pleased. Happy earthworms frolicked purple in the slush. Green nettles nodded. Trees bent. Further away, in the wind and rain, on the banks of the river, in the sudden thunder darkness of the day, Istha was walking. He was wearing a crushed strawberry pink t-shirt, drenched darker now, and he knew that Rahel had come. Istha had always been a quiet child, so no one could pinpoint with any degree of accuracy exactly when, the year, if not the month or day, he had stopped talking. Stopped talking altogether, that is. The fact is that there wasn't an exactly when. It had been a gradual winding down and closing shop. A barely noticeable quietening. As though he had simply run out of conversation and had nothing left to say. Yet Istha's silence was never awkward. Never intrusive. Never noisy. It wasn't an accusing, protesting silence as much as a sort of estivation, a dormancy, the psychological equivalent of what lungfish do to get themselves through the dry season, except that in Istha's case the dry season looked as though it would last forever. Over time he had acquired the ability to blend into the background of wherever he was, into bookshelves, gardens, curtains, doorways, streets, to appear inanimate, almost invisible to the untrained eye. It usually took strangers a while to notice him even when they were in the same room with him. It took them even longer to notice that he never spoke. Some never noticed at all. Istha occupied very little space in the world. After Sophie Mole's funeral, when Istha was returned, their father sent him to a boys' school in Calcutta. He was not an exceptional student, but neither was he backward, nor particularly bad at anything. An average student, or satisfactory work, were the usual comments that his teachers wrote in his annual progress reports. Does not participate in GROLW activities was another recurring complaint. Though what exactly they meant by group activities they never said. Istha finished school with mediocre results, but refused to go to college. Instead, much to the initial embarrassment of his father and stepmother, he began to do the housework. As though in his own way he was trying to earn his keep. He did the sweeping, swabbing, and all the laundry. He learned to cook and shop for vegetables. Vendors in the bazaar, sitting behind pyramids of oiled, shining vegetables, grew to recognize him and would attend to him amidst the clamoring of their other customers. They gave him rusted film cans in which to put the vegetables he picked. He never bargained. They never cheated him. When the vegetables had been weighed and paid for, they would transfer them to his red plastic shopping basket, onions at the bottom, brinjal and tomatoes on the top, and always a sprig of coriander and a fistful of green chilies for free. Istha carried them home in the crowded tram. A quiet bubble floating on a sea of noise. At mealtimes, when he wanted something, he got up and helped himself. Once the quietness arrived, it stayed and spread in Istha. It reached out of his head and enfolded him in its swampy arms. It rocked him to the rhythm of an ancient, fetal heartbeat. It sent its stealthy, suckered tentacles inching along the insides of his skull, hoovering the knolls and dells of his memory, dislodging old sentences, whisking them off the tip of his tongue. It stripped his thoughts of the words that described them and left them paired and naked. Unspeakable. Numb. And to an observer therefore, perhaps barely there. Slowly, over the years, Istha withdrew from the world. He grew accustomed to the uneasy octopus that lived inside him and squirted its inky tranquilizer on his past. Gradually the reason for his silence was hidden away, entombed somewhere deep in the soothing folds of the fact of it. When Kupchand, his beloved, blind, bald, incontinent 17-year-old mongrel decided to stage a miserable, long-drawn-out death, Istha nursed him through his final ordeal as though his own life somehow depended on it. In the last months of his life, Kupchand, who had the best of intentions but the most unreliable of bladders, would drag himself to the top-hinged dog flap built into the bottom of the door that led out into the back garden, push his head through it and urinate unsteadily, bright yellowly, inside. Then, with bladder empty and conscience clear, he would look up at Estha with opaque green eyes that stood in his grizzled skull like scummy pools and weave his way back to his damp cushion, leaving wet footprints on the floor. As Kupchand lay dying on his cushion, Istha could see the bedroom window reflected in his smooth, purple balls. And the sky beyond. And once a bird that flew across. To Istha, steeped in the smell of old roses, blooded on memories of a broken man, the fact that something so fragile, so unbearably tender had survived, had been allowed to exist, was a miracle. A bird in flight reflected in an old dog's balls. It made him smile out loud. After Kupchand died, Istha started his walking. He walked for hours on end. Initially he patrolled only the neighborhood, but gradually went farther and farther afield. People got used to seeing him on the road. A well-dressed man with a quiet walk. His face grew dark and outdoorsy. Rugged. Wrinkled by the sun. He began to look wiser than he really was. Like a fisherman in a city. With sea secrets in him. Now that he'd been returned, Istha walked all over Imanam. Some days he walked along the banks of the river that smelled of shit and pesticides bought with World Bank loans. Most of the fish had died. The ones that survived suffered from fin rot and had broken out in boils. Other days he walked down the road. Past the new, freshly baked, iced, Gulf money houses built by nurses, masons, wire benders and bank clerks, who worked hard and unhappily in faraway places. Past the resentful older houses tinged green with envy, cowering in their private driveways among their private rubber trees. Each a tottering fiefdom with an epic of its own. He walked past the village school that his great-grandfather built for untouchable children. Past Sophie Mole's yellow church. Past the Imanam Youth Kung Fu Club. Past the Tender Buds Nursery School, for touchables, past the ration shop that sold rice, sugar, and bananas that hung in yellow bunches from the roof. Cheap soft palm magazines about fictitious South Indian sex fiends were clipped with clothes pegs to ropes that hung from the ceiling. They spun lazily in the warm breeze, tempting honest ration buyers with glimpses of ripe, naked women lying in pools of fake blood. Sometimes Istha walked past Lucky Press, old comrade K.N.M. Pillai's printing press, once the Imanam office of the Communist Party, where midnight study meetings were held, and pamphlets with rousing lyrics of Marxist party songs were printed and distributed. The flag that fluttered on the roof had grown limp and old. The red had bled away. Comrade Pillai himself came out in the mornings in a graying Airtex vest, his balls silhouetted against his soft white mundu. He oiled himself with warm, peppered coconut oil, kneading his old, loose flesh that stretched willingly off his bones like chewing gum. He lived alone now. His wife, Kalyani, had died of ovarian cancer. Ila's son, Lenin, had moved to Delhi, where he worked as a services contractor for foreign embassies. If Comrade Pillai was outside his house oiling himself when Istha walked past, he made it a point to greet him. Istha man, he would call out, in his high, piping voice, frayed and fibrous now, like sugar cane stripped of its bark. Good morning. Your daily constitutional. Istha would walk past, not rude, not polite. Just quiet. Comrade Pillai would slap himself all over to get his circulation going. He couldn't tell whether Istha recognized him after all those years or not. Not that he particularly cared. Though his part in the whole thing had by no means been a small one, Comrade Pillai didn't hold himself in any way personally responsible for what had happened. He dismissed the whole business as the inevitable consequence of necessary politics. The old omelette and eggs thing. But then, Comrade K.N.M. Pillai was essentially a political man. A professional omeletter. He walked through the world like a chameleon. Never revealing himself, never appearing not to. Emerging through chaos unscathed. He was the first person in Imanam to hear of Rahel's return. The news didn't perturb him as much as excite his curiosity. Istha was almost a complete stranger to Comrade Pillai. His expulsion from Imanam had been so sudden and unceremonious, and so very long ago. But Rahel comrade Pillai knew well. He had watched her grow up. He wondered what had brought her back. After all these years. It had been quiet in Istha's head until Rahel came. But with her she had brought the sound of passing trains, and the light and shade that falls on you if you have a window seat. The world, locked out for years, suddenly flooded in, and now Istha couldn't hear himself for the noise. Trains. Traffic. Music. The stock market. A dam had burst and savage waters swept everything up in a swirling. Comets, violins, parades, loneliness, clouds, beards, bigots, lists, flags, earthquakes, despair were all swept up in a scrambled swirling. And Istha, walking on the riverbank, couldn't feel the wetness of the rain, or the sudden shudder of the cold puppy that had temporarily adopted him and squelched at his side. He walked past the old mangosteen tree and up to the edge of a laterite spur that jutted out into the river. He squatted on his haunches and rocked himself in the rain. The wet mud under his shoes made rude, sucking sounds. The cold puppy shivered and watched. Baby cook Emma and Kochu Maria, the vinegar-hearted, short-tempered, midget cook, were the only people left in the Imanum house when Istha was re-returned. Mamachi, their grandmother, was dead. Chaco lived in Canada now, and ran an unsuccessful antiques business. As for Rahel. After Amu died, after the last time she came back to Imanum, swollen with cortisone and a rattle in her chest that sounded like a faraway man shouting, Rahel drifted from school to school. She spent her holidays in Imanum, largely ignored by Chaco and Mamachi, grown soft with sorrow, slumped in their bereavement like a pair of drunks in a toddy bar, and largely ignoring baby cook Emma. In matters related to the raising of Rahel, Chaco and Mamachi tried, but couldn't. They provided the care, food, clothes, fees, but withdrew the concern. The loss of Sophie Mole stepped softly around the Imanum house like a quiet thing in socks. It hid in books and food. In Mamachi's violin case. In the scabs of the sores on Chaco's shins that he constantly worried. In his slack, womanish legs. It is curious how sometimes the memory of death lives on for so much longer than the memory of the life that it purloined. Over the years, as the memory of Sophie Mole, the seeker of small wisdoms, where do old birds go to die? Why don't dead ones fall like stones from the sky? The harbinger of harsh reality, you're both whole wogs and I'm a half one. The guru of gore, I've seen a man in an accident with his eyeball swinging on the end of a nerve, like a yo-yo, slowly faded, the loss of Sophie Mole grew robust and alive. It was always there. Like a fruit in season. Every season. As permanent as a government job. It ushered Rahel through childhood, from school to school to school, into womanhood. Rahel was first blacklisted in Nazareth convent at the age of 11, when she was caught outside her house mistress's garden gate decorating a knob of fresh cow dung with small flowers. At assembly the next morning she was made to look up depravity in the Oxford Dictionary and read aloud its meaning. The quality or condition of being depraved or corrupt, Rahel read, with a row of stern-mouthed nuns seated behind her and a sea of sniggering schoolgirl faces in front. Perverted quality, moral perversion, the innate corruption of human nature due to original sin, both the elect and the non-elect come into the world in a state of total alienation from God, and can, of themselves do nothing but sin. J. H. Blunt. 6 months later she was expelled after repeated complaints from senior girls. She was accused, quite rightly, of hiding behind doors and deliberately colliding with her seniors. When she was questioned by the principal about her behavior, cajoled, caned, starved, she eventually admitted that she had done it to find out whether breasts hurt. In that Christian institution, breasts were not acknowledged. They weren't supposed to exist, and if they didn't, could they hurt? That was the first of 3 expulsions. The second for smoking. The third for setting fire to her house mistress's false hair bun, which, under duress, Rahel confessed to having stolen. In each of the schools she went to, the teachers noted that she, A, was an extremely polite child, B, had no friends. It appeared to be a civil, solitary form of corruption. And for this very reason, they all agreed, savoring their teacherly disapproval, touching it with their tongues, sucking it like a sweet, all the more serious. It was, they whispered to each other, as though she didn't know how to be a girl. They weren't far off the mark. Oddly, neglect seemed to have resulted in an accidental release of the spirit. Rahel grew up without a brief. Without anybody to arrange a marriage for her. Without anybody who would pay her a dowry, and therefore without an obligatory husband looming on her horizon. So as long as she wasn't noisy about it, she remained free to make her own inquiries, into breasts and how much they hurt. Into false hair buns and how well they burned. Into life and how it ought to be lived. When she finished school, she won admission into a mediocre college of architecture in Delhi. It wasn't the outcome of any serious interest in architecture. Nor even, in fact, of a superficial one. She just happened to take the entrance exam, and happened to get through. The staff were impressed by the size, enormous, rather than the skill, of her charcoal still life sketches. The careless, reckless lines were mistaken for artistic confidence, though in truth, their creator was no artist. She spent 8 years in college without finishing the 5-year undergraduate course and taking her degree. The fees were low and it wasn't hard to scratch out a living, staying in the hostel, eating in the subsidized student mess, rarely going to class, working instead as a draftsman in gloomy architectural firms that exploited cheap student labor to render their presentation drawings and to blame when things went wrong. The other students, particularly the boys, were intimidated by Rahel's waywardness and almost fierce lack of ambition. They left her alone. She was never invited to their nice homes or noisy parties. Even her professors were a little wary of her bizarre, impractical building plans, presented on cheap brown paper, her indifference to their passionate critiques. She occasionally wrote to Chaco and Mamachi, but never returned to Imanam. Not when Mamachi died. Not when Chaco emigrated to Canada. It was while she was at the College of Architecture that she met Larry McCaslin, who was in Delhi collecting material for his doctoral thesis on energy efficiency in vernacular architecture. He first noticed Rahel in the school library and then again, a few days later in Khan Market. She was in jeans and a white t-shirt. Part of an old patchwork bedspread was buttoned around her neck and trailed behind her like a cape. Her wild hair was tied back to look straight, though it wasn't. A tiny diamond gleamed in one nostril. She had absurdly beautiful collarbones and a nice athletic run. There goes a jazz tune, Larry McCaslin thought to himself, and followed her into a bookshop, where neither of them looked at books. Rahel drifted into marriage like a passenger drifts towards an unoccupied chair in an airport lounge. With a sitting down sense. She returned with him to Boston. When Larry held his wife in his arms, her cheek against his heart, he was tall enough to see the top of her head, the dark tumble of her hair. When he put his finger near the corner of her mouth he could feel a tiny pulse. He loved its location. And that faint, uncertain jumping, just under her skin. He would touch it, listening with his eyes, like an expectant father feeling his unborn baby kick inside its mother's womb. He held her as though she was a gift. Given to him in love. Something still and small. Unbearably precious. But when they made love he was offended by her eyes. They behaved as though they belonged to someone else. Someone watching. Looking out of the window at the sea. At a boat in the river. Or a passerby in the mist in a hat. He was exasperated because he didn't know what that look meant. He put it somewhere between indifference and despair. He didn't know that in some places, like the country that Rahel came from, various kinds of despair competed for primacy. And that personal despair could never be desperate enough. That something happened when personal turmoil dropped by at the wayside shrine of the vast, violent, circling, driving, ridiculous, insane, unfeasible, public turmoil of a nation. That big God howled like a hot wind, and demanded obeisance. Then small God, cozy and contained, private and limited, came away cauterized, laughing numbly at his own temerity. Inured by the confirmation of his own inconsequence, he became resilient and truly indifferent. Nothing mattered, nothing much mattered. And the less it mattered, the mattered. It was never important enough. Because worse had happened. In the country that she came from, poised between the terror of war and the horror of peace, worse kept happening. Much less it things forever things so small. God laughed a hollow laugh, and skipped away cheerfully. Like a rich boy in shorts. He whistled, kicked stones. The source of his brittle elation was the relative smallness of his misfortune. He climbed into people's eyes and became an exasperating expression. What Larry McCaslin saw in Rahel's eyes was not despair at all, but a sort of enforced optimism. And a hollow where Istha's words had been. He couldn't be expected to understand that. That the emptiness in one in was only a version of the quietness in the other. That the two things fitted together. Like stacked spoons. Like familiar lovers' bodies. After they were divorced, Rahel worked for a few months as a waitress in an Indian restaurant in New York. And then for several years as a night clerk in a bulletproof cabin at a gas station outside Washington, where drunks occasionally vomited into the till, and pimps propositioned her with more lucrative job offers. Twice she saw men being shot through their car windows. And once a man who had been stabbed, ejected from a moving car with a knife in his back. Then baby Kukama wrote to say that Istha had been re-returned. Rahel gave up her job at the gas station and left America gladly. To return to Imanum. To Istha in the rain. In the old house on the hill, baby Kukama sat at the dining table rubbing the thick, frothy bitterness out of an elderly cucumber. She was wearing a limp, check seersucker nightgown with puffed sleeves and yellow turmeric stains. Under the table she swung her tiny, manicured feet, like a small child on a high chair. They were puffy with edema, like little foot-shaped air cushions. In the old days, whenever anybody visited Imanum, baby Kukama made it a point to call attention to their large feet. She would ask to try on their slippers and say, "Look how big for me they are." Then she would walk around the house in them, lifting her sari a little so that everybody could marvel at her tiny feet. She worked on the cucumber with an air of barely concealed triumph. She was delighted that Istha had not spoken to Rahel. That he had looked at her and walked straight past. Into the rain. As he did with everyone else. She was 83. Her eyes spread like butter behind her thick glasses. "I told you, didn't I?" she said to Rahel. "What did you expect? Special treatment? He's lost his mind, I'm telling you. He doesn't recognize people anymore. What did you think?" Rahel said nothing. She could feel the rhythm of Istha's rocking, and the wetness of rain on his skin. She could hear the raucous, scrambled world inside his head. Baby Kukama looked up at Rahel uneasily. Already she regretted having written to her about Istha's return. But then, what else could she have done? Had him on her hands for the rest of her life? Why should she? He wasn't her responsibility. Or was he? The silence sat between grandniece and baby grandaunt like a third person. A stranger. Swollen. Noxious. Baby Kukama reminded herself to lock her bedroom door at night. She tried to think of something to say. "How do you like my bob?" With her cucumber hand she touched her new haircut. She left a riveting bitter blob of cucumber froth behind. Rahel could think of nothing to say. She watched baby Kukama peel her cucumber. Yellow slivers of cucumber skin flecked her bosom. Her hair, dyed jet black, was arranged across her scalp like unspooled thread. The dye had stained the skin on her forehead a pale gray, giving her a shadowy second hairline. Rahel noticed that she had started wearing makeup. Lipstick. Kohl. A sly touch of rouge. and because the house was locked and dark, and because she only believed in 40-watt bulbs, her lipstick mouth had shifted slightly off her real mouth. She had lost weight on her face and shoulders, which had turned her from being a round person into a conical person. But sitting at the dining table, with her enormous hips concealed, she managed to look almost fragile. The dim, dining room light had rubbed the wrinkles off her face, leaving it looking in a strange, sunken way younger. She was wearing a lot of jewelry. Rahel's dead grandmother's jewelry. All of it. Winking rings. Diamond earrings. Gold bangles and a beautifully crafted flat gold chain that she touched from time to time, reassuring herself that it was there and that it was hers. Like a young bride who couldn't believe her good fortune. She's living her life backwards, Rahel thought. It was a curiously apt observation. Baby Cook Emma had lived her life backwards. As a young woman she had renounced the material world, and now, as an old one, she seemed to embrace it. She hugged it and it hugged her back. When she was 18, Baby Cook Emma fell in love with a handsome young Irish monk, Father Mulligan, who was in Kerala for a year on deputation from his seminary in Madras. He was studying Hindu scriptures, in order to be able to denounce them intelligently. Every Thursday morning Father Mulligan came to Imanam to visit Baby Coach Emma's father, Reverend E. John Ip, who was a priest of the Martoma Church. Reverend Ip was well known in the Christian community as the man who had been blessed personally by the Patriarch of Antioch, the sovereign head of the Syrian Christian Church, an episode that had become a part of Imanam's folklore. In 1876, when Baby Coach Emma's father was 7 years old, his father had taken him to see the Patriarch, who was visiting the Syrian Christians of Kerala. They found themselves right in front of a group of people whom the Patriarch was addressing in the sternmost veranda of the colony house, in Cochin. Seizing his opportunity, his father whispered in his young son's ear and propelled the little fellow forward. The future reverend, skidding on his heels, rigid with fear, applied his terrified lips to the ring on the Patriarch's middle finger, leaving it wet with spit. The Patriarch wiped his ring on his sleeve, and blessed the little boy. Long after he grew up and became a priest, Reverend Ip continued to be known as Punyan Kunju, Little Blessed One, and people came down the river in boats all the way from Alleppey and Ernakulam, with children to be blessed by him. Though there was a considerable age difference between Father Mulligan and Reverend Ip, and though they belonged to different denominations of the church, whose only common sentiment was their mutual disaffection, both men enjoyed each other's company, and more often than not, Father Mulligan would be invited to stay for lunch. Of the two men, only one recognized the sexual excitement that rose like a tide in the slender girl who hovered around the table long after lunch had been cleared away. At first Baby Cook Emma tried to seduce Father Mulligan with weekly exhibitions of staged charity. Every Thursday morning, just when Father Mulligan was due to arrive, Baby Cook Emma force-bathed the poor village child at the well with hard red soap that hurt its protruding ribs. "Morning, Father." Baby Cook Emma would call out when she saw him, with a smile on her lips that completely belied the vice-like grip that she had on the thin child's soap-slippery arm. "Morning to you, baby," Father Mulligan would say, stopping and folding his umbrella. "There's something I wanted to ask you, Father," Baby Cook Emma would say. In 1 Corinthians, chapter 10, verse 23, it says, "All things are lawful unto me, but all things are not expedient. Father, how can all things be lawful unto him?" I mean, I can understand if some things are lawful unto him, but Father Mulligan was more than merely flattered by the emotion he aroused in the attractive young girl who stood before him with a trembling, kissable mouth and blazing, coal black eyes. For he was young too, and perhaps not wholly unaware that the solemn explanations with which he dispelled her bogus biblical doubts were completely at odds with the thrilling promise he held out in his effulgent emerald eyes. Every Thursday, undaunted by the merciless midday sun, they would stand there by the well. The young girl and the intrepid Jesuit, both quaking with unchristian passion. Using the Bible as a ruse to be with each other. Invariably, in the middle of their conversation, the unfortunate soapy child that was being force-bathed would manage to slip away, and Father Mulligan would snap back to his senses and say, "Oops. We'd better catch him before a cold does." Then he would reopen his umbrella and walk away in chocolate robes and comfortable sandals, like a high-stepping camel with an appointment to keep. He had young baby Kochama's aching heart on a leash, bumping behind him, lurching over leaves and small stones. Bruised and almost broken. A whole year of Thursdays went by. Eventually the time came for Father Mulligan to return to Madras. Since charity had not produced any tangible results, the distraught young baby Kochama invested all her hope in faith. Displaying a stubborn single-mindedness, which in a young girl in those days was considered as bad as a physical deformity, a hair lip perhaps, or a clubfoot, baby Kochama defied her father's wishes and became a Roman Catholic. With special dispensation from the Vatican, she took her vows and entered a convent in Madras as a trainee novice. She hoped somehow that this would provide her with legitimate occasion to be with Father Mulligan. She pictured them together, in dark sepulchral rooms with heavy velvet drapes, discussing theology. That was all she wanted. All she ever dared to hope for. Just to be near him. Close enough to smell his beard. To see the coarse weave of his cassock. To love him just by looking at. Very quickly she realized the futility of this endeavor. She found that the senior sisters monopolized the priests and bishops with biblical doubts more sophisticated than hers would ever be, and that it might be years before she got anywhere near Father Mulligan. She grew restless and unhappy in the convent. She developed a stubborn allergic rash on her scalp from the constant chafing of her wimple. She felt she spoke much better English than everybody else. This made her lonelier than ever. Within a year of her joining the convent, her father began to receive puzzling letters from her in the mail. "My dearest Papa, I am well and happy in the service of Our Lady. But Kohinor appears to be unhappy and homesick. My dearest Pap, today Kohinor vomited after lunch and is running a temperature. My dearest Papa, convent food does not seem to suit Kohinor, though I like it well enough. My dearest Pap, Kohinor is upset because her family seems to neither understand nor care about her well-being. Other than the fact that it was, at the time, the name of the world's biggest diamond, Reverend E. Johnip knew of no other Kohinor. He wondered how a girl with a Muslim name had ended up in a Catholic convent. It was baby Kochama's mother who eventually realized that Kohinor was none other than baby Kochama herself. She remembered that long ago she had shown baby Kochama a copy of her father's, baby Kochama's grandfather's, will, in which, describing his grandchildren, he had written, "I have 7 jewels, one of which is my Kohinor." He went on to bequeath little bits of money and jewelry to each of them, never clarifying which one he considered his Kohinor. Baby Kochama's mother realized that baby Kochama, for no reason that she could think of, had assumed that he had meant her, and all those years later at the convent, knowing that all her letters were read by the Mother Superior before they were posted, had resurrected Kohinor to communicate her troubles to her family. Reverend Ip went to Madras and withdrew his daughter from the convent. She was glad to leave, but insisted that she would not reconvert, and for the rest of her days remained a Roman Catholic. Reverend Ip realized that his daughter had by now developed a reputation and was unlikely to find a husband. He decided that since she couldn't have a husband, there was no harm in her having an education. So he made arrangements for her to attend a course of study at the University of Rochester in America. 2 years later, baby Kochama returned from Rochester with a diploma in ornamental gardening, but more in love with Father Mulligan than ever. There was no trace of the slim, attractive girl that she had been. In her years at Rochester, baby Kochama had grown extremely large. In fact, let it be said, obese. Even timid little Shalapn Taylor at Chungam Bridge insisted on charging bush shirt rates for her sari blouses. To keep her from brooding, her father gave baby Kochama charge of the front garden of the Imanam house, where she raised a fierce, bitter garden that people came all the way from Kottayam to see. It was a circular, sloping patch of ground, with a steep gravel driveway looping around it. Baby Kukama turned it into a lush maze of dwarf hedges, rocks, and gargoyles. The flower she loved the most was the anthurium. Anthurium andrianum. She had a collection of them, the rubrum, the honeymoon, and a host of Japanese varieties. Their single succulent spathes ranged from shades of mottled black to blood red and glistening orange. Their prominent, stippled spadices always yellow. In the center of Baby Kochama's garden, surrounded by beds of canny and phlox, a marble cherub peed an endless silver arc into a shallow pool in which a single blue lotus bloomed. At each corner of the pool lolled a pink plaster of Paris gnome with rosy cheeks and a peaked red cap. Baby Kukama spent her afternoons in her garden. In sari and gum boots. She wielded an enormous pair of head shears in her bright orange gardening gloves. Like a lion tamer she tamed twisting vines and nurtured bristling cacti. She limited bonsai plants and pampered rare orchids. She waged war on the weather. She tried to grow edelweiss and Chinese guava. Every night she creamed her feet with real cream and pushed back the cuticles on her toenails. Recently, after enduring more than half a century of relentless, pernickety attention, the ornamental garden had been abandoned. Left to its own devices, it had grown knotted and wild, like a circus whose animals had forgotten their tricks. The weed that people call communist pacha, because it flourished in Kerala like communism, smothered the more exotic plants. Only the vines kept growing, like toenails on a corpse. They reached through the nostrils of the pink plaster gnomes and blossomed in their hollow heads, giving them an expression half surprised, half sneeze coming. The reason for this sudden, unceremonious dumping was a new love. Baby Kukama had installed a dish antenna on the roof of the Imanam house. She presided over the world in her drawing room on satellite TV. The impossible excitement that this engendered in Baby Kukama wasn't hard to understand. It wasn't something that happened gradually. It happened overnight. Blondes, wars, famines, football, sex, music, coups d'état, they all arrived on the same train. They unpacked together. They stayed at the same hotel. And in Imanam, where once the loudest sound had been a musical bus horn, now whole wars, famines, picturesque massacres, and Bill Clinton could be summoned up like servants. And so, while her ornamental garden wilted and died, Baby Kukama followed American NBA League games, one-day cricket, and all the Grand Slam tennis tournaments. On weekdays she watched The Bold and the Beautiful and Santa Barbara, where brittle blondes with lipstick and hairstyles rigid with spray seduced androids and defended their sexual empires. Baby Kukama loved their shiny clothes and the smart, bitchy repartee. During the day, disconnected snatches of it came back to her and made her chuckle. Kochu Maria, the cook, still wore the thick gold earrings that had disfigured her earlobes forever. She enjoyed the WWF Wrestling Mania shows, where Hulk Hogan and Mr. Perfect, whose necks were wider than their heads, wore spangled lycra leggings and beat each other up brutally. Kochu Maria's laugh had that slightly cruel ring to it that young children sometimes have. All day they sat in the drawing room, Baby Kukama on the long-armed planter's chair or the chaise longue, depending on the condition of her feet, Kochu Maria next to her on the floor, channel surfing when she could, locked together in a noisy television silence. One's hair snow white, the other's dyed coal black. They entered all the contests, availed themselves of all the discounts that were advertised and had, on 2 occasions, won a t-shirt and a thermos flask that Baby Kukama kept locked away in her cupboard. Baby Kukama loved the Imanam house and cherished the furniture that she had inherited by outliving everybody else. Mamachi's violin and violin stand, the Oadi cupboards, the plastic basket chairs, the deli beds, the dressing table from Vienna with cracked ivory knobs. The rosewood dining table that Vilutha made. She was frightened by the BBC famines and television wars that she encountered while she channel surfed. Her old fears of the revolution and the Marxist-Leninist menace had been rekindled by new television worries about the growing numbers of desperate and dispossessed people. She viewed ethnic cleansing, famine and genocide as direct threats to her furniture. She kept her doors and windows locked, unless she was using them. She used her windows for specific purposes. For a breath of fresh air. To pay for the milk. To let out a trapped wasp, which Kochu Maria was made to chase around the house with a towel. She even locked her sad, paint-flaking fridge, where she kept her week's supply of cream buns that Kochu Maria brought her from Best Bakery in Kottayam. And the 2 bottles of rice water that she drank instead of ordinary water. On the shelf below the baffle tray, she kept what was left of Mamachi's willow pattern dinner service. She put the dozen or so bottles of insulin that Rahel brought her in the cheese and butter compartment. She suspected that these days, even the innocent and the round-eyed could be crockery crooks, or cream bun cravers, or thieving diabetics cruising Imanum for imported insulin. She didn't even trust the twins. She deemed them capable of anything. Anything at all. They might even steal their present back, she thought, and realized with a pang how quickly she had reverted to thinking of them as though they were a single unit once again. After all those years. Determined not to let the past creep up on her, she altered her thought at once. She might steal her present back. She looked at Rahel standing at the dining table and noticed the same eerie stealth, the ability to keep very still and very quiet that Istha seemed to have mastered. Baby Kukama was a little intimidated by Rahel's quietness. So, she said, her voice shrill, faltering. What are your plans? How long will you be staying? Have you decided? Rahel tried to say something. It came out jagged. Like a piece of tin. She walked to the window and opened it. For a breath of fresh shut it when you've finished with it, Baby Kukama said, and closed her face like a cupboard. You couldn't see the river from the window anymore. You could, until Mamachi had had the back veranda closed in with Imanum's first sliding folding door. The oil portraits of Reverend E. Janip and Alioati Amachi, Istha and Rahel's great-grandparents, were taken down from the back veranda and put up in the front one. They hung there now, the little blessed one and his wife, on either side of the stuffed, mounted bison head. Reverend Ip smiled his confident ancestor smile out across the road instead of the river. Alioati Amachi looked more hesitant. As though she would have liked to turn around but couldn't. Perhaps it wasn't as easy for her to abandon the river. With her eyes she looked in the direction that her husband looked. With her heart she looked away. Her heavy, dull gold kuniku earrings, tokens of the little blessed one's goodness, had stretched her earlobes and hung all the way down to her shoulders. Through the holes in her ears you could see the hot river and the dark trees that bent into it. And the fishermen in their boats. And the fish. Though you couldn't see the river from the house anymore, like a seashell always has a sea sense, the Imanum house still had a enver sense. A rushing, rolling, fish swimming sense. From the dining room window where she stood, with the wind in her hair, Rahel could see the rain drum down on the rusted tin roof of what used to be their grandmother's pickle factory. Paradise Pickles and Preserves. It lay between the house and the river. They used to make pickles, squashes, jams, curry powders, and canned pineapples. And banana jam, illegally, after the FPO, Food Products Organization, banned it because according to their specifications it was neither jam nor jelly. Too thin for jelly and too thick for jam. An ambiguous, unclassifiable consistency, they said. As per their books. Looking back now, to Rahel it seemed as though this difficulty that their family had with classification ran much deeper than the jam-jelly question. Perhaps Amua, Istha, and she were the worst transgressors. But it wasn't just them. It was the others too. They all broke the rules. They all crossed into forbidden territory. They all tampered with the laws that lay down who should be loved and how. And how much. The laws that make grandmothers grandmothers, uncles uncles, mothers mothers, cousins cousins, jam jam, and jelly jelly. It was a time when uncles became fathers, mothers lovers, and cousins died and had funerals. It was a time when the unthinkable became thinkable and the impossible really happened. Even before Sophie Mole's funeral, the police found Vilutha. His arms had goosebumps where the handcuffs touched his skin. Cold handcuffs with a sournitol smell. Like steel bus rails and the smell of the bus conductor's hands from holding them. After it was all over, baby cook Emma said, as yes so shall ye reap. As though she had nothing to do with the sowing and the reaping. She returned on her small feet to her cross-stitch embroidery. Her little toes never touched the floor. It was her idea that Istha be returned. Margaret Kochama's grief and bitterness at her daughter's death coiled inside her like an angry spring. She said nothing, but slapped Istha whenever she could in the days she was there before she returned to England. Rahel watched Amu pack Istha's little trunk. Maybe they're right, Amu's whisper said. Maybe a boy does need a baba. Rahel saw that her eyes were redly dead. They consulted a twin expert in Hyderabad. She wrote back to say that it was not advisable to separate monozygotic twins, but that two-egg twins were no different from ordinary siblings and that while they would certainly suffer the natural distress that children from broken homes underwent, it would be nothing more than that. Nothing out of the ordinary. And so Istha was retombed in a train with his tin trunk and his beige and pointy shoes rolled into his cocky hold all. First class. Overnight on the Madras mail to Madras and then with a friend of their father's from Madras to Calcutta. He had a tiffin carrier with tomato sandwiches. And an eagle flask with an eagle. He had terrible pictures in his head. Rain. Rushing, inky water. And a smell. Sick sweet. Like old roses on a breeze. But worst of all, he carried inside him the memory of a young man with an old man's mouth. The memory of a swollen face and a smashed, upside-down smile. Of a spreading pool of clear liquid with a bare bulb reflected in it. Of a bloodshot eye that had opened, wandered, and then fixed its gaze on him. Istha. And what had Istha done? He had looked into that beloved face and said, yes. Yes, it was him. The word Istha's octopus couldn't get at, yes. Hoovering didn't seem to help. It was lodged there, deep inside some fold or furrow, like a mango hair between molars. That couldn't be worried loose. In a purely practical sense it would probably be correct to say that it all began when Sophie Mole came to Imanum. Perhaps it's true that things can change in a day. That a few dozen hours can affect the outcome of whole lifetimes. And that when they do, those few dozen hours, like the salvaged remains of a burned house, the charred clock, the singed photograph, the scorched furniture, must be resurrected from the ruins and examined. Preserved. Accounted for. Little events, ordinary things, smashed and reconstituted. Imbued with new meaning. Suddenly they become the bleached bones of a story. Still, to say that it all began when Sophie Mole came to Imanum is only one way of looking at it. Equally, it could be argued that it actually began thousands of years ago. Long before the Marxists came. Before the British took Malabar, before the Dutch ascendancy, before Vasco da Gama arrived, before the Zamorin's conquest of Calicut. Before 3 purple-robed Syrian bishops murdered by the Portuguese were found floating in the sea, with coiled sea serpents riding on their chests and oysters knotted in their tangled beards. It could be argued that it began long before Christianity arrived in a boat and seeped into Kerala like tea from a tea bag. That it really began in the days when the love laws were made. The laws that lay down who should be loved, and how much. However, for practical purposes, in a hopelessly practical world, Chapter 2, Papachi's Moth. It was a sky blue day in December 69, the 19 silent. It was the kind of time in the life of a family when something happens to nudge its hidden morality from its resting place and make it bubble to the surface and float for a while. In clear view. For everyone to see. A sky blue Plymouth, with the sun in its tail fins, sped past young rice fields and old rubber trees on its way to Cochin. Further east, in a small country with similar landscape, jungles, rivers, rice fields, communists, enough bombs were being dropped to cover all of it in 6 inches of steel. Here, however, it was peacetime and the family in the Plymouth traveled without fear or foreboding. The Plymouth used to belong to Papachi, Rahel and Istha's grandfather. Now that he was dead, it belonged to Mamachi, their grandmother, and Rahel and Istha were on their way to Cochin to see the Sound of Music for the third time. They knew all the songs. After that they were all going to stay at Hotel Sea Queen with the old food smell. Bookings had been made. Early next morning they would go to Cochin Airport to pick up Chaco's ex-wife, their English aunt, Margaret Cook-Emma, and their cousin, Sophie Mole, who were coming from London to spend Christmas at Imanam. Earlier that year, Margaret Cook-Emma's second husband, Joe, had been killed in a car accident. When Chaco heard about the accident he invited them to Imanam. He said that he couldn't bear to think of them spending a lonely, desolate Christmas in England. In a house full of memories. Amu said that Chaco had never stopped loving Margaret Cook-Emma. Mamachi disagreed. She liked to believe that he had never loved her in the first place. Rahel and Istha had never met Sophie Mole. They'd heard a lot about her though, that last week. From baby Cook-Emma, from Kochu Maria, and even Mamachi. None of them had met her either, but they all behaved as though they already knew her. It had been the "what will Sophie Mole think?" week. That whole week baby Cook-Emma eavesdropped relentlessly on the twins' private conversations, and whenever she caught them speaking in Malayalam, she levied a small fine which was deducted at source from their pocket money. She made them write lines impositions. She called them "I will always speak in English, I will always speak in English," 100 times each. When they were done, she scored them out with her red pen to make sure that old lines were not recycled for new punishments. She had made them practice an English car song for the way back. They had to form the words properly, and be particularly careful about their pronunciation. Pre-enunciation. Rejoice in the lowered or oral ways, and again I say rejoice, 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 and again I say rejoice. Istha's full name was Esthapan Yako. Rahel's was Rahel. For the time being they had no surname because Amu was considering reverting to her maiden name, though she said that choosing between her husband's name and her father's name didn't give a woman much of a choice. Istha was wearing his beige and pointy shoes and his Elvis puff. His special outing puff. His favorite Elvis song was Party. Some people like to rock, some people like to roll, he would croon, when nobody was watching, strumming a badminton racket, curling his lip like Elvis. But Moonin and a grunin gonna satis for ma soul, less have aparty. Istha had slanting, sleepy eyes and his new front teeth were still uneven on the ends. Rahel's new teeth were waiting inside her gums, like words in a pen. It puzzled everybody that an 18-minute age difference could cause such a discrepancy in front tooth timing. Most of Rahel's hair sat on top of her head like a fountain. It was held together by a Love in Tokyo 2 beads on a rubber band, nothing to do with love or Tokyo. In Kerala, Love in Tokyos have withstood the test of time, and even today if you were to ask for one at any respectable AI ladies store, that's what you'd get. 2 beads on a rubber band. Rahel's toy wristwatch had the time painted on it. 10 to envio. One of her ambitions was to own a watch on which she could change the time whenever she wanted to, which according to her was what time was meant for in the first place. Her yellow-rimmed red plastic sunglasses made the world look red. Amu said that they were bad for her eyes and had advised her to wear them as seldom as possible. Ilar airport frock was in Amu's suitcase. It had special matching knickers. Chaco was driving. He was 4 years older than Amu. Rahel and Istha couldn't call him Chachan because when they did, he called them Chetan and Kajitha. If they called him Amavan, he called them Apoy and Amai. If they called him uncle, he called them Anta, which was embarrassing in public. So they called him Chaco. Chaco's room was stacked from floor to ceiling with books. He had read them all and quoted long passages from them for no apparent reason. Or at least none that anyone else could fathom. For instance, that morning, as they drove out through the gate, shouting their goodbyes to Mamachi in the veranda, Chaco suddenly said, "Gatsby turned out all right at the end. It is what preyed on." Gatsby, What foul dust floated in the wake of his dreams that temporarily closed out my interest in the abortive sorrows and short-winded elat-ions of men? Everyone was so used to it that they didn't bother to nudge each other or exchange glances. Chaco had been a Rhodes Scholar at Oxford and was permitted excesses and eccentricities nobody else was. He claimed to be writing a family biography that the family would have to pay him not to publish. Amu said that there was only one person in the family who was a fit candidate for biographical blackmail, and that was Chaco himself. Of course that was then. Before the terror. In the Plymouth, Amu was sitting in front, next to Chaco. She was 27 that year, and in the pit of her stomach she carried the cold knowledge that, for her, life had been lived. She had had one chance. She made a mistake. She married the wrong Amu. Finished her schooling the same year that her father retired from his job in Delhi and moved to Imanam. Papachi insisted that a college education was an unnecessary expense for a girl, so Amu had no choice but to leave Delhi and move with them. There was very little for a young girl to do in Imanam other than to wait for marriage proposals while she helped her mother with the housework. Since her father did not have enough money to raise a suitable dowry, no proposals came Amu's way. 2 years went by. Her 18th birthday came and went. Unnoticed, or at least unremarked upon by her parents. Amu grew desperate. All day she dreamed of escaping from Imanam and the clutches of her ill-tempered father and bitter, long-suffering mother. She hatched several wretched little plans. Eventually, one worked. Papachi agreed to let her spend the summer with a distant aunt who lived in Calcutta. There, at someone else's wedding reception, Amu met her future husband. He was on vacation from his job in Assam, where he worked as an assistant manager of a tea estate. His family were once wealthy zamindars who had migrated to Calcutta from East Bengal after partition. He was a small man, but well built. Pleasant looking. He wore old-fashioned spectacles that made him look earnest and completely belied his easygoing charm and juvenile but totally disarming sense of humor. He was 25 and had already been working on the tea estates for 6 years. He hadn't been to college, which accounted for his schoolboy humor. He proposed to Amu 5 days after they first met. Amu didn't pretend to be in love with him. She just weighed the odds and accepted. She thought that anyone at all, would be better than returning to Imanam. She wrote to her parents informing them of her decision. They didn't reply. Amu had an elaborate Calcutta wedding. Later, looking back on the day, Amu realized that the slightly feverish glitter in her bridegroom's eyes had not been love, or even excitement at the prospect of carnal bliss, but approximately 8 large pegs of whiskey. Straight. Neat. Amu's father-in-law was chairman of the railway board and had a boxing blue from Cambridge. He was the secretary of the BABA, the Bengal Amateur Boxing Association. He gave the young couple a custom-painted, powder-pink Fiat as a present, which after the wedding he drove off in himself, with all the jewelry and most of the other presents that they had been given. He died before the twins were born on the operating table, while his gallbladder was being removed. His cremation was attended by all the boxers in Bengal. A congregation of mourners with lantern jaws and broken noses. When Amu and her husband moved to Assam, Amu, beautiful, young and cheeky, became the toast of the Planters Club. She wore backless blouses with her saris and carried a silver lame purse on a chain. She smoked long cigarettes in a silver cigarette holder and learned to blow perfect smoke rings. Her husband turned out to be not just a heavy drinker but a full-blown alcoholic with all an alcoholic's deviousness and tragic charm. There were things about him that Amu never understood. Long after she left him, she never stopped wondering why he lied so outrageously when he didn't need to. Particularly when he didn't need to. In a conversation with friends he would talk about how much he loved smoked salmon when Amu knew he hated it. Or he would come home from the club and tell Amu that he saw Meet Me in St. Louis when they'd actually screened the Bronze Buckaroo. When she confronted him about these things, he never explained or apologized. He just giggled, exasperating Amu to a degree she never thought herself capable of. Amu was 8 months pregnant when war broke out with China. It was October of 1962. Planters' wives and children were evacuated from Assam. Amu, too pregnant to travel, remained on the estate. In November, after a hair-raising, bumpy bus ride to Shillong, amidst rumors of Chinese occupation and India's impending defeat, Istha and Rahel were born. By candlelight. In a hospital with the windows blacked out. They emerged without much fuss, within 18 minutes of each other. 2 little ones, instead of one big one. Twin seals, slick with their mother's juices. Wrinkled with the effort of being born. Amu checked them for deformities before she closed her eyes and slept. She counted 4 eyes, 4 ears, 2 mouths, 2 noses, 20 fingers and 20 perfect toenails. She didn't notice the single Siamese soul. She was glad to have them. Their father, stretched out on a hard bench in the hospital corridor, was drunk. By the time the twins were 2 years old, their father's drinking, aggravated by the loneliness of tea estate life, had driven him into an alcoholic stupor. Whole days went by during which he just lay in bed and didn't go to work. Eventually, his English manager, Mr. Hollick, summoned him to his bungalow for a serious chat. Amu sat in the veranda of her home waiting anxiously for her husband to return. She was sure the only reason that Hollick wanted to see him was to sack him. She was surprised when he returned looking despondent but not devastated. Mr. Hollick had proposed something, he told Amu, that he needed to discuss with her. He began a little diffidently, avoiding her gaze, but he gathered courage as he went along. Viewed practically, in the long run it was a proposition that would benefit both of them, he said. In fact, a lot them, if they considered the children's education. Mr. Hollick had been frank with his young assistant. He informed him of the complaints he had received from the labor as well as from the other assistant managers. I'm afraid I have no option, he said, but to ask for your resignation. He allowed the silence to take its toll. He allowed the pitiful man sitting across the table to begin to shake. To weep. Then Hollick spoke again. Well, actually there may be an option, perhaps we could work something out. Think positive, is what I always say. Count your blessings. Hollick paused to order a pot of black coffee. You're a very lucky man, you know, wonderful family, beautiful children, such an attractive wife. He lit a cigarette and allowed the match to burn until he couldn't hold it anymore. An extremely attractive wife. The weeping stopped. Puzzled brown eyes looked into lurid, red-veined, green ones. Over coffee Mr. Hollick proposed that Baba go away for a while. For a holiday. To a clinic perhaps, for treatment. For as long as it took him to get better. And for the period of time that he was away, Mr. Hollick suggested that Amu be sent to his bungalow to be looked after. Already there were a number of ragged, light-skinned children on the estate that Hollick had bequeathed on tea pickers whom he fancied. This was his first incursion into management circles. Amu watched her husband's mouth move as it formed words. She said nothing. He grew uncomfortable and then infuriated by her silence. Suddenly he lunged at her, grabbed her hair, punched her and then passed out from the effort. Amu took down the heaviest book she could find in the bookshelf, the Reader's Digest World Atlas, and hit him with it as hard as she could. On his head. His legs. His back and shoulders. When he regained consciousness, he was puzzled by his bruises. He apologized abjectly for the violence, but immediately began to badger her about helping with his transfer. This fell into a pattern. Drunken violence followed by post-drunken badgering. Amu was repelled by the medicinal smell of stale alcohol that seeped through his skin, and the dry, caked vomit that encrusted his mouth like a pie every morning. When his bouts of violence began to include the children, and the war with Pakistan began, Amu left her husband and returned, unwelcomed, to her parents in Imanam. To everything that she had fled from only a few years ago. Except that now she had 2 young children. And no more dreams. Papachi would not believe her story, not because he thought well of her husband, but simply because he didn't believe that an Englishman, any Englishman, would covet another man's wife. Amu loved her children, of course, but their wide-eyed vulnerability and their willingness to love people who didn't really love them exasperated her and sometimes made her want to hurt them just as an education, a protection. It was as though the window through which their father disappeared had been kept open for anyone to walk in and be welcomed. To Amu, her twins seemed like a pair of small bewildered frogs engrossed in each other's company, lolloping arm in arm down a highway full of hurtling traffic. Entirely oblivious of what trucks can do to frogs. Amu watched over them fiercely. Her watchfulness stretched her, made her taut and tense. She was quick to reprimand her children, but even quicker to take offense on their behalf. For herself she knew that there would be no more chances. There was only Imanum now. A front veranda and a back veranda. A hot river and a pickle factory. And in the background, the constant, high, whining mule of local disapproval. Within the first few months of her return to her parents' home, Amu quickly learned to recognize and despise the ugly face of sympathy. Old female relations with incipient beards and several wobbling chins made overnight trips to Imanum to commiserate with her about her divorce. They squeezed her knee and gloated. She fought off the urge to slap them. Or twiddle their nipples. With a spanner. Like Chaplin in modem times. When she looked at herself in her wedding photographs, Amu felt the woman that looked back at her was someone else. A foolish jeweled bride. Her silk sunset-colored sari shot with gold. Rings on every finger. White dots of sandalwood paste over her arched eyebrows. Looking at herself like this, Amu's soft mouth would twist into a small, bitter smile at the memory not of the wedding itself so much as the fact that she had permitted herself to be so painstakingly decorated before being led to the gallows. It seemed so absurd. So futile. Like polishing firewood. She went to the village goldsmith and had her heavy wedding ring melted down and made into a thin bangle with snake heads that she put away for Rahel. Amu knew that weddings were not something that could be avoided altogether. At least not practically speaking. But for the rest of her life she advocated small weddings in ordinary clothes. It made them less ghoulish, she thought. Occasionally, when Amu listened to songs that she loved on the radio, something stirred inside her. A liquid ache spread under her skin, and she walked out of the world like a witch, to a better, happier place. On days like this there was something restless and untamed about her. As though she had temporarily set aside the morality of motherhood and divorceehood. Even her walk changed from a safe mother walk to another wilder sort of walk. She wore flowers in her hair and carried magic secrets in her eyes. She spoke to no one. She spent hours on the riverbank with her little plastic transistor shaped like a tangerine. She smoked cigarettes and had midnight swims. What was it that gave Amu this unsafe edge? This air of unpredictability? It was what she had battling inside her. An unmixable mix. The infinite tenderness of motherhood and the reckless rage of a suicide bomber. It was this that grew inside her, and eventually led her to love by night the man her children loved by day. To use by night the boat that her children used by day. The boat that Istha sat on, and Rahel found. On the days that the radio played Amu's songs, everyone was a little wary of her. They sensed somehow that she lived in the penumbral shadows between two worlds, just beyond the grasp of their power. That a woman that they had already damned, now had little left to lose, and could therefore be dangerous. So on the days that the radio played Amu's songs, people avoided her, made little loops around her, because everybody agreed that it was best to just let her be. On other days she had deep dimples when she smiled. She had a delicate, chiseled face, black eyebrows angled like a soaring seagull's wings, a small straight nose and luminous, nut-brown skin. On that sky-blue December day, her wild, curly hair had escaped in wisps in the car wind. Her shoulders in her sleeveless sari blouse shone as though they had been polished with a high wax shoulder polish. Sometimes she was the most beautiful woman that Istha and Rahel had ever seen. And sometimes she wasn't. On the back seat of the Plymouth, between Istha and Rahel, sat baby cook Emma, ex-nun, and incumbent baby grand-aunt. In the way that the unfortunate sometimes dislike the co-unfortunate, baby cook Emma disliked the twins, for she considered them doomed, fatherless waifs. Worse still, they were half-Hindu hybrids whom no self-respecting Syrian Christian would ever marry. She was keen for them to realize that they, like herself, lived on sufferance in the Imanum house, their maternal grandmother's house, where they really had no right to be. Baby cook Emma resented Amua, because she saw her quarreling with a fate that she, baby cook Emma herself, felt she had graciously accepted. The fate of the wretched man-less woman. The sad, Father Mulligan-less baby cook Emma. She had managed to persuade herself over the years that her unconsummated love for Father Mulligan had been entirely due to her restraint and her determination to do the right thing. She subscribed wholeheartedly to the commonly held view that a married daughter had no position in her parents' home. As for a divorced daughter, according to baby cook Emma, she had no position anywhere at all. And as for a divorced daughter from a love marriage, well, words could not describe baby coach Emma's outrage. As for a divorced daughter from an intercommunity love marriage, baby cook Emma chose to remain quiveringly silent on the subject. The twins were too young to understand all this, so baby cook Emma grudged them their moments of high happiness when a dragonfly they'd caught lifted a small stone off their palms with its legs, or when they had permission to bathe the pigs, or they found an egg hot from a hen. But most of all, she grudged them the comfort they drew from each other. She expected from them some token unhappiness. At the very least. On the way back from the airport, Margaret cook Emma would sit in front with Chaco because she used to be his wife. Sophie Mole would sit between them. Amua would move to the back. There would be 2 flasks of water. Boiled water for Margaret cook Emma and Sophie Mole, tap water for everybody else. The luggage would be in the boot. Rahel thought that boot was a lovely word. A much better word, at any rate, than sturdy. Sturdy was a terrible word. Like a dwarf's name. Sturdy Kashi a pleasant, middle-class, God-fearing dwarf with low knees and a side-parting dot on the Plymouth roof rack. There was a 4-sided, tin-lined, plywood billboard that said, on all 4 sides, in elaborate writing, Paradise Pickles and Preserves. Below the writing there were painted bottles of mixed fruit jam and hot lime pickle in edible oil, with labels that said, in elaborate writing, Paradise Pickles and Preserves. Next to the bottles there was a list of all the Paradise products and a Kathakali dancer with his face green and skirt swirling. Along the bottom of the S-shaped swirl of his billowing skirt, it said, in an S-shaped swirl, Emperors of the Realm of Taste, which was Comrade K.N.M. Pillai's unsolicited contribution. It was a literal translation of Ruchi Lokathinda Rajavua, which sounded a little less ludicrous than Emperors of the Realm of Taste. But since Comrade Pillai had already printed them, no one had the heart to ask him to redo the whole print order. So, unhappily, Emperors of the Realm of Taste became a permanent feature on the Paradise Pickle labels. Amua said that the Kathakali dancer was a red herring and had nothing to do with anything. Chaco said that it gave the products a regional flavor and would stand them in good stead when they entered the overseas market. Amua said that the billboard made them look ridiculous. Like a traveling circus. With tail fins. Mamachi had started making pickles commercially soon after Papachi retired from government service in Delhi and came to live in Imanum. The Kottayam Bible Society was having a fair and asked Mamachi to make some of her famous banana jam and tender mango pickle. It sold quickly, and Mamachi found that she had more orders than she could cope with. Thrilled with her success, she decided to persist with the pickles and jam, and soon found herself busy all year round. Papachi, for his part, was having trouble coping with the ignominy of retirement. He was 17 years older than Mamachi, and realized with a shock that he was an old man when his wife was still in her prime. Though Mamachi had conical corneas and was already practically blind, Papachi would not help her with the pickle making because he did not consider pickle making a suitable job for a high-ranking ex-government official. He had always been a jealous man, so he greatly resented the attention his wife was suddenly getting. He slouched about the compound in his immaculately tailored suits, weaving sullen circles around mounds of red chilies and freshly powdered yellow turmeric, watching Mamachi supervise the buying, the weighing, the salting and drying, of limes and tender mangoes. Every night he beat her with a brass flower vase. The beatings weren't new. What was new was only the frequency with which they took place. One night Papachi broke the bow of Mamachi's violin and threw it in the river. Then Chaco came home for a summer vacation from Oxford. He had grown to be a big man, and was, in those days, strong from rowing for Balliol. A week after he arrived he found Papachi beating Mamachi in the study. Chaco strode into the room, caught Papachi's vase hand and twisted it around his back. "I never want this to happen again," he told his father. "Ever." For the rest of that day Papachi sat in the veranda and stared stonily out at the ornamental garden, ignoring the plates of food that Coach Maria brought him. Late at night he went into his study and brought out his favorite mahogany rocking chair. He put it down in the middle of the driveway and smashed it into little bits with a plumber's monkey wrench. He left it there in the moonlight, a heap of varnished wicker and splintered wood. He never touched Mamachi again. But he never spoke to her either as long as he lived. When he needed anything he used Coach Maria or baby Kukama as intermediaries. In the evenings, when he knew visitors were expected, he would sit on the veranda and sew buttons that weren't missing onto his shirts, to create the impression that Mamachi neglected him. To some small degree he did succeed in farther corroding Imanum's view of working wives. He bought the sky blue Plymouth from an old Englishman in Munner. He became a familiar sight in Imanum, coasting importantly down the narrow road in his wide car, looking outwardly elegant but sweating freely inside his woolen suits. He wouldn't allow Mamachi or anyone else in the family to use it, or even to sit in it. The Plymouth was Papachi's revenge. Papachi had been an imperial entomologist at the Pusa Institute. After independence, when the British left, his designation was changed from imperial entomologist to joint director, entomology. The year he retired, he had risen to a rank equivalent to director. Ilis life's greatest setback was not having had the moth that he had discovered named after him. It fell into his drink one evening while he was sitting in the veranda of a rest house after a long day in the field. As he picked it out he noticed its unusually dense dorsal tufts. He took a closer look. With growing excitement he mounted it, measured it, and the next morning placed it in the sun for a few hours for the alcohol to evaporate. Then he caught the first train back to Delhi. To taxonomic attention and, he hoped, fame. After 6 unbearable months of anxiety, to Papachi's intense disappointment he was told that his moth had finally been identified as a slightly unusual race of a well-known species that belonged to the tropical family Limentriidae. The real blow came 12 years later, when, as a consequence of a radical taxonomic reshuffle, lepidopterists decided that Papachi's moth was in fact a separate species and genus hitherto unknown to science. By then, of course, Papachi had retired and moved to Imanum. It was too late for him to assert his claim to the discovery. His moth was named after the acting director of the Department of Entomology, a junior officer whom Papachi had always disliked. In the years to come, even though he had been ill-humored long before he discovered the moth, Papachi's moth was held responsible for his black moods and sudden bouts of temper. Its pernicious ghost gray, furry, and with unusually dense dorsal tuft haunted every house that he ever lived in. It tormented him and his children and his children's children. Until the day he died, even in the stifling Imanum heat, every single day Papachi wore a well-pressed three-piece suit and his gold pocket watch. On his dressing table, next to his cologne and silver hairbrush, he kept a picture of himself as a young man, with his hair slicked down, taken in a photographer's studio in Vienna, where he had done the 6-month diploma course that had qualified him to apply for the post of imperial entomologist. It was during those few months they spent in Vienna that Mamachi took her first lessons on the violin. The lessons were abruptly discontinued when Mamachi's teacher Lonsky Tiofenthal made the mistake of telling Papachi that his wife was exceptionally talented and, in his opinion, potentially concert class. Mamachi pasted, in the family photograph album, the clipping from the Indian Express that reported Papachi's death. It said, "Noted entomologist Shri Banan Janip, son of late Reverend E. Janip of Imanam, popularly known as Punyan Kunju, suffered a massive heart attack and passed away at the Kottayam General Hospital last night. He developed chest pains around 1:05 am and was rushed to hospital. The end came at 2:45 am. Shri Ip had been keeping indifferent health since last 6 months. He is survived by his wife Sashama and 2 children." At Papachi's funeral, Mamachi cried and her contact lenses slid around in her eyes. Amyu told the twins that Mamachi was crying more because she was used to him than because she loved him. She was used to having him slouching around the pickle factory, and was used to being beaten from time to time. Amyu said that human beings were creatures of habit, and it was amazing the kind of things they could get used to. "You only had to look around you," Amyu said, "to see that beatings with brass vases were the least of them." After the funeral, Mamachi asked Rahel to help her to locate and remove her contact lenses with the little orange pipette that came in its own case. Rahel asked Mamachi whether, after Mamachi died, she could inherit the pipette. Amyu took her out of the room and smacked her. "I never want to hear you discussing people's deaths with them again," she said. Istha said Rahel deserved it for being so insensitive. The photograph of Papachi in Vienna, with his hair slicked down, was reframed and put up in the drawing room. He was a photogenic man, dapper and carefully groomed, with a little man's largish head. He had an incipient second chin that would have been emphasized had he looked down or nodded. In the photograph he had taken care to hold his head high enough to hide his double chin, yet not so high as to appear haughty. His light brown eyes were polite yet maleficent, as though he was making an effort to be civil to the photographer while plotting to murder his wife. He had a little fleshy knob on the center of his upper lip that drooped down over his lower lip in a sort of effeminate pout, the kind that children who suck their thumbs develop. He had an elongated dimple on his chin, which only served to underline the threat of a lurking manic violence. A sort of contained cruelty. He wore khaki jodhpurs, though he had never ridden a horse in his life. His riding boots reflected the photographer's studio lights. An ivory-handled riding crop lay neatly across his lap. There was a watchful stillness to the photograph that lent an underlying chill to the warm room in which it hung. When he died, Papachi left trunks full of expensive suits and a chocolate box full of cufflinks that Chaco distributed among the taxi drivers in Kottayam. They were separated and made into rings and pendants for unmarried daughters' dowries. When the twins asked what cufflinks were for to link cuffs together, Amyu told them they were thrilled by this morsel of logic in what had so far seemed an illogical language. Cuff and link, cufflink. This, to them, rivaled the precision and logic of mathematics. Cufflinks gave them an inordinate, if exaggerated, satisfaction, and a real affection for the English language. Amyu said that Papachi was an incurable British CCP, which was short for Chich Hipoch and in Hindi meant shit wiper. Chaco said that the correct word for people like Papachi was Anglophile. He made Rahel and Istha look up Anglophile in the Reader's Digest Great Encyclopedic Dictionary. It said, person well disposed to the English. Then Istha and Rahel had to look up dispose. It said, 1. Place suitably in particular order. 2. Bring mind into certain state. 3. Do what one will with, get off one's hands, stow away, demolish, finus, be, settle, consume, food, kill, sell. Chaco said that in Papachi's case it meant, 2. Bring mind into certain state. Which, Chaco said, meant that Papachi's mind had been brought into a state which made him like the English. Chaco told the twins that, though he hated to admit it, they were all Anglophiles. They were a family of Anglophiles. Pointed in the wrong direction, trapped outside their own history and unable to retrace their steps because their footprints had been swept away. He explained to them that history was like an old house at night, with all the lamps lit, and ancestors whispering inside. To understand history, Chaco said, we have to go inside and listen to what they're saying. And look at the books and the pictures on the wall. And smell the smells. Istha and Rahel had no doubt that the house Chaco meant was the house on the other side of the river, in the middle of the abandoned rubber estate where they had never been. Kari Saipu's house. The Black Sahib. The Englishman who had gone native. Who spoke Malayalam and wore mundus. Imanam's own Kurds. Imanam his private eye leered of darkness. He had shot himself through the head 10 years ago, when his young lover's parents had taken the boy away from him and sent him to school. After the suicide, the property had become the subject of extensive litigation between Kari Saipu's cook and his secretary. The house had lain empty for years. Very few people had seen it. But the twins could picture it. The history ilouse. With cool stone floors and dim walls and billowing ship-shaped shadows. Plump, translucent lizards lived behind old pictures, and waxy, crumbling ancestors with tough toenails and breath that smelled of yellow maps gossiped in sibilant, papery whispers. But we can't go in, Chaco explained, because we've been locked out. And when we look in through the windows, all we see are shadows. And when we try and listen, all we hear is a whispering. And we cannot understand the whispering, because our minds have been invaded by a war. A war that we have won and lost. The very worst sort of war. A war that captures dreams and redreams them. A war that has made us adore our conquerors and despise ourselves. Marry our conquerors, is more like it, Amu said dryly, referring to Margaret Cook Emma. Chaco ignored her. He made the twins look up despise. It said, to look down upon, to view with contempt, to skim or disdain. Chaco said that in the context of the war he was talking about the war of dreams. Despise meant all those things. We're prisoners of war, Chaco said. Our dreams have been doctored. We belong nowhere. We sail unanchored on troubled seas. We may never be allowed ashore. Our sorrows will never be sad enough. Our joys never happy enough. Our dreams never big enough. Our lives never important enough to matter. Then, to give Istha and Rahel a sense of historical perspective, though perspective was something which, in the weeks to follow, Chaco himself would sorely lack, he told them about the Earth Woman. He made them imagine that the Earth 4,600 million years old was a 46-year-old woman as old, say, as Aliam, a teacher, who gave them Malayalam lessons. It had taken the whole of the Earth Woman's life for the Earth to become what it was. For the oceans to part. For the mountains to rise. The Earth Woman was 11 years old, Chaco said, when the first single-celled organisms appeared. The first animals, creatures like worms and jellyfish, appeared only when she was 40. She was over 45 just 8 months ago when dinosaurs roamed the Earth. The whole of human civilization as we know it, Chaco told the twins, began only 2 hours ago in the Earth Woman's life. As long as it takes us to drive from Imanam to Cochin. It was an awe-inspiring and humbling thought, Chaco said. Humbling was a nice word, Rahel thought. Humbling along without a care in the world, that the whole of contemporary history, the world wars, the war of dreams, the man on the moon, science, literature, philosophy, the pursuit of knowledge was no more than a blink of the Earth Woman's eye. And we, my dears, everything we are and ever will be are just a twinkle in her eye, Chaco said grandly, lying on his bed, staring at the ceiling. When he was in this sort of mood, Chaco used his reading aloud voice. His room had a church feeling. He didn't care whether anyone was listening to him or not. And if they were, he didn't care whether or not they had understood what he was saying. Amya called them his Oxford moods. Later, in the light of all that happened, Winkle seemed completely the wrong word to describe the expression in the Earth woman's eye. Twinkle was a word with crinkled, happy edges. Though the Earth woman made a lasting impression on the twins, it was the history house so much closer at hand that really fascinated them. They thought about it often. The house on the other side of the river. Looming in the heart of darkness. A house they couldn't enter, full of whispers they couldn't understand. They didn't know then that soon they would go in. That they would cross the river and be where they weren't supposed to be, with a man they weren't supposed to love. That they would watch with dinner plate eyes as history revealed itself to them in the back veranda. While other children of their age learned other things, Istha and Rahel learned how history negotiates its terms and collects its dues from those who break its laws. They heard its sickening thud. They smelled its smell and never forgot it. History's smell. Like old roses on a breeze. It would lurk forever in ordinary things. In coat hangers. Tomatoes. In the tar on roads. In certain colors. In the plates at a restaurant. In the absence of words. And the emptiness in eyes. They would grow up grappling with ways of living with what happened. They would try to tell themselves that in terms of geological time it was an insignificant event. Just a blink of the Earth woman's eye. That worse things had happened. That worse things kept happening. But they would find no comfort in the thought. Chaco said that going to see The Sound of Music was an extended exercise in Anglophilia. Amu said, "Oh come on, the whole world goes to see The Sound of Music. It's a world hit." Nevertheless, my dear, Chaco said in his reading aloud voice, never. The less. Mamachi often said that Chaco was easily one of the cleverest men in India. According to whom? Amu would say. On what basis? Mamachi loved to tell the story, Chaco's story, of how one of the dons at Oxford had said that in his opinion, Chaco was brilliant, and made of prime ministerial material. To this, Amu always said ha, 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 like people in the comics. She said, A. Going to Oxford didn't necessarily make a person clever. B. Cleverness didn't necessarily make a good prime minister. C. If a person couldn't even run a pickle factory profitably, how was that person going to run a whole country? And, most important of all, D. All Indian mothers are obsessed with their sons and are therefore poor judges of their abilities. Chaco said, A. You don't go to Oxford. You read at Oxford. And, B. After reading at Oxford you come down. Down to earth, do you mean? Amu would ask. That you definitely do. Like your famous airplanes. Amu said that the sad but entirely predictable fate of Chaco's airplanes was an impartial measure of his abilities. Once a month, except during the monsoons, a parcel would arrive for Chaco by VPP. It always contained a balsa aero modeling kit. It usually took Chaco between 8 and 10 days to assemble the aircraft, with its tiny fuel tank and motorized propeller. When it was ready, he would take Istha and Rahel to the rice fields in Natticom to help him fly it. It never flew for more than a minute. Month after month, Chaco's carefully constructed planes crashed in the slush green paddy fields into which Istha and Rahel would spurt, like trained retrievers, to salvage the remains. A tail, a tank, a wing. A wounded machine. Chaco's room was cluttered with broken wooden planes. And every month, another kit would arrive. Chaco never blamed the crashes on the kit. It was only after Papachi died that Chaco resigned his job as lecturer at the Madras Christian College, and came to Imanam with his Balliol oar and his pickle baron dreams. He commuted his pension and provident fund to buy a Bharat bottle sealing machine. His oar, with his teammates' names inscribed in gold, hung from iron hoops on the factory wall. Up to the time Chaco arrived, the factory had been a small but profitable enterprise. Mamachi just ran it like a large kitchen. Chaco had it registered as a partnership and informed Mamachi that she was the sleeping partner. He invested in equipment, canning machines, cauldrons, cookers, and expanded the labor force. Almost immediately, the financial slide began, but was artificially buoyed by extravagant bank loans that Chaco raised by mortgaging the family's rice fields around the Imanum house. Though Amu did as much work in the factory as Chaco, whenever he was dealing with food inspectors or sanitary engineers, he always referred to it as my factory, my pineapples, my pickles. Legally this was the case, because Amu, as a daughter, had no claim to the property. Chaco told Rahel and Istha that Amu had no locust stand-I thanks to our wonderful male chauvinist society, Amu said. Chaco said, what's yours is mine and what's mine is also mine. He had a surprisingly high laugh for a man of his size and fatness. And when he laughed, he shook all over without appearing to move. Until Chaco arrived in Imanum, Mamachi's factory had no name. Everybody just referred to her pickles and jams as Sasha's tender mango, or Sasha's banana jam. Sasha was Mamachi's first name. Sashama. It was Chaco who christened the factory Paradise Pickles and Preserves and had labels designed and printed at Comrade KNM. Belize Press. At first he had wanted to call it Zeus Pickles and Preserves, but that idea was vetoed because everybody said that Zeus was too obscure and had no local relevance, whereas Paradise did. Comrade Pillai's suggestion Parshuram Pickles was vetoed for the opposite reason, too much local relevance. It was Chaco's idea to have a billboard painted and installed on the Plymouth's roof rack. Now, on the way to Cochin, it rattled and made falling off noises. Near Vacom they had to stop and buy some rope to secure it more firmly. That delayed them by another 20 minutes. Rahel began to worry about being late for the Sound of Music. Then, as they approached the outskirts of Cochin, the red and white arm of the railway level crossing gate went down. Rahel knew that this had happened because she had been hoping that it wouldn't. She hadn't learned to control her hopes yet. Istha said that was a bad sign. So now they were going to miss the beginning of the picture. When Julie Andrews starts off as a speck on the hill and gets bigger and bigger till she bursts onto the screen with her voice like cold water and her breath like peppermint, the red sign on the red and white arm said stop in white. Pots, Rahel said. A yellow hoarding said by Indlan in red. Yub, Nade Neeb, Istha said. The twins were precocious with their reading. They had raced through Old Dog Toru Janet and John and their Ronald Ridout workbooks. At night Amu read to them from Kipling's Jungle Book. Now Cheel the kite brings home the night that Mang the bat sets free. The down on their arms would stand on end, golden in the light of the bedside lamp. As she read, Amu could make her voice gravelly, like Shere Khan's. Or whining, like Tabakwi's. Ye choose and ye do not choose. What talk is this of choosing * by the bull that I killed? Am I to stand nosing into your dog's den for my fair dues? It is I, Shere Khan, who speak. And it is I, Rakshi, who answer, the twins would shout in high voices. Not together, but almost. The man's cub is mine, Lungri mine to me. He shall not be killed. He shall live to run with the pack and to hunt with the pack, and in the end look you, hunter of little naked cubs, frog eater, fish killer, he shall hunt thee. Baby cook Emma, who had been put in charge of their formal education, had read them an abridged version of The Tempest by Charles and Mary Lamb. Where the bee sucks, there sucks / Istha and Rahel would go about saying, in a cow's lips bell I lie. So when baby coach Emma's Australian missionary friend, Miss Mitten, gave Istha and Rahel a baby book, The Adventures of Susie Squirrel, as a present when she visited Imanum, they were deeply offended. First they read it forwards. Miss Mitten, who belonged to a sect of born-again Christians, said that she was a little disappointed in them when they read it aloud to her, backwards. Et sirat nevde fo isus lemiakes. Eno nirps ninram isus lariakes akaupu. They showed Miss Mitten how it was possible to read both Malayalam and Madam I'm Adam backwards as well as Famrards. She wasn't amused, and it turned out that she didn't even know what Malayalam was. They told her it was the language everyone spoke in Kerala. She said she had been under the impression that it was called Keralese. Istha, who had by then taken an active dislike to Miss Mitten, told her that as far as he was concerned it was a highly stupid impression. Miss Mitten complained to baby Cook Emma about Istha's rudeness, and about their reading backwards. She told baby Cook Emma that she had seen Satan in their eyes. Nada sni readsi. They were made to write in future we will not read backwards. In future we will not read backwards. 100 times. Forwards. A few months later Miss Mitten was killed by a milk van in Hobart, across the road from a cricket oval. To the twins there was hidden justice in the fact that the milk van had been reversing. More buses and cars had stopped on either side of the level crossing. An ambulance that said Sacred Heart Hospital was full of a party of people on their way to a wedding. The bride was staring out of the back window, her face partially obscured by the flaking paint of the huge red cross. The buses all had girls' names. Lucy Cutty, Molly Cutty, Beena Mole. In Malayalam, Mole is little girl and Mon is little boy. Beena Mole was full of pilgrims who'd had their heads shaved at Tirupati. Rahel could see a row of bald heads at the bus window, above evenly spaced vomit streaks. She was more than a little curious about vomiting. She had never vomited. Not once. Istha had, and when he did, his skin grew hot and shiny, and his eyes helpless and beautiful, and Amu loved him more than usual. Chaco said that Istha and Rahel were indecently healthy. And so was Sophie Mole. He said it was because they didn't suffer from inbreeding like most Syrian Christians. And Parsis. Mamachi said that what her grandchildren suffered from was far worse than inbreeding. She meant having parents who were divorced. As though these were the only choices available to people, inbreeding or divorce. Rahel wasn't sure what she suffered from, but occasionally she practiced sad faces, and sighing in the mirror. It is a far, far better thing that I do, than I have ever done, she would say to herself sadly. That was Rahel being Sidney Carton being Charles Darnay, as he stood on the steps, waiting to be guillotined, in the Classics Illustrated Comics version of A Tale of Iwo Cities. She wondered what had caused the bald pilgrims to vomit so uniformly, and whether they had vomited together in a single, well-orchestrated heave, to music perhaps, to the rhythm of a busbajan, or separately, one at a time. Initially, when the level crossing had just closed, the air was full of the impatient sound of idling engines. But when the man that manned the crossing came out of his booth, on his backwards bending legs and signaled with his limp, flapping walk to the tea stall that they were in for a long wait, drivers switched off their engines and milled about, stretching their legs. With a desultory nod of his bored and sleepy head, the level crossing divinity conjured up beggars with bandages, men with trays selling pieces of fresh coconut, paripavadas on banana leaves, and cold drinks. Coca-Cola, Fanta, rose milk. A leper with soiled bandages begged at the car window. That looks like mercurochrome to me, Amu said, of his inordinately bright blood. Congratulations, Chaco said. Spoken like a true bourgeois. Amu smiled and they shook hands, as though she really was being awarded a certificate of merit for being an honest-to-goodness genuine bourgeois. Moments like these the twins treasured, and threaded like precious beads, on a, somewhat scanty, necklace. Rahel and Istha squashed their noses against the Plymouth's quarter windows. Yearning marshmallows with cloudy children behind them. Amu said no firmly, and with conviction. Chaco lit a charminar. He inhaled deeply and then removed a little flake of tobacco that had stayed behind on his tongue. Inside the Plymouth, it wasn't easy for Rahel to see Istha, because baby Cook Emma rose between them like a hill. Amu had insisted that they sit separately to prevent them from fighting. When they fought, Istha called Rahel a refugee stick insect. Rahel called him Elvis the pelvis and did a twisty, fanny kind of dance that infuriated Istha. When they had serious physical fights, they were so evenly matched that the fights went on forever, and things that came in their way, table lamps, ashtrays, and water jugs, were smashed or irreparably damaged. Baby Cook Emma was holding onto the back of the front seat with her arms. When the car moved, Her arm fat swung like heavy washing in the wind. Now it hung down like a fleshy curtain, blocking Istha from Rahel. On Istha's side of the road was a tea shack that sold tea and stale glucose biscuits in dim glass cases with flies. There was lemon soda in thick bottles with blue marble stoppers to keep the fizz in. And a red icebox that said rather sadly things with Coca-Cola. Merlid Haran, the level-crossing lunatic, perched cross-legged and perfectly balanced on the milestone. His balls and penis dangled down, pointing towards the sign which said 23 kilometers. Merlid Haran was naked except for the tall plastic bag that somebody had fitted onto his head like a transparent chef's cap, through which the view of the landscape continued dimmed, chef-shaped, but uninterrupted. He couldn't remove his cap even if he had wanted to, because he had no arms. They had been blown off in Singapore in '42, within the first week of his running away from home to join the fighting ranks of the Indian National Army. After independence he had himself registered as a Grade I freedom fighter and had been allotted a free first-class railway pass for life. This too he had lost, along with his mind, so he could no longer live on trains or in refreshment rooms in railway stations. Merlid Haran had no home, no doors to lock, but he had his old keys tied carefully around his waist. In a shining bunch. His mind was full of cupboards, cluttered with secret pleasures. An alarm clock. A red car with a musical horn. A red mug for the bathroom. A wife with a diamond. A briefcase with important papers. A coming home from the office. And I'm sorry, Colonel Savapathy, but I'm afraid I've said my say, and crisp banana chips for the children. He watched the trains come and go. He counted his keys. He watched governments rise and fall. He counted his keys. He watched cloudy children at car windows with yearning marshmallow noses. The homeless, the helpless, the sick, the small and lost, all filed past his window. Still he counted his keys. He was never sure which cupboard he might have to open, or when. He sat on the burning milestone with his matted hair and eyes like windows, and was glad to be able to look away sometimes. To have his keys to count and counter-check. Numbers would do. Numbness would be fine. Merlid Haran moved his mouth when he counted, and made well-formed words. Anarundarmuna Istha noticed that the hair on his head was curly grey, the hair in his windy, armless armpits was wispy black, and the hair in his crotch was black and springy. One man with 3 kinds of hair. Istha wondered how that could be. He tried to think of whom to ask. The waiting filled Rahel until she was ready to burst. She looked at her watch. It was 10 to 2. She thought of Julie Andrews and Christopher Plummer kissing each other sideways so that their noses didn't collide. She wondered whether people always kissed each other sideways. She tried to think of whom to ask. Then, from a distance, a hum approached the held-up traffic and covered it like a cloak. The drivers who'd been stretching their legs got back into their vehicles and slammed doors. The beggars and vendors disappeared. Within minutes there was no one on the road. Except Merlid Haran. Perched with his bum on the burning milestone. Unperturbed and only mildly curious. There was hustle-bustle. And police whistles. From behind a line of waiting, oncoming traffic, a column of men appeared, with red flags and banners and a hum that grew and grew. "Put up your windows," Chaco said. "And stay calm. They're not going to hurt us." "Why not join them, comrade?" Amyo said to Chaco. "I'll drive." Chaco said nothing. A muscle tensed below the wad of fat on his jaw. He tossed away his cigarette and rolled up his window. Chaco was a self-proclaimed Marxist. He would call pretty women who worked in the factory to his room, and on the pretext of lecturing them on labor rights and trade union law, flirt with them outrageously. He would call them comrade, and insist that they call him comrade back, which made them giggle. Much to their embarrassment and Mamachi's dismay, he forced them to sit at table with him and drink tea. Once he even took a group of them to attend trade union classes that were held in Aleppo. They went by bus and returned by boat. They came back happy, with glass bangles and flowers in their hair. Amu said it was all hogwash. Just a case of a spoiled prince-ealing playing comrade. Comrade. An Oxford avatar of the old zamindar mentality, a landlord forcing his attentions on women who depended on him for their livelihood. As the marchers approached, Amu put up her window. Istha his. Rahel hers. Effortfully, because the black knob on the handle had fallen off. Suddenly the sky-blue Plymouth looked absurdly opulent on the narrow, pitted road. Like a wide lady squeezing down a narrow corridor. Like baby Kukama in church, on her way to the bread and wine. Look down. Baby Kukama said, as the front ranks of the procession approached the car. Avoid eye contact. That's what really provokes them. On the side of her neck, her pulse was pounding. Within minutes, the road was swamped by thousands of marching people. Automobile islands in a river of people. The air was red with flags, which dipped and lifted as the marchers ducked under the level crossing gate and swept across the railway tracks in a red wave. The sound of 1,000 voices spread over the frozen traffic like a noise umbrella. Inquilab Zindabad. Thajalali Ekta Zindabad. Long live the revolution, they shouted. Workers of the world unite. Even Chaco had no really complete explanation for why the Communist Party was so much more successful in Kerala than it had been almost anywhere else in India, except perhaps in West Bengal. There were several competing theories. One was that it had to do with the large population of Christians in the state. 20% of Kerala's population were Syrian Christians, who believed that they were descendants of the 100 Brahmins whom St. Thomas the Apostle converted to Christianity when he traveled east after the resurrection. Structurally, this somewhat rudimentary argument went Marxism was a simple substitute for Christianity. Replace God with Marx, Satan with the bourgeoisie, heaven with the classless society, the church with the party, and the form and purpose of the journey remains similar. An obstacle race, with a prize at the end. Whereas the Hindu mind had to make more complex adjustments. The trouble with this theory was that in Kerala the Syrian Christians were, by and large, the wealthy, estate-owning, pickle factory-running, feudal lords, for whom communism represented a fate worse than death. They had always voted for the Congress Party. A second theory claimed that it had to do with the comparatively high level of literacy in the state. Perhaps. Except that the high literacy level was largely because of the communist movement. The real secret was that communism crept into Kerala insidiously. As a reformist movement that never overtly questioned the traditional values of a caste-ridden, extremely traditional community. The Marxists worked from within the communal divides, never challenging them, never appearing not to. They offered a cocktail revolution. A heady mix of Eastern Marxism and Orthodox Hinduism, spiked with a shot of democracy. Though Chaco was not a card-holding member of the party, he had been converted early and had remained, through all its travails, a committed supporter. He was an undergraduate at Delhi University during the euphoria of 1957, when the Communists won the state assembly elections and Nehru invited them to form a government. Chaco's hero, Comrade E.M.S. Namboodiripad, the flamboyant Brahmin high priest of Marxism in Kerala, became chief minister of the first ever democratically elected communist government in the world. Suddenly the communists found themselves in the extraordinary, critics said, absurd position of having to govern a people and foment revolution simultaneously. Comrade E.M.S. Namboodiripad evolved his own theory about how he would do this. Chaco studied his treatise on the peaceful transition to communism with an adolescent's obsessive diligence and an ardent fan's unquestioning approval. It set out in detail how Comrade E.M.S. Namboodiripad government intended to enforce land reforms, neutralize the police, subvert the judiciary and restrain the hand of the reactionary anti-people Congress government at the center. Unfortunately, before the year was out, the peaceful part of the peaceful transition came to an end. Every morning at breakfast the imperial entomologist derided his argumentative Marxist son by reading out newspaper reports of the riots, strikes and incidents of police brutality that convulsed Kerala. So, Karl Marx. Papachi would sneer when Chaco came to the table, "What shall we do with these bloody students now? The stupid goons are agitating against our people's government. Shall we annihilate them? Surely students aren't people anymore." Over the next 2 years the political discord, fueled by the Congress Party and the Church, slid into anarchy. By the time Chaco finished his BA and left for Oxford to do another one, Kerala was on the brink of civil war. Nehru dismissed the communist government and announced fresh elections. The Congress Party returned to power. It was only in 1967, almost exactly 10 years after they first came to power, that Comrade E.M.S. Nambudiripad's party was re-elected. This time as part of a coalition between what had by now become two separate parties, the Communist Party of India, and the Communist Party of India, Marxist. The CPI and the CPI-M. Papachi was dead by then. Chaco divorced. Paradise Pickles was 7 years old. Kerala was reeling in the aftermath of famine and a failed monsoon. People were dying. Hunger had to be very high up on any government list of priorities. During his second term in office, Comrade EMS went about implementing the peaceful transition more soberly. This earned him the wrath of the Chinese Communist Party. They denounced him for his parliamentary cretinism and accused him of providing relief to the people and thereby blunting the people's consciousness and diverting them from the revolution. Peking switched its patronage to the newest, most militant faction of the CPI-M, the Naxalites, who had staged an armed insurrection in Naxalbari, a village in Bengal. They organized peasants into fighting Khattars, seized land, expelled the owners and established people's courts to try class enemies. The Naxalite movement spread across the country and struck terror in every bourgeois heart. In Kerala, they breathed a plume of excitement and fear into the already frightened air. Killings had begun in the north. That May there was a blurred photograph in the papers of a landlord in Palghat who had been tied to a lamppost and beheaded. His head lay on its side, some distance away from his body, in a dark puddle that could have been water, could have been blood. It was hard to tell in black and white. In the gray, pre-dawn light, his surprised eyes were open. Comrade EMS Nambuduripad, running dog Soviet stooge, expelled the Naxalites from his party and went on with the business of harnessing anger for parliamentary purposes. The march that surged around the sky-blue Plymouth on that sky-blue December day was a part of that process. It had been organized by the Travankari Cochin Marxist Labor Union. Their comrades in Trivandrum would march to the Secretariat and present the Charter of People's Demands to Comrade EMS himself. The orchestra petitioning its conductor. Their demands were that paddy workers, who were made to work in the fields for 11.5 hours a day from 7 in the morning to 6:30 in the evening, be permitted to take a 1-hour lunch break. That women's wages be increased from 1 rupee 25 paisa a day to 3 rupees, and men's from 2 rupees 50 paisa to 4 rupees 50 paisa a day. They were also demanding that untouchables no longer be addressed by their caste names. They demanded not to be addressed as a Chu Parayal or Kellan Parivark or Kuttan Pulayan, but just as a Chu or Kellan or Kuttan. Cardamom kings, coffee counts, and rubber barons' old boarding school buddies came down from their lonely, far-flung estates and sipped chilled beer at the sailing club. They raised their glasses, arose by any other name. They said, and sniggered to hide their rising panic. The marchers that day were party workers, students, and the laborers themselves. Touchables and untouchables. On their shoulders they carried a keg of ancient anger, lit with a recent fuse. There was an edge to this anger that was Naxalite, and new. Through the Plymouth window, Rahel could see that the loudest word they said was Zindabad. And that the veins stood out in their necks when they said it. And that the arms that held the flags and banners were knotted and hard. Inside the Plymouth it was still and hot. Baby Kochama's fear lay rolled up on the car floor like a damp, clammy cheroot. This was just the beginning of it. The fear that over the years would grow to consume her. That would make her lock her doors and windows. That would give her 2 hairlines and both her mouths. Hers too, was an ancient, Age-old fear. The fear of being dispossessed. She tried to count the green beads on her rosary, but couldn't concentrate. An open hand slammed against the car window. A balled fist banged down on the bumming sky-blue bonnet. It sprang open. The Plymouth looked like an angular blue animal in a zoo asking to be fed. A bun. A banana. Another balled fist slammed down on it, and the bonnet closed. Chaco rolled down his window and called out to the man who had done it. "Thanks, Quito," he said. "Valerie, thanks." "Don't be so ingratiating, comrade," Amio said. "It was an accident. He didn't really mean to help. How could he possibly know that in this old car there beats a truly Marxist heart?" "Amio," Chaco said, his voice steady and deliberately casual, "is it at all possible for you to prevent your washed-up cynicism from completely coloring everything?" Silence filled the car like a saturated sponge. Washed up cut like a knife through a soft thing. The sun shone with a shuddering sigh. This was the trouble with families. Like invidious doctors, they knew just where it hurt. Just then Rahel saw Vilutha. Veliapapin's son, Vilutha. Her most beloved friend Vilutha. Vilutha marching with a red flag. In a white shirt and mundu with angry veins in his neck. He never usually wore a shirt. Rahel rolled down her window in a flash. "Vilutha! Vilutha!" she called to him. He froze for a moment, and listened with his flag. What he had heard was a familiar voice in a most unfamiliar circumstance. Rahel, standing on the car seat, had grown out of the Plymouth window like the loose, flailing horn of a car-shaped herbivore. With a fountain in a love in Tokyo and yellow-rimmed red plastic sunglasses. "Vilutha! Ivade! Vilutha!" And she too had veins in her neck. He stepped sideways and disappeared deftly into the angriness around him. Inside the car Amia whirled around, and her eyes were angry. She slapped at Rahel's calves, which were the only part of her left in the car to slap. Calves and brown feet in bata sandals. "Behave yourself," Amia said. Baby Kakama pulled Rahel down, and she landed on the seat with a surprised thump. She thought there'd been a misunderstanding. "It was Vilutha," she explained with a smile. "And he had a flag." The flag had seemed to her a most impressive piece of equipment. The right thing for a friend to have. "You're a stupid silly little girl," Amio said. Iler sudden, fierce anger pinned Rahel against the car seat. Rahel was puzzled. Why was Amio so angry? About what? But it was him. Rahel said. "Shut up," Amio said. Rahel saw that Amio had a film of perspiration on her forehead and upper lip, and that her eyes had become hard, like marbles. Like Papachi's in the Vienna studio photograph. How Papachi's moth whispered in his children's veins. Baby Kakama rolled up Rahel's window. Years later, on a crisp fall morning in upstate New York, on a Sunday train from Grand Central to Croton Harmon, it suddenly came back to Rahel. That expression on Amio's face. Like a rogue piece in a puzzle. Like a question mark that drifted through the pages of a book and never settled at the end of a sentence. That hard marble look in Amio's eyes. The glisten of perspiration on her upper lip. And the chill of that sudden, hurt silence. What had it all meant? The Sunday train was almost empty. Across the aisle from Rahel a woman with chapped cheeks and a mustache coughed up phlegm and wrapped it in twists of newspaper that she tore off the pile of Sunday papers on her lap. She arranged the little packages in neat rows on the empty seat in front of her as though she was setting up a phlegm stall. As she worked she chatted to herself in a pleasant, soothing voice. Memory was that woman on the train. Insane in the way she sifted through dark things in a closet and emerged with the most unlikely ones, a fleeting look, a feeling. The smell of smoke. Ein screen wiper. A mother's marble eyes. Quite sane in the way she left huge tracts of darkness veiled. Unremembered. Iler co-passenger's madness comforted Rahel. It drew her closer into New York's deranged womb. Away from the other, more terrible thing that haunted her. A sarnatal smell, like steel bus rails, and the smell of the bus conductor's hands from holding them. A young man with an old man's mouth. Outside the train, the Hudson shimmered, and the trees were the red-brown colors of fall. It was just a little cold. "There's a nipple in the air," Larry McCaslin said to Rahel, and laid his palm gently against the suggestion of protest from a chilly nipple through her cotton t-shirt. He wondered why she didn't smile. She wondered why it was that when she thought of home it was always in the colors of the dark, oiled wood of boats, and the empty cores of the tongues of flame that flickered in brass lamps. It was Vilutha. That much Rahel was sure of. She'd seen him. He'd seen her. She'd have known him anywhere, anytime. And if he hadn't been wearing a shirt, she would have recognized him from behind. She knew his back. She'd been carried on it. More times than she could count. It had a light brown birthmark, shaped like a pointed dry leaf. He said it was a lucky leaf, that made the monsoons come on time. A brown leaf on a black back. An autumn leaf at night. A lucky leaf that wasn't lucky enough. Vilutha wasn't supposed to be a carpenter. He was called Vilutha, which means white in Malayalam because he was so black. His father, Veliappapan, was a paravan. A toddy tapper. He had a glass eye. He had been shaping a block off granite with a hammer when a chip flew into his left eye and sliced right through it. As a young boy, Vilutha would come with Veliappapan to the back entrance of the Imanam house to deliver the coconuts they had plucked from the trees in the compound. Papachi would not allow paravans into the house. Nobody would. They were not allowed to touch anything that two shayables touched. Caste Hindus and caste Christians. Mamachi told Istha and Rahel that she could remember a time, in her girlhood, when paravans were expected to crawl backwards with a broom, sweeping away their footprints so that Brahmins or Syrian Christians would not defile themselves by accidentally stepping into a paravano footprint. In Mamachi's time, paravans, like other untouchables, were not allowed to walk on public roads, not allowed to cover their upper bodies, not allowed to carry umbrellas. They had to put their hands over their mouths when they spoke, to divert their polluted breath away from those whom they addressed. When the British came to Malabar, a number of paravans, Pilayas and Pulayas, among them Vilutha's grandfather, Kellan, converted to Christianity and joined the Anglican Church to escape the scourge of untouchability. As added incentive they were given a little food and money. They were known as the Rice Christians. It didn't take them long to realize that they had jumped from the frying pan into the fire. They were made to have separate churches, with separate services, and separate priests. As a special favor they were even given their own separate pariah bishop. After independence they found they were not entitled to any government benefits like job reservations or bank loans at low interest rates, because officially, on paper, they were Christians, and therefore caste less. It was a little like having to sweep away your footprints without a broom. Or worse, not being allowed to leave footprints at all. It was Mamachi, on vacation from Delhi and Imperial Entomology, who first noticed little Vilutha's remarkable facility with his hands. Vilutha was 11 then, about 3 years younger than Amua. He was like a little magician. He could make intricate toys, tiny windmills, rattles, minute jewel boxes out of dried palm reeds. He could carve perfect boats out of tapioca stems and figurines on cashew nuts. He would bring them for Amua, holding them out on his palm, as he had been taught, so she wouldn't have to touch him to take them. Though he was younger than she was, he called her Amukutty, little Amua. Mamachi persuaded Veliappapan to send him to the untouchable school that her father-in-law Punyan Kunju had founded. Vilutha was 14 when Johann Klein, a German carpenter from a carpenters' guild in Bavaria, came to Kottayam and spent 3 years with the Christian Mission Society, conducting a workshop with local carpenters. Every afternoon, after school, Vilutha caught a bus to Kottayam where he worked with Klein till dusk. By the time he was 16, Vilutha had finished high school and was an accomplished carpenter. He had his own set of carpentry tools and a distinctly German design sensibility. He built Mamachi a Bauhaus dining table with 12 dining chairs in rosewood and a traditional Bavarian chaise longue in lighter jackwood. For baby Kochama's annual nativity plays he made her a stack of wire-framed angel's wings that fitted onto children's backs like knapsacks, cardboard clouds for the angel Gabriel to appear between, and a manger for Christ to be born in. When her garden cherub's silver ark dried up inexplicably, it was Dr. Vilutha who fixed its bladder for her. Apart from his carpentry skills, Vilutha had a way with machines. Mamachi, with impenetrable touchable logic, often said that if only he hadn't been a paravan, he might have become an engineer. He mended radios, clocks, water pumps. He looked after the plumbing and all the electrical gadgets in the house. When Mamachi decided to enclose the back veranda, it was Vilutha who designed and built the sliding folding door that later became all the rage in Imanum. Vilutha knew more about the machines in the factory than anyone else. When Chacko resigned his job in Madras and returned to Imanum with a Bharat bottle sealing machine, it was Vilutha who reassembled it and set it up. It was Vilutha who maintained the new canning machine and the automatic pineapple slicer. Vilutha who oiled the water pump and the small diesel generator. Vilutha who built the aluminum sheet-lined, easy-to-clean cutting surfaces, and the ground-level furnaces for boiling fruit. Vilutha's father, Veliappan, however, was an old-world paravan. He had seen the crawling backwards days, and his gratitude to Mamachi and her family for all that they had done for him was as wide and deep as a river in Spate. When he had his accident with the stone ship, Mamachi organized and paid for his glass eye. He hadn't worked off his debt yet, and though he knew he wasn't expected to, that he wouldn't ever be able to, he felt that his eye was not his own. His gratitude widened his smile and bent his back. Veliappan feared for his younger son. He couldn't say what it was that frightened him. It was nothing that he had said or done. It was not what he said, but the way he said it. Not what he did, but the way he did it. Perhaps it was just a lack of hesitation. An unwarranted assurance. In the way he walked. The way he held his head. The quiet way he offered suggestions without being asked. Or the quiet way in which he disregarded suggestions without appearing to rebel. While these were qualities that were perfectly acceptable, perhaps even desirable, in touchables, Veliappan thought that in a paravan they could, and would, and indeed, should, be construed as insolence. Veliappan tried to caution Vilutha. But since he couldn't put his finger on what it was that bothered him, Vilutha misunderstood his muddled concern. To him it appeared as though his father grudged him his brief training and his natural skills. Veliappan's good intentions quickly degenerated into nagging and bickering and a general air of unpleasantness between father and son. Much to his mother's dismay, Vilutha began to avoid going home. He worked late. He caught fish in the river and cooked it on an open fire. He slept outdoors, on the banks of the river. Then one day he disappeared. For 4 years nobody knew where he was. There was a rumor that he was working on a building site for the Department of Welfare and Housing in Trivandrum. And more recently, the inevitable rumor that he had become a Naxalite. That he had been to prison. Somebody said they had seen him in Quilon. There was no way of reaching him when his mother, Chela, died of tuberculosis. Then Kudappan, his older brother, fell off a coconut tree and damaged his spine. He was paralyzed and unable to work. Vilutha heard of the accident a whole year after it happened. It had been 5 months since he returned to Imanum. He never talked about where he had been, or what he had done. Mamachi rehired Vilutha as the factory carpenter and put him in charge of general maintenance. It caused a great deal of resentment among the other touchable factory workers because, according to them, paravans were not meant to be carpenters. And certainly, prodigal paravans were not meant to be rehired. To keep the others happy, and since she knew that nobody else would hire him as a carpenter, Mamachi paid Vilutha less than she would a toucheable carpenter but more than she would a paravan. Mamachi didn't encourage him to enter the house, except when she needed something mended or installed. She thought that he ought to be grateful that he was allowed on the factory premises at all, and allowed to touch things that toucheables touched. She said that it was a big step for a paravan. When he returned to Imanum after his years away from home, Vilutha still had about him the same quickness, the sureness. And Veliapapan feared for him now more than ever. But this time he held his peace. He said nothing. At least not until the terror took hold of him. Not until he saw, night after night, a little boat being rowed across the river. Not until he saw it return at dawn. Not until he saw what his untouchable son had touched. More than touched. Entered. Loved. When the terror took hold of him, Veliapapan went to Mamachi. He stared straight ahead with his mortgaged eye. He wept with his own one. One cheek glistened with tears. The other stayed dry. He shook his own head from side to side till Mamachi ordered him to stop. He trembled his own body like a man with malaria. Mamachi ordered him to stop it, but he couldn't, because you can't order fear around. Not even a paravano. Veliapapan told Mamachi what he had seen. He asked God's forgiveness for having spawned a monster. He offered to kill his son with his own bare hands. To destroy what he had created. In the next room baby Kukama heard the noise and came to find out what it was all about. She saw grief and trouble ahead, and secretly, in her heart of hearts, she rejoiced. She said, among other things, how could she stand the smell? Haven't you noticed, they have a particular smell, these paravans? And she shuddered theatrically, like a child being force-fed spinach. She preferred an Irish Jesuit smell to a particular paravan smell. By far. By far. Vilutha, Veliapapan, and Kudapan lived in a little late-right hut, downriver from the Imanum house. A 3-minute run through the coconut trees for Esthapan and Rahel. They had only just arrived in Imanum with Amu and were too young to remember Vilutha when he left. But in the month since he had returned, they had grown to be the best of friends. They were forbidden from visiting his house, but they did. They would sit with him for hours, on their haunches hunched punctuation marks in a pool of wood shavings, and wonder how he always seemed to know what smooth shapes waited inside the wood for him. They loved the way wood, in Vilutha's hands, seemed to soften and become as pliable as plasticine. He was teaching them to use a planer. His house, on a good day, smelled of fresh wood shavings and the sun. Of red fish curry cooked with black tamarind. The best fish curry, according to Istha, in the whole world. It was Vilutha who made Rahel her luckiest ever fishing rod and taught her and Istha to fish. And on that sky-blue December day, it was him that she saw through her red sunglasses, marching with the red flag at the level crossing outside Cochin. Steel shrill police whistles pierced holes in the noise umbrella. Through the jagged umbrella holes Rahel could see pieces of red sky. And in the red sky, hot red kites wheeled, looking for rats. In their hooded yellow eyes there was a road and red flags marching. And a white shirt over a black back with a birthmark. Marching. Terror, sweat, and talcum powder had blended into a mauve paste between baby Kochama's rings of neck fat. Spit coagulated into little white gobs at the corners of her mouth. She imagined she saw a man in the procession who looked like the photograph in the newspapers of the Naxalite called Rajan, who was rumored to have moved south from Palgat. She imagined he had looked straight at her. A man with a red flag and a face like a knot opened Rahel's door because it wasn't locked. The doorway was full of men who'd stopped to stare. Feeling hot, baby, the man like a knot asked Rahel kindly in Malayalam. Then, unkindly, ask your daddy to buy you an air condition, and he hooted with delight at his own wit and timing. Rahel smiled back at him, pleased to have Chaco mistaken for her father. Like a normal family. Don't answer. Baby Kukama whispered hoarsely. Look down. Just look down. The man with the flag turned his attention to her. She was looking down at the floor of the car. Like a coy, frightened bride who had been married off to a stranger. "Hello, sister," the man said carefully in English. "What is your name, please?" When baby Kukama didn't answer, he looked back at his co-hecklers. "She has no name." "What about Modalala Mariakutty?" someone suggested with a giggle. Modalala in Malayalam means landlord. A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z, somebody else said, irrelevantly. More students crowded around. They all wore handkerchiefs or printed Bombay dyeing hand towels on their heads to stave off the sun. They looked like extras who had wandered off the sets of the Malayalam version of Sinbad, The Last Voyage. The man like a knot gave baby Kukama his red flag as a present. "Here," he said. "Hold it." Baby Kukama held it, still not looking at him. "Wave it," he ordered. She had to wave it. She had no choice. It smelled of new cloth and a shop. Crisp and dusty. She tried to wave it as though she wasn't waving it. "Now say Inquilab Zindabad." "Inquilab Zindabad," baby Kukama whispered. "Good girl." The crowd roared with laughter. A shrill whistle blew. "Okay then," the man said to baby Kukama in English, as though they had successfully concluded a business deal. "Bye-bye." He slammed the sky blue door shut. Baby Kukama wobbled. The crowd around the car unclotted and went on with its march. Baby Kukama rolled the red flag up and put it on the ledge behind the back seat. She put her rosary back into her blouse where she kept it with her melons. She busied herself with this and that, trying to salvage some dignity. After the last few men walked past, Chaco said it was all right now to roll down the windows. "Are you sure it was him?" Chaco asked Rahel. "Who?" Rahel said, suddenly cautious. "Are you sure it was Vilutha?" Rahel said, playing for time, trying to decipher Hamistha's frantic thought signals. "I said, are you sure that the man you saw was Vilutha?" Chaco said for the third time. Nias NNNN almost," Rahel said. "You're almost sure?" Chaco said. "No, it was almost Vilutha," Rahel said. "It almost looked like, so you're not sure then?" "Almost not." Rahel slid a look at Istha for approval. "It must have been him," baby Kukama said. "It's Trivandrum that's done this to him. They all go there and come back thinking they're some great politicos." Nobody seemed particularly impressed by her insight. "We should keep an eye on him," baby Kukama said. "If he starts this union business in the factory. I've noticed some signs, some rudeness, some ingratitude. The other day I asked him to help me with the rocks for my scree bed and I saw Vilutha at home before we left," Istha said brightly. "So how could it be him?" "For his own sake," baby Kukama said, darkly, "I hope it wasn't. And next time, est happen, don't interrupt." She was annoyed that nobody asked her what a scree bed was. In the days that followed, baby Kukama focused all her fury at her public humiliation on Vilutha. She sharpened it like a pencil. In her mind he grew to represent the march. And the man who had forced her to wave the Marxist Party flag. And the man who christened her Modalala Mariakutty and all the men who had laughed at her. She began to hate him. From the way Amu held her head, Rahel could tell that she was still angry. Rahel looked at her watch. 10 to 2. Still no train. She put her chin on the windowsill. She could feel the grey gristle of the felt that cushioned the window glass pressing into her chin skin. She took off her sunglasses to get a better look at the dead frog squashed on the road. It was so dead and squashed so flat that it looked more like a frog-shaped stain on the road than a frog. Rahel wondered if Miss Mitten had been squashed into a Miss Mitten-shaped stain by the milk truck that killed her. With the certitude of a true believer, Veliapapan had assured the twins that there was no such thing in the world as a black cat. He said that there were only black cat-shaped holes in the universe. There were so many stains on the road. Squashed Miss Mitten-shaped stains in the universe. Squashed frog-shaped stains in the universe. Squashed crows that had tried to eat the squashed frog-shaped stains in the universe. Squashed dogs that ate the squashed crow-shaped stains in the universe. Feathers. Mangoes. Spit. All the way to Cochin. The sun shone through the Plymouth window directly down at Rahel. She closed her eyes and shone back at it. Even behind her eyelids the light was bright and hot. The sky was orange, and the coconut trees were sea anemones waving their tentacles, hoping to trap and eat an unsuspecting cloud. A transparent spotted snake with a forked tongue floated across the sky. Then a transparent Roman soldier on a spotted horse. The strange thing about Roman soldiers in the comics, according to Rahel, was the amount of trouble they took over their armor and their helmets, and then, after all that, they left their legs bare. It didn't make any sense at all, weather-wise or otherwise. Amu had told them the story of Julius Caesar and how he was stabbed by Brutus, his best friend, in the Senate. And how he fell to the floor with knives in his back and said, "Et tu, brute, then fall, Caesar." It just goes to show, Amu said, that you can't trust anybody. Mother, father, brother, husband, best friend. Nobody. With children, she said, when they asked, it remained to be seen. She said it was entirely possible, for instance, that Istha could grow up to be a male chauvinist pig. At night, Istha would stand on his bed with his sheet wrapped around him and say, "Et tu, brute, then fall, Caesar," and crash into bed without bending his knees, like a stabbed corpse. Kochu Maria, who slept on the floor on a mat, said that she would complain to Mamachi. "Tell your mother to take you to your father's house," she said. "There you can break as many beds as you like. These aren't your beds. This isn't your house." Istha would rise from the dead, stand on his bed and say, "Et tu, Kochu Maria, then fall, Istha, and die again." Kochu Maria was sure that "Et tu" was an obscenity in English and was waiting for a suitable opportunity to complain about Istha to Mamachi. The woman in the neighboring car had biscuit crumbs on her mouth. Her husband lit a bent-after biscuit cigarette. He exhaled 2 tusks of smoke through his nostrils and for a fleeting moment looked like a wild boar. Mrs. Boar asked Rahel her name in a baby voice. Rahel ignored her and blew an inadvertent spit bubble. Amu hated them blowing spit bubbles. She said it reminded her of Baba, their father. She said that he used to blow spit bubbles and shiver his leg. According to Amu, only clerks behaved like that, not aristocrats. Aristocrats were people who didn't blow spit bubbles or shiver their legs. Or gobble. Though Baba wasn't a clerk, Amu said he often behaved like one. When they were alone, Istha and Rahel sometimes pretended that they were clerks. They would blow spit bubbles and shiver their legs and gobble like turkeys. They remembered their father whom they had known between wars. He once gave them puffs from his cigarette and got annoyed because they had sucked it and wet the filter with spit. "It's not a ruddy sweet," he said, genuinely angry. They remembered his anger. And Amu's. They remembered being pushed around a room once, from Amu to Baba like billiard balls. Amu pushing Istha away. "Here, you keep one of them. I can't look after them both." Later, when Istha asked Amu about that, she hugged him and said he mustn't imagine things. In the only photograph they had seen of him, which Amu allowed them to look at once, he was wearing a white shirt and glasses. He looked like a handsome, studious cricketer. With one arm he held Istha on his shoulders. Istha was smiling, with his chin resting on his father's head. Rahel was held against his body with his other arm. She looked grumpy and bad-tempered, with her baby legs dangling. Someone had painted rosy blobs onto their cheeks. Amu said that he had only carried them for the photograph and even then had been so drunk that she was scared he'd drop them. Amu said she'd been standing just outside the photograph, ready to catch them if he did. Still, except for their cheeks. Istha and Rahel thought it was a nice photograph. Will you stop that? Amu said, so loudly that Merlid Haran, who had hopped off the milestone to stare into the Plymouth, backed off, his stumps jerking in alarm. What? Rahel said, but knew immediately what. Her spit bubble. Sorry, Amu, Rahel said. Sorry doesn't make a dead man alive, Istha said. Oh come on. Chaco said. You can't dictate what she does with her own spit. Mind your own business, Amu snapped. It brings back memories, Istha, in his wisdom, explained to Chaco. Rahel put on her sunglasses. The world became angry-colored. Take off those ridiculous glasses. Amu said. Rahel took off her ridiculous glasses. It's fascist, the way you deal with them, Chaco said. Even children have some rights, for God's sake. Don't use the name of the Lord in vain, Baby Kukama said. I'm not, Chaco said. I'm using it for a very good reason. Stop posing as the children's great savior. Amu said. When it comes down to brass tacks, you don't give a damn about them. Or me. Should I? Chaco said. Are they my responsibility? He said that Amu and Istha and Rahel were millstones around his neck. The backs of Rahel's legs went wet and sweaty. Her skin slipped on the foam leather upholstery of the car seat. She and Istha knew about millstones. In Mutiny on the Bounty, when people died at sea, they were wrapped in white sheets and thrown overboard with millstones around their necks so that the corpses wouldn't float. Istha wasn't sure how they decided how many millstones to take with them before they set off on their voyage. Istha put his head in his lap. His puff was spoiled. A distant train rumble seeped upwards from the frog-stained road. The yam leaves on either side of the railway track began to nod in mass consent. Yes, sighs. The bald pilgrims in Bina Mole began to sing another bhajan. I tell you, these Hindus, Baby Kukama said piously. They have no sense of privacy. They have horns and scaly skins, Chaco said sarcastically. And I've heard that their babies hatch from eggs. Rahel had 2 bumps on her forehead that Istha said would grow into horns. At least one of them would because she was half Hindu. She hadn't been quick enough to ask him about his horns. Because whatever she was, he was too. The train slammed past under a column of dense black smoke. There were 32 bogies, and the doorways were full of young men with helmety haircuts who were on their way to the edge of the world to see what happened to the people who fell off. Those of them who craned too far fell off the edge themselves. Into the flailing darkness, their haircuts turned inside out. The train was gone so quickly that it was hard to imagine that everybody had waited so long for so little. The yam leaves continued to nod long after the train had gone, as though they agreed with it entirely and had no doubts at all. A gossamer blanket of coal dust floated down like a dirty blessing and gently smothered the traffic. Chaco started the Plymouth. Baby Kukama tried to be jolly. She started a song. There's a sad sort of clanging from the clock in the hall and the bells in the steeple too. And up in the nursery an absurd little bird is popping out to say. She looked at Istha and Rahel, waiting for them to say cuckoo. They didn't. A car breeze blew. Green trees and telephone poles flew past the windows. Still birds slid by on moving wires, like unclaimed baggage at the airport. A pale day moon hung hugely in the sky and went where they went. As big as the belly of a beer-drinking man. Chapter 3 Big man the Laltane, small man the Mombatti filth had laid siege to the Imanum house like a medieval army advancing on an enemy castle. It clotted every crevice and clung to the window panes. Midges whizzed in teapots. Dead insects lay in empty vases. The floor was sticky. White walls had turned an uneven gray. Brass hinges and door handles were dull and greasy to the touch. Infrequently used plug points were clogged with grime. Light bulbs had a film of oil on them. The only things that shone were the giant cockroaches that scurried around like varnished gophers on a film set. Baby Kukama had stopped noticing these things long ago. Coach Maria, who noticed everything, had stopped caring. The chaise longue on which baby Cook Emma reclined had crushed peanut shells stuffed into the crevices of its rotting upholstery. In an unconscious gesture of television-enforced democracy, mistress and servant both scrabbled unseeingly in the same bowl of nuts. Coach Maria tossed nuts into her mouth. Baby Cook Emma placed them decorously in hers. On the Best of Donahue, the studio audience watched a clip from a film in which a black busker was singing Somewhere Over the Rainbow in a subway station. He sang sincerely, as though he really believed the words of the song. Baby Cook Emma sang with him, her thin, quavering voice thickened with peanut paste. She smiled as the lyrics came back to her. Coach Maria looked at her as though she had gone mad, and grabbed more than her fair share of nuts. The busker threw his head back when he hit the high notes, the whir of Somewhere, and the ridged, pink roof of his mouth filled the television screen. He was as ragged as a rock star, but his missing teeth and the unhealthy pallor of his skin spoke eloquently of a life of privation and despair. He had to stop singing each time a train arrived or left, which was often. Then the lights went up in the studio and Donahue presented the man himself, who, on a prearranged cue, started the song from exactly the point that he had had to stop, for a train, cleverly achieving a touching victory of song over subway. The next time the busker was interrupted mid-song was only when Phil Donahue put his arm around him and said thank you. Thank you very much. Being interrupted by Phil Donahue was of course entirely different from being interrupted by a subway rumble. It was a pleasure. An honor. The studio audience clapped and looked compassionate. The busker glowed with primetime happiness, and for a few moments, deprivation took a back seat. It had been his dream to sing on the Donahue Show, he said, not realizing that he had just been robbed of that too. There are big dreams and little ones. Big man the Laltain Sahib, small man the Mombatti, an old coolie, who met us the school excursion party at the railway station, unfailingly, year after year, used to say of dreams. Big man the lantern. Small man the tallow stick. Huge man the strobe lights, he omitted to say. And small man the subway station. The masters would haggle with him as he trudged behind them with the boys' 7 luggage, his bowed legs further bowed, cruel schoolboys imitating his gait. Balls in brackets they used to call him. Smallest man the varicose veins he clean forgot to mention, as he wobbled off with less than half the money he had asked for and less than a tenth of what he deserved. Outside, the rain had stopped. The grey sky curdled and the clouds resolved themselves into little lumps, like substandard mattress stuffing. Esthapen appeared at the kitchen door, wet, and wiser than he really was. Behind him the long grass sparkled. The puppy stood on the steps beside him. Raindrops slid across the curved bottom of the rusted gutter on the edge of the roof, like shining beads on an abacus. Baby Cook Emma looked up from the television. Here he comes, she announced to Rahel, not bothering to lower her voice. Now watch. He won't say anything. He'll walk straight to his room. Just watch. The puppy seized the opportunity and tried to stage a combined entry. Coach Maria hit the floor fiercely with her palms and said, "Hup. Hup. Poda patty." So the puppy, wisely, desisted. It appeared to be familiar with this routine. Watch. Baby Cook Emma said. She seemed excited. He'll walk straight to his room and wash his clothes. He's very overclean, he won't say a word. She had the air of a game warden pointing out an animal in the grass, taking pride in her ability to predict its movements, her superior knowledge of its habits and predilections. Istha's hair was plastered down in clumps, like the inverted petals of a flower. Slivers of white scalp shone through. Rivulets of water ran down his face and neck. He walked to his room. A gloating halo appeared around baby Coach Emma's head. See, she said. Coach Maria used the opportunity to switch channels and watch a bit of Prime Bodies. Rahel followed Istha to his room. Amu's room. Once. The room had kept his secrets. It gave nothing away. Not in the disarray of rumpled sheets, nor the untidiness of a kicked-off shoe or a wet towel hung over the back of a chair. Or a half-read book. It was like a room in a hospital after the nurse had just been. The floor was clean, the walls white. The cupboard closed. Shoes arranged. The dustbin empty. The obsessive cleanliness of the room was the only positive sign of volition from Istha. The only faint suggestion that he had, perhaps, some design for life. Just the whisper of an unwillingness to subsist on scraps offered by others. On the wall by the window, an iron stood on an ironing board. A pile of folded, crumpled clothes waited to be ironed. Silence hung in the air like secret loss. The terrible ghosts of impossible-to-forget toys clustered on the blades of the ceiling fan. A catapult. A Qantas koala, from Miss Mitten, with loosened button eyes. An inflatable goose, that had been burst with a policeman's cigarette. 2 ballpoint pens with silent streetscapes and red London buses that floated up and down in them. Istha put on the tap and water drummed into a plastic bucket. He undressed in the gleaming bathroom. He stepped out of his sodden jeans. Stiff. Dark blue. Difficult to get out of. He pulled his crushed strawberry t-shirt over his head, smooth, slim, muscular arms crossed over his body. He didn't hear his sister at the door. Rahel watched his stomach suck inwards and his rib cage rise as his wet t-shirt peeled away from his skin, leaving it wet and honey-colored. His face and neck and a V-shaped triangle at the base of his throat were darker than the rest of him. His arms too were double-colored. Paler where his shirt sleeves ended. A dark brown man in pale honey clothes. Chocolate with a twist of coffee. High cheekbones and hunted eyes. A fisherman in a white-tiled bathroom with sea secrets in his eyes. Had he seen her? Was he really mad? Did he know that she was there? They had never been shy of each other's bodies, but they had never been old enough, together, to know what shyness was. Now they were. Old enough. Old a viable diable age. What a funny word old was on its own, Rahel thought, and said it to herself. Old. Rahel at the bathroom door. Slim-hipped. Tell her she'll need a cesarean, a drunk gynecologist had said to her husband while they waited for their change at the gas station. A lizard on a map on her faded t-shirt. Long wild hair with a glint of deep henna red sent unruly fingers down into the small of her back. The diamond in her nostril flashed. Sometimes. And sometimes not. A thin, gold, serpent-headed bangle glowed like a circle of orange light around her wrist. Slim snakes whispering to each other, head to head. Her mother's melted wedding ring. Down softened the sharp lines of her thin, angular arms. At first glance she appeared to have grown into the skin of her mother. High cheekbones. Deep dimples when she smiled. But she was longer, harder, flatter, more angular than Amu had been. Less lovely perhaps to those who like roundness and softness in women. Only her eyes were incontestably more beautiful. Large. Luminous. Drownable in, as Larry McCaslin had said and discovered to his cost. Rahel searched her brother's nakedness for signs of herself. In the shape of his knees. The arch of his instep. The slope of his shoulders. The angle at which the rest of his arm met his elbow. The way his toenails tipped upwards at the ends. The sculpted hollows on either side of his taut, beautiful buns. Tight plums. Men's bums never grow up. Like school satchels, they evoke in an instant memories of childhood. 2 vaccination marks on his arm gleamed like coins. Hers were on her thigh. Girls always have them on their thighs, Amu used to say. Rahel watched Istha with the curiosity of a mother watching her wet child. A sister a brother. A woman a man. A twin. She flew these several kites at once. He was a naked stranger met in a chance encounter. He was the one that she had known before life began. The one who had once led her, swimming, through their lovely mother's cunt. Both things unbearable in their polarity. In their irreconcilable far apartness. A raindrop glistened on the end of Istha's earlobe. Thick, silver in the light, like a heavy bead of mercury. She reached out. Touched it. Took it away. Istha didn't look at her. He retreated into further stillness. As though his body had the power to snatch its senses inwards, knotted, egg-shaped, away from the surface of his skin, into some deeper more inaccessible recess. The silence gathered its skirts and slid, like Spider-Woman, up the slippery bathroom wall. Istha put his wet clothes in a bucket and began to wash them, with crumbling, bright blue soap. Chapter 4 Abhilash Talkies advertised itself as the first cinema hall in Kerala with a 70mm cinemascope screen. To drive home the point, its facade had been designed as a cement replica of a curved cinemascope screen. On top, cement writing, neon lighting, it said Abhilash Talkies in English and Malayalam. The toilets were called his and hers, hers for Amua, Rahel, and baby cook Emma. His for Istha alone, because Chaco had gone to see about the bookings at the Hotel Sea Queen. Will you be okay? Amua said, worried. Istha nodded. Through the red formica door that closed slowly on its own, Rahel followed Amua and baby cook Emma into hers. She turned to wave across the slipper oily marble floor at Istha alone, with a comb, in his beige and pointy shoes. Istha waited in the dirty marble lobby with the lonely, watching mirrors till the red door took his sister away. Then he turned and padded off to his. In hers, Amua suggested that Rahel balance in the air to piss. She said that public pots were dirty. Like money was. You never knew who'd touched it? Lepers. Butchers. Car mechanics. Pus. Blood. Grease. Once when Kochu Maria took her to the butcher's shop, Rahel noticed that the green 5-rupee note that he gave them had a tiny blob of red meat on it. Kochu Maria wiped the blob away with her thumb. The juice left a red smear. She put the money into her bodice. Meat-smelling blood money. There was a voice from outside the picture. It was clear and true, cutting through the fen-whirring, peanut-crunching darkness. There was a nun in the audience. Heads twisted around like bottle caps. Black-haired backs of heads became faces with mouths and mustaches. Hissing mouths with teeth like sharks. Many of them. Like stickers on a card. SHHHH, they said together. It was Istha who was singing. A nun with a puff. An Elvis pelvis nun. He couldn't help it. Get him out of here. The audience said, when they found him. Shut up or get out. Get out or shut up. The audience was a big man. Istha was a little man, with the tickets. Istha, for heaven's sake, shut up. Amua's fierce whisper said. So Istha shut up. The mouths and mustaches turned away. But then, without warning, the song came back, and Istha couldn't stop it. Amua, can I go and sing it outside? Istha said, before Amua smacked him. I'll come back after the song. But don't ever expect me to bring you out again, Amua said. You're embarrassing all of us. But Istha couldn't help it. He got up to go. Past angry Amua. Past Rahel concentrating through her knees. Past baby cook Emma. Past the audience that had to move its legs again. These way and that. The red sign over the door said exit in a red light. Istha aired. In the lobby, the orange drinks were waiting. The lemon drinks were waiting. The melty chocolates were waiting. The electric blue foam leather car sofas were waiting. The coming soon posters were waiting. Istha alone sat on the electric blue foam leather car sofa, in the Abhilash Talkies Princess Circle lobby, and sang. In a nun's voice, as clear as clean water. But how do you make her stay and listen to all you say? The man behind the refreshments counter, who'd been asleep on a row of stools, waiting for the interval, woke up. He saw, with gummy eyes, Istha alone in his beige and pointy shoes. And his spoiled puff. The man wiped his marble counter with a dirt-colored rag. And he waited. And waiting he wiped. And wiping he waited. And watched Istha sing. How do you keep a wave upon the sand? Oh, how do you solve a problem like Maria? Eda orange drink lemon drink man said, in a gravelly voice thick with sleep. What the hell do you think you're doing? How do you hold a moonbeam in your hand? Istha sang. The orange drink lemon drink man said. Look, this is my resting time. Soon I'll have to wake up and work. So I can't have you singing English songs here. Stop it. His gold wristwatch was almost hidden by his curly forearm hair. His gold chain was almost hidden by his chest hair. His white terry lean shirt was unbuttoned to where the swell of his belly began. He looked like an unfriendly jeweled bear. Behind him there were mirrors for people to look at themselves in while they bought cold drinks and refreshments. To reorganize their puffs and settle their buns. The mirrors watched Istha. I could file a written complaint against you, the man said to Istha. How would you like that? A written complaint. Istha stopped singing and got up to go back in. Now that I'm up, the orange drink lemon drink man said, now that you've woken me up from my resting time, now that you've disturbed me, at least come and have a drink. It's the least you can do. He had an unshaven, jowly face. His teeth, like yellow piano keys, watched little Elvis the pelvis. No thank you, Elvis said politely. My family will be expecting me. And I've finished my pocket money. Porket or nunny. The orange drink lemon drink man said with his teeth still watching. First English songs, and now porket money. Where do you live? On the moon. Istha turned to go. Wait a minute, the orange drink lemon drink man said sharply. Just a minute, he said Agam, more gently, I thought I asked you a question. His yellow teeth were magnets. They saw, they smiled, they sang, they smelled, they moved. They mesmerized. I asked you where you lived, he said, spinning his nasty web. Imanum, Istha said. I live in Imanum. My grandmother owns Paradise Pickles and Preserves. She's the sleeping partner. Is she, now, the orange drink lemon drink man said. And who does she sleep with? He laughed a nasty laugh that Istha couldn't understand. Never mind. You wouldn't understand. Come and have a drink, he said. A free cold drink. Come. Come here and tell me all about your grandmother. Istha went. Drawn by yellow teeth. Here. Behind the counter, the orange drink lemon drink man said. He dropped his voice to a whisper. It has to be a secret because drinks are not allowed before the interval. It's a theater offense. Cognizable, he added after a pause. Istha went behind the refreshments counter for his free cold drink. He saw the 3 high stools arranged in a row for the orange drink lemon drink man to sleep on. The wood shiny from his sitting. Now if you'll kindly hold this for me, the orange drink lemon drink man said, handing Istha his penis through his soft white muslin dhoti, I'll get you your drink. Orange. Lemon. Istha held it because he had to. Orange. Lemon, the man said. Lemon orange. Lemon, please, Istha said politely. He got a cold bottle and a straw. So he held a bottle in one hand and a penis in the other. Hard, hot, Vena. Not a moonbeam. The orange drink lemon drink man's hand closed over Istha's. His thumbnail was long like a woman's. He moved Istha's hand up and down. First slowly. Then fastly. The lemon drink was cold and sweet. The penis hot and hard. The piano keys were watching. So your grandmother runs a factory, the orange drink lemon drink man said. What kind of factory? Many products, Istha said, not looking, with the straw in his mouth. Squashes, pickles, jams, curry powders. Pineapple slices. Good, the orange drink lemon drink man said. Excellent. His hand closed tighter over Isthus. Tight and sweaty. And faster still. Fast faster fest, never let it rest until the fast is faster, and the faster's fest. Through the soggy paper straw, almost flattened with spit and fear, the liquid lemon sweetness rose. Blowing through the straw, while his other hand moved, Istha blew bubbles into the bottle. Sticky sweet lemon bubbles of the drink he couldn't drink. In his head he listed his grandmother's produce. Pickles, mango, squashes, jams, orange, green pepper, grape, bitter gourd, pineapple, banana, mixed fruit, grapefruit, marmalade, garlic, salted lime, mango. Then the bristly face contorted, and Istha's hand was wet and hot and sticky. It had egg white on it. White egg white. Quarter boiled. The lemon drink was cold and sweet. The penis was soft and shriveled like an empty leather change purse. With his dirt-colored rag, the man wiped Istha's other hand. Now finish your drink, he said, and affectionately squished a cheek of Istha's bottom. Tight plums in drain pipes. And beige and pointy shoes. You mustn't waste it, he said. Think of all the poor people who have nothing to eat or drink. You're a lucky rich boy with pocket money and a grandmother's factory to inherit. You should thank God that you have no worries. Now finish your drink. And so, behind the refreshments counter, in the Abhilash Talkies Princess Circle lobby, in the hall with Kerala's first 70mm cinemascope screen, Esthapan Yako finished his free bottle of fizzed, lemon-flavored fear. His lemon tulaman, too cold. Too sweet. The fizz came up his nose. He would be given another bottle soon, free, fizzed fear. But he didn't know that yet. He held his sticky other hand away from his body. It wasn't supposed to touch anything. When Istha finished his drink, the orange drink lemon drink man said, "Finished. Good boy." He took the empty bottle and the flattened straw, and sent Istha back into the sound of music. Back inside the harrowing darkness, Istha held his other hand carefully, upwards, as though he was holding an imagined orange. He slid past the audience, their legs moving these way and that, past baby cook Emma, past Rahel, still tilted back, past Amua, still annoyed. Istha sat down, still holding his sticky orange. And there was Baron von Claptrap. Christopher Plummer. Arrogant. Hard-hearted. With a mouth like a slit. And a steel shrill police whistle. A captain with 7 children. Clean children, like a packet of peppermints. He pretended not to love them, but he did. He loved them. He loved her, Julie Andrews, she loved him, they loved the children loved them. They all loved each other. They were clean, white children, and their beds were soft with derivative downs. The house they lived in had a lake and gardens, a wide staircase, white doors and windows, and curtains with flowers. The clean white children, even the big ones, were scared of the thunder. To comfort them, Julie Andrews put them all into her clean bed, and sang them a clean song about a few of her favorite things. These were a few of her favorite things: 1. Girls in white dresses with blue satin sashes. 2. Wild geese that flee with the moon on their wings. 3. Bright copper kettles. 4. Doorbells and sleigh bells and schnitzel with noodles. 5. Etc. And then, in the minds of certain 2 twin members of the audience in Abhilash Talkies, some questions arose that needed answers. A. Did Baron von Claptrap shiver his leg? 1. He did not. B. Did Baron von Claptrap blow spit bubbles? Did he? He did most certainly not. C. Did he gobble? 1. He did not. Oh Baron von Trapp, could you love the little fellow with the orange in the smelly auditorium? Elise just held the orange drink lemon drink man Susu in his hand, but could you love him still? And his twin sister? Tilting upwards with her fountain in a love in Tokyo? Could you love her too? Baron von Trapp had some questions of his own. A. Are they clean white children? No. But Sophie Mole is. B. Do they blow spit bubbles? Yes. But Sophie Mole doesn't. C. Do they shiver their legs? Like clerks? Yes, but Sophie Mole doesn't. D. Have they either or both ever held strangers' susus? Nias. But Sophie Mole hasn't. Then I'm sorry, Baron von Claptrap said. It's out of the question. I cannot love them. I cannot be their Baba. Oh no. Baron von Claptrap couldn't. Istha put his head in his lap. What's the matter? Amu said. If you're sulking again, I'm taking you straight home. Sit up please. And watch. That's what you've been brought here for. Finish the drink. Watch the picture. Think of all the poor people. Lucky rich boy with pocket money. No worries. Istha sat up and watched. His stomach heaved. He had a green wavy, thick watery, lumpy, seaweedy, floaty, bottomless bottomful feeling. Amu, he said. Now what? The what snapped, barked, spat out. Feeling vomity, Istha said. Just feeling or do you want to? Amu's voice was worried. Don't know. Shall we go and try? Amu said. It'll make you feel better. Okay, Istha said. Okay. Okay. Where are you going? Baby Cook Amma wanted to know. Istha's going to try and vomit, Amu said. Where are you going? Rahel asked. Feeling vomity, Istha said. Can I come and watch? No, Amu said. Past the audience again, legs these way and that. Last time to sing. This time to try and vomit. Exit through the exit. Outside in the marble lobby, the orange drink lemon drink man was eating a sweet. His cheek was bulging with a moving sweet. He made soft, sucking sounds like water draining from a basin. There was a green Perry's wrapper on the counter. Sweets were free for this man. He had a row of free sweets in dim bottles. He wiped the marble counter with his dirt-colored rag that he held in his hairy watch hand. When he saw the luminous woman with polished shoulders and the little boy, a shadow slipped across his face. Then he smiled his portable piano smile. Out again so soon, he said. Istha was already retching. Amu moonwalked him to the Princess Circle bathroom. Hers. He was held up, wedged between the not-clean basin and Amu's body. Legs dangling. The basin had steel taps, and rust stains. And a brown webbed mesh of hairline cracks, like the road map of some great, intricate city. Istha convulsed, but nothing came. Just thoughts. And they floated out and floated back in. Amu couldn't see them. They hovered like storm clouds over the basin city. But the basin men and basin women went about their usual basin business. Basin cars, and basin buses still whizzed around. Basin life went on. No. Amu said. No, Istha said. No. No. Then wash your face, Amu said. Water always helps. Wash your face and let's go and have a fizz lemon drink. Istha washed his face and hands and face and hands. His eyelashes were wet and bunched together. The orange drink lemon drink man folded the green sweet wrapper and fixed the fold with his painted thumbnail. He stunned a fly with the rolled magazine. Delicately, he flicked it over the edge of the counter onto the floor. It lay on its back and waved its feeble legs. Sweet boy this, he said to Amu. Sings nicely. He's my son, Amu said. Really, the orange drink lemon drink man said, and looked at Amu with his teeth. Really? You don't look old enough. He's not feeling well, Amu said. I thought a cold drink would make him feel better. Of course, the man said. Of course. Orange lemon. Lemon orange. Dreadful, dreaded question. No. Thank you. Istha looked at Amua. Green wavy, seaweed eddy, bottomless bottomful. What about you? The orange drink lemon drink man asked Amua. Coca-Cola Fanta? Ice cream rose milk? No. Not for me. Thank you, Amua said. Deep dimpled, luminous woman. Here, the man said, with a fistful of sweets, like a generous air hostess. These are for your little mon. No thank you, Istha said, looking at Amua. Take them, Istha, Amua said. Don't be rude. Istha took them. Say thank you, Amua said. Thank you, Istha said. For the sweets, for the white egg white. No mention, the orange drink lemon drink man said in English. So, he said. Mon says you're from Imanum. Yes, Amua said. I come there often, the orange drink lemon drink man said. My wife's people are Imanum people. I know where your factory is. Paradise Pickles, isn't it? He told me. Your mon. He knew where to find Istha. That was what he was trying to say. It was a warning. Amua saw her son's bright fever-button eyes. We must go, she said. Mustn't risk a fever. Their cousin is coming tomorrow. She explained to Uncle. And then, added casually, from London. From London. A new respect gleamed in Uncle's eyes. For a family with London connections. Istha, you stay here with Uncle. I'll get baby cook Amma and Rahel, Amua said. Come, Uncle said. Come and sit with me on a high stool. No, Amimi. No, Amimi, no. I want to come with you. Amua, surprised at the unusually shrill insistence from her usually quiet son, apologized to the orange drink lemon drink uncle. He's not usually like this. Come on then, est happen. The back inside smell. Fan shadows. Backs of heads. Necks. Collars. Hair. Buns. Plaits. Ponytails. A fountain in a love in Tokyo. A little girl and an ex-nun. Baron von Trapp's 7 peppermint children had had their peppermint baths, and were standing in a peppermint line with their hair slicked down, singing in obedient peppermint voices to the woman the Baron nearly married. The blonde Baroness who shone like a diamond. The hills are alive with the sound of music. We have to go, Amua said to baby cook Amma and Rahel. But Amua. Rahel said. The main things haven't even happened yet. He hasn't even kissed her. He hasn't even torn down the Hitler flag yet. They haven't even been betrayed by Rolf the postman. Istha's sick, Amua said. Come on. The Nazi soldiers haven't even come. Come on, Amua said. Get up. They haven't even done. High on a hill lived a lonely goat herd. Istha has to be well for Sophie Mole, doesn't he? Baby cook Amma said. He doesn't, Rahel said, but mostly to herself. What did you say? Baby cook Amma said, getting the general drift, but not what was actually said. Nothing, Rahel said. I heard you. Baby cook Amma said. Outside, Uncle was reorganizing his dim bottles. Wiping with his dirt-colored rag the ring-shaped water stains they had left on his marble refreshments counter. Preparing for the interval. He was a clean orange drink lemon drink uncle. He had an air hostess's heart trapped in a bear's body. Going then, he said. Yes, Amua said. Where can we get a taxi? Out the gate, up the road, on your left, he said, looking at Rahel. You never told me you had a little mole too. And holding out another sweet here, mole for you. Take mine. Istha said quickly, not wanting Rahel to go near but Rahel had already started towards him. As she approached him, he smiled at her, and something about that portable piano smile, something about the steady gaze in which he held her, made her shrink from him. It was the most hideous thing she had ever seen. She spun around to look at Istha. She backed away from the hairy man. Istha pressed his Paris sweets into her hand and she felt his fever-hot fingers whose tips were as cold as death. "Bye, Mon," Uncle said to Istha. "I'll see you in Imanum sometime." So, the red steps once again. This time Rahel lagging. Slow. "No, I don't want to go." A ton of bricks on a leash. "Sweet chap, that orange drink lemon drink fellow," Amu said. "Chai." Baby Cook Amma said. "He doesn't look it, but he was surprisingly sweet with Istha," Amu said. "So why don't you marry him then?" Rahel said petulantly. Time stopped on the red staircase. Istha stopped. Baby Cook Amma stopped. "Rahel," Amu said. Rahel froze. She was desperately sorry for what she had said. She didn't know where those words had come from. She didn't know that she'd had them in her. But they were out now, and wouldn't go back in. They hung about that red staircase like clerks in a government office. Some stood, some sat, and shivered their legs. "Rahel," Amu said, "do you realize what you have just done?" Frightened eyes and a fountain looked back at Amu. "It's all right. Don't be scared," Amu said. "Just answer me. Do you?" "What?" Rahel said in the smallest voice she had. "Realize what you've just done?" Amu said. Frightened eyes and a fountain looked back at Amu. "Do you know what happens when you hurt people?" Amu said. "When you hurt people, they begin to love you less. That's what careless words do. They make people love you a little less." A cold moth with unusually dense dorsal tufts landed lightly on Rahel's heart. Where its icy legs touched her, she got goosebumps. 6 goosebumps on her careless heart. A little less her Amu loved her. And so, out the gate, up the road, and to the left. The taxi stand. A hurt mother, an ex-nun, a hot child and a cold one. 6 goosebumps and a moth. The taxi smelled of sleep. Old clothes rolled up. Damp towels. Armpits. It was, after all, the taxi driver's home. He lived in it. It was the only place he had to store his smells. The seats had been killed. Ripped. A swathe of dirty yellow sponge spilled out and shivered on the back seat like an immense jaundiced liver. The driver had the ferrety alertness of a small rodent. He had a hooked Roman nose and a little Richard mustache. He was so small that he watched the road through the steering wheel. To passing traffic it looked like a taxi with passengers but no driver. He drove fast pugnaciously, darting into empty spaces, nudging other cars out of their lanes. Accelerating at zebra crossings. Jumping lights. Why not use a cushion or a pillow or something? Baby Cook Amma suggested in her friendly voice. You'll be able to see better. Why not mind your own business, sister, the driver suggested in his unfriendly one. Driving past the inky sea, Istha put his head out of the window. He could taste the hot, salt breeze on his mouth. He could feel it lift his hair. He knew that if Amu found out about what he had done with the orange drink lemon drink man, she'd love him less as well. Very much less. He felt the shaming churning heaving turning sickness in his stomach. He longed for the river. Because water always helps. The sticky neon night rushed past the taxi window. It was hot inside the taxi, and quiet. Baby Cook Amma looked flushed and excited. She loved not being the cause of ill feeling. Every time a pie dog strayed onto the road, the driver made a sincere effort to kill it. The moth on Rahel's heart spread its velvet wings, and the chill crept into her bones. In the Hotel Sea Queen car park, the sky blue Plymouth gossiped with other, smaller cars. Slip slip snoo snah. A big lady at a small ladies' party. Tail fins aflutter. Room numbers 313 and 327, the man at the reception desk said. Non-air conditioned. Twin beds. Lift is closed for repair. The bellboy who took them up wasn't a boy and hadn't a bell. He had dim eyes and 2 buttons missing on his frayed maroon coat. His grayed undershirt showed. He had to wear his silly bellhop's cap tilted sideways, its tight plastic strap sunk into his sagging dewlap. It seemed unnecessarily cruel to make an old man wear a cap sideways like that and arbitrarily reorder the way in which age chose to hang from his chin. There were more red steps to climb. The same red carpet from the cinema hall was following them around. Magic flying carpet. Chaco was in his room. Caught feasting. Roast chicken, chips, sweet corn and chicken soup, 2 parathats, and vanilla ice cream with chocolate sauce. Sauce in a sauce boat. Chaco often said that his ambition was to die of overeating. Mamachi said it was a sure sign of suppressed unhappiness. Chaco said it was no such thing. He said it was sheer greed. Chaco was puzzled to see everybody back so early, but pretended otherwise. He kept eating. The original plan had been that Istha would sleep with Chaco, and Rahel with Amu and baby cook Emma. But now that Istha wasn't well and love had been reapportioned, Amu loved her a little less, Rahel would have to sleep with Chaco, and Istha with Amu and baby cook Emma. Amu took Rahel's pajamas and toothbrush out of the suitcase and put them on the bed. Here, Amu said. 2 clicks to close the suitcase. Click. And click. Amu, Rahel said, shall I miss dinner as my punishment? She was keen to exchange punishments. No dinner, in exchange for Amu loving her the same as before. As you please, Amu said. But I advise you to eat. If you want to grow, that is. Maybe you could share some of Chaco's chicken. Maybe and maybe not, Chaco said. But what about my punishment? Rahel said. You haven't given me my punishment. Some things come with their own punishments, baby cook Emma said. As though she was explaining a sum that Rahel couldn't understand. Some things come with their own punishments. Like bedrooms with built-in cupboards. They would all learn more about punishments soon. That they came in different sizes. That some were so big they were like cupboards with built-in bedrooms. You could spend your whole life in them, wandering through dark shelving. Baby Kochama's goodnight kiss left a little spit on Rahel's cheek. She wiped it off with her shoulder. Good night, God bless, Amu said. But she said it with her back. She was already gone. Good night, Istha said, too sick to love his sister. Rahel alone watched them walk down the hotel corridor like silent but substantial ghosts. 2 big, 1 small, in beige and pointy shoes. The red carpet took away their feet sounds. Rahel stood in the hotel room doorway, full of sadness. She had in her the sadness of Sophie Mole coming. The sadness of Amu's loving her a little less. And the sadness of whatever the orange drink lemon drink man had done to Istha in Abhilash Talkies. A stinging wind blew across her dry, aching eyes. Chaco put a leg of chicken and some finger chips onto a quarter plate for Rahel. No thank you, Rahel said, hoping that if she could somehow effect her own punishment, Amu would rescind hers. What about some ice cream with chocolate sauce? Chaco said. No thank you, Rahel said. Fine, Chaco said. But you don't know what you're missing. He finished all the chicken and then all the ice cream. Rahel changed into her pajamas. Please don't tell me what it is you're being punished for, Chaco said. I can't bear to hear about it. He was mopping the last of the chocolate sauce from the sauce boat with a piece of paratha. His disgusting, after-sweet. What was it? Scratching your mosquito bites till they bled? Not saying thank you to the taxi driver? Something much worse than that, Rahel said, loyal to Amu. Don't tell me, Chaco said. I don't want to know. He rang for room service and a tired bearer came to take away the plates and bones. He tried to catch the dinner smells, but they escaped and climbed into the limp brown hotel curtains. A dinnerless niece and her dinnerful uncle brushed their teeth together in the hotel sequin bathroom. She, a forlorn, stubby convict in striped pajamas and a fountain in a love in Tokyo. He, in his cotton vest and underpants. His vest, taut and stretched over his round stomach like a second skin, went slack over the depression of his belly button. When Rahel held her frothing toothbrush still and moved her teeth instead, he didn't say mustn't. He wasn't a fascist. They took it in turns to spit. Rahel carefully examined her white binica froth as it dribbled down the side of the basin, to see what she could see. What colors and strange creatures had been ejected from the spaces between her teeth? None tonight. Nothing unusual. Just binica bubbles. Chaco put off the big light. In bed, Rahel took off her love in Tokyo and put it by her sunglasses. Her fountain slumped a little, but stayed standing. Chaco lay in bed in the pool of light from his bedside lamp. A fat man on a dark stage. He reached over to his shirt lying crumpled at the foot of his bed. He took his wallet out of the pocket, and looked at the photograph of Sophie Mole that Margaret Cook Emma had sent him MRO years ago. Rahel watched him and her cold moth spread its wings again. Slow out. Slow in. A predator's lazy blink. The sheets were coarse, but clean. Chaco closed his wallet and put out the light. Into the night he lit a charminar and wondered what his daughter looked like now. 9 years old. Last seen when she was red and wrinkled. Barely human. 3 weeks later, Margaret, his wife, his only love, had cried and told him about Joe. Margaret told Chaco that she couldn't live with him anymore. She told him that she needed her own space. As though Chaco had been using her shelves for his clothes. Which, knowing him, he probably had. She asked him for a divorce. Those last few tortured nights before he left her, Chaco would slip out of bed with a torch and look at his sleeping child. To learn her. Imprint her on his memory. To ensure that when he thought of her, the child that he invoked would be accurate. He memorized the brown down on her soft skull. The shape of her puckered, constantly moving mouth. The spaces between her toes. The suggestion of a mole. And then, without meaning to, he found himself searching his baby for signs of Joe. The baby clutched his index finger while he conducted his insane, broken, envious, torch-lit study. Her belly button protruded from her satiated satin stomach like a domed monument on a hill. Chaco laid his ear against it and listened with wonder at the rumblings from within. Messages being sent from here to there. New organs getting used to each other. A new government setting up its systems. Organizing the division of labor, deciding who would do what. She smelled of milk and urine. Chaco marveled at how someone so small and undefined, so vague in her resemblances, could so completely command the attention, the love, the sanity, of a grown. When he left, he felt that something had been torn out of him. Something big. But Joe was dead now. Killed in a car crash. Dead as a doorknob. A Joe-shaped hole in the universe. In Chaco's photograph, Sophie Mole was 7 years old. White and blue. Rose-lipped, and Syrian Christian nowhere. Though Mamachi, peering at the photograph, insisted she had Papachi's nose. Chaco. Rahel said, from her darkened bed. Can I ask you a question? Ask me too, Chaco said. Chaco, do you love Sophie Mole most in the world? She's my daughter, Chaco said. Rahel considered this. Chaco. Is it necessary that people have to love their own children most in the world? There are no rules, Chaco said. But people usually do. Chaco, for example, Rahel said, just for example, is it possible that you can love Sophie Mole more than me and Istha? Or for you to love me more than Sophie Mole, for example? Anything's possible in Illumin nature, Chaco said in his reading aloud voice. Talking to the darkness now, suddenly insensitive to his little fountain-haired niece. Love. Madness. Hope. Infinite joy. Of the 4 things that were possible in human nature, Rahel thought that infinite joy sounded the saddest. Perhaps because of the way Chaco said it? Infinite joy. With a church sound to it. Like a sad fish with fins all over. A cold moth lifted a cold leg. The cigarette smoke curled into the night. And the fat man and the little girl lay awake in silence. A few rooms away, while his baby grandaunt snored, Istha awoke. Amua was asleep and looked beautiful in the barred blue streetlight that came in through the barred blue window. She smiled a sleep smile that dreamed of dolphins and a deep barred blue. It was a smile that gave no indication that the person who belonged to it was a bomb waiting to go off. Istha alone walked weavily to the bathroom. He vomited a clear, bitter, lemony, sparkling, fizzy liquid. The acrid aftertaste of a little man's first encounter with fear. Dum-dum. He felt a little better. He put on his shoes and walked out of his room, laces trailing, down the corridor, and stood quietly outside Rahel's door. Rahel stood on a chair and unlatched the door for him. Chaco didn't bother to wonder how she could possibly have known that Istha was at the door. He was used to their sometimes strangeness. He lay like a beached whale on the narrow hotel bed and wondered idly if it had indeed been Vilutha that Rahel saw. He didn't think it likely. Vilutha had too much going for him. He was a paravan with a future. He wondered whether Vilutha had become a card-holding member of the Marxist Party. And whether he had been seeing Comrade K.N.M. Pillai lately. Earlier in the year, Comrade Pillai's political ambitions had been given an unexpected boost. 2 local party members, Comrade J. Katakaran and Comrade Guhan Menon, had been expelled from the party as suspected Naxalites. One of them, Comrade Guhan Menon, was tipped to be the party's candidate for the Kottayam by-elections to the Legislative Assembly due next March. His expulsion from the party created a vacuum that a number of hopefuls were jockeying to fill. Among them Comrade K.N.M. Pillai. Comrade Pillai had begun to watch the goings-on at Paradise Pickles with the keenness of a substitute at a soccer match. To bring in a new labor union, however small, in what he hoped would be his future constituency, would be an excellent beginning for a journey to the Legislative Assembly. Until then, at Paradise Pickles, Comrade, as Amua put it, had been no more than a harmless game played outside working hours. But if the stakes were raised, and the conductor's baton wrested from Chaco's hands, everybody, except Chaco, knew that the factory, already steeped in debt, would be in trouble. Since things were not going well financially, the labor was paid less than the minimum rates specified by the trade union. Of course it was Chaco himself who pointed this out to them and promised that as soon as things picked up, their wages would be revised. He believed that they trusted him and knew that he had their best interests at heart. But there was someone who thought otherwise. In the evenings, after the factory shift was over, Comrade K.N.M. Pillai waylaid the workers of Paradise Pickles and shepherded them into his printing press. In his reedy, piping voice he urged them on to revolution. In his speeches he managed a clever mix of pertinent local issues and grand Maoist rhetoric, which sounded even grander in Malayalam. People of the world, he would chirrup, be courageous, dare to fight, differ difficulties and advance wave upon wave. Then the whole world will belong to the people. Monsters of all kinds shall be destroyed. You must demand what is rightfully yours. Yearly bonus. Provident Fund. Accident insurance. Since these speeches were in part rehearsal for when, as the local member of the Legislative Assembly, Comrade Pillai would address thronging millions, there was something odd about their pitch and cadence. His voice was full of green rice fields and red banners that arced across blue skies instead of a small hot room and the smell of printer's ink. Comrade K.N.M. Pillai never came out openly against Chaco. Whenever he referred to him in his speeches he was careful to strip him of any human attributes and present him as an abstract functionary in some larger scheme. A theoretical construct. A pawn in the monstrous bourgeois plot to subvert the revolution. He never referred to him by name, but always as the management. As though Chaco was many people. Apart from it being tactically the right thing to do, This disjunction between the man and his job helped Comrade Pillai to keep his conscience clear about his own private business dealings with Chacko. His contract for printing the Paradise Pickles labels gave him an income that he badly needed. He told himself that Chacko the client and Chacko the management were two different people. Quite separate of course from Chacko the comrade. The only snag in Comrade KNM Pillai's plans was Vilutha. Of all the workers at Paradise Pickles, he was the only card-holding member of the party, and that gave Comrade Pillai an ally he would rather have done without. He knew that all the other touchable workers in the factory resented Vilutha for ancient reasons of their own. Comrade Pillai stepped carefully around this wrinkle, waiting for a suitable opportunity to iron it out. He stayed in constant touch with the workers. He made it his business to know exactly what went on at the factory. He ridiculed them for accepting the wages they did, when their own government, the people's government, was in power. When Pun Nachan, the accountant who read Mamachi the papers every morning, brought news that there had been talk among the workers of demanding a raise, Mamachi was furious. "Tell them to read the papers. There's a famine on. There are no jobs. People are starving to death. They should be grateful they have any work at all." Whenever anything serious happened in the factory, it was always to Mamachi and not Chacko that the news was brought. Perhaps this was because Mamachi fitted properly into the conventional scheme of things. She was the Modalala. She played her part. Her responses, however harsh, were straightforward and predictable. Chacko on the other hand, though he was the man of the house, though he said my pickles, my jam, my curry powders, was so busy trying on different costumes that he blurred the battle lines. Mamachi tried to caution Chacko. He heard her out, but didn't really listen to what she was saying. So despite the early rumblings of discontent on the premises of Paradise Pickles, Chacko, in rehearsal for the revolution, continued to play comrade. Comrade. That night, on his narrow hotel bed, he thought sleepily about preempting Comrade Pillai by organizing his workers into a sort of private labor union. He would hold elections for them. Make them vote. They could take turns at being elected representatives. He smiled at the idea of holding round-table negotiations with Comrade Sumanthi, or, better still, Comrade Lucy Cuddy, who had much the nicer hair. His thoughts returned to Margaret Cook Emma and Sophie Mol. Fierce bands of love tightened around his chest until he could barely breathe. He lay awake and counted the hours before they could leave for the airport. On the next bed, his niece and nephew slept with their arms around each other. A hot twin and a cold one. He and she. We and us. Somehow, not wholly unaware of the hint of doom and all that waited in the wings for them. They dreamed of their river. Of the coconut trees that bent into it and watched, with coconut eyes, the boat slide by. Upstream in the mornings. Downstream in the evenings. And the dull, sullen sound of the boatmen's bamboo poles as they thudded against the dark, oiled boat wood. It was warm, the water. Gray-green. Like rippled silk. With fish in it. With the sky and trees in it. And at night, the broken yellow moon in it. When they grew tired of waiting, the dinner smells climbed off the curtains and drifted through the sea queen windows to dance the night away on the dinner-smelling sea. The time was 10 to 2. Chapter 5 God's Own Country. Years later, when Rahel returned to the river, it greeted her with a ghastly skull's smile, with holes where teeth had been, and a limp hand raised from a hospital bed. Both things had happened. It had shrunk. And she had grown. Downriver, a saltwater barrage had been built, in exchange for votes from the influential paddy farmer lobby. The barrage regulated the inflow of salt water from the backwaters that opened into the Arabian Sea. So now they had 2 harvests a year instead of 1. More rice, for the price of a river. Despite the fact that it was June, and raining, the river was no more than a swollen drain now. A thin ribbon of thick water that lapped wearily at the mud banks on either side, sequined with the occasional silver slant of a dead fish. It was choked with a succulent weed, whose furred brown roots waved like thin tentacles underwater. Bronze-winged lily trotters walked across it. Splay-footed, cautious. Once it had had the power to evoke fear, to change lives. But now its teeth were drawn, its spirit spent. It was just a slow, sludging green ribbon lawn that ferret-fed garbage to the sea. Bright plastic bags blew across its viscous, weedy surface like subtropical flying flowers. The stone steps that had once led bathers right down to the water, and fisher people to the fish, were entirely exposed and led from nowhere to nowhere, like an absurd corbelled monument that commemorated nothing. Ferns pushed through the cracks. On the other side of the river, the steep mud banks changed abruptly into low mud walls of shanty hutments. Children hung their bottoms over the edge and defecated directly onto the squelchy, sucking mud of the exposed riverbed. The smaller ones left their dribbling mustard streaks to find their own way down. Eventually, by evening, the river would rouse itself to accept the day's offerings and sludge off to the sea, leaving wavy lines of thick white scum in its wake. Upstream, clean mothers washed clothes and pots in unadulterated factory effluents. People bathed. Severed torsos soaping themselves, arranged like dark busts on a thin, rocking, ribbon lawn. On warm days the smell of shit lifted off the river and hovered over Imanum like a hat. Further inland, and still across, a five-star hotel chain had bought the heart of darkness. The History House, where map-breathed ancestors with tough toenails once whispered, could no longer be approached from the river. It had turned its back on Imanum. The hotel guests were ferried across the backwaters, straight from Cochin. They arrived by speedboat, opening up a foam on the water, leaving behind a rainbow film of gasoline. The view from the hotel was beautiful, but here too the water was thick and toxic. No swimming signs had been put up in stylish calligraphy. They had built a tall wall to screen off the slum and prevent it from encroaching on Kari Saipu's estate. There wasn't much they could do about the smell. But they had a swimming pool for swimming. And fresh tandoori pomfret and crepe Suzette on their menu. The trees were still green, the sky still blue, which counted for something. So they went ahead and plugged their smelly paradise, God's own country they called it, in their brochures because they knew, those clever hotel people, that smelliness, like other people's poverty, was merely a matter of getting used to. A question of discipline. Of rigor and air conditioning. Nothing more. Kari Saipu's house had been renovated and painted. It had become the centerpiece of an elaborate complex, crisscrossed with artificial canals and connecting bridges. Small boats bobbed in the water. The old colonial bungalow with its deep veranda and Doric columns, was surrounded by smaller, older, wooden houses, ancestral homes that the hotel chain had bought from old families and transplanted in the heart of darkness. Toy histories for rich tourists to play in. Like the sheaves of rice in Joseph's dream, like a press of eager natives petitioning an English magistrate, the old houses had been arranged around the History House in attitudes of deference. Heritage, the hotel was called. The hotel people liked to tell their guests that the oldest of the wooden houses, with its airtight, paneled storeroom which could hold enough rice to feed an army for a year, had been the ancestral home of Comrade EMS Namboodiripad, Kerala's Mao Zedong, they explained to the uninitiated. The furniture and knickknacks that came with the house were on display. A reed umbrella, a wicker couch, a wooden dowry box. They were labeled with edifying placards that said traditional Kerala umbrella and traditional Bndal dowry box. So there it was then, history and literature enlisted by commerce. Kurtz and Karl Marx joining palms to greet rich guests as they stepped off the boat. Comrade Namboodiripod's house functioned as the hotel's dining room, where semi-suntanned tourists in bathing suits sipped tender coconut water, served in the shell, and old communists, who now worked as fawning bearers in colorful ethnic clothes, stooped slightly behind their trays of drinks. In the evenings, for that regional flavor, the tourists were treated to truncated Kathakali performances, small attention spans, the hotel people explained to the dancers. So ancient stories were collapsed and amputated. 6-hour classics were slashed to 20-minute cameos. The performances were staged by the swimming pool. While the drummers drummed and the dancers danced, hotel guests frolicked with their children in the water. While Kunthi revealed her secret to Kama on the riverbank, courting couples rubbed suntan oil on each other. While fathers played sublimated sexual games with their nubile teenage daughters, Pudhana suckled young Krishna at her poisoned breast. Bhima disemboweled Dushasana and bathed Draupadi's hair in his blood. The back veranda of the History House, where a posse of touchable policemen converged, where an inflatable goose was burst, had been enclosed and converted into the airy hotel kitchen. Nothing worse than kebabs and caramel custard happened there now. The terror was past. Overcome by the smell of food. Silenced by the humming of cooks. The cheerful chopping of ginger and garlic. The disemboweling of lesser mammals, pigs, goats. The dicing of meat. The scaling of fish. Something lay buried in the ground. Under grass. Under 23 years of June rain. A small forgotten thing. Nothing that the world would miss. A child's plastic wristwatch with the time painted on it. 10 to 2, it said. A band of children followed Rahel on her walk. Hello hippie, they said, 25 years too late. What is your name? Then someone threw a small stone at her, and her childhood fled, flailing its thin arms. On her way back, looping around the Imanam house, Rahel emerged onto the main road. Ilir too, houses had mushroomed, and it was only the fact that they nestled under trees, and that then arrow paths that branched off the main road and led to them were not motorable, that gave Imanam the semblance of rural quietness. In truth, its population had swelled to the size of a little town. Behind the fragile facade of greenery lived a press of people who could gather at a moment's notice. To beat to death a careless bus driver. To smash the windscreen of a car that dared to venture out on the day of an opposition bond. To steal baby Kochama's imported insulin and her cream buns that came all the way from Best Bakery in Kottayam. Outside Lucky Press, Comrade K.N.M. Pillai was standing at his boundary wall talking to a man on the other side. Comrade Pillai's arms were crossed over his chest, and he clasped his own armpits possessively, as though someone had asked to borrow them and he had just refused. The man across the wall shuffled through a bunch of photographs in a plastic sachet, with an air of contrived interest. The photographs were mostly pictures of Comrade K.N.M. Pillai's son, Lenin, who lived and worked in Delhi. He took care of the painting, plumbing, and any electrical work for the Dutch and German embassies. In order to allay any fears his clients might have about his political leanings, he had altered his name slightly. Levin he called himself now. P. Levin. Rahel tried to walk past unnoticed. It was absurd of her to have imagined that she could. Igyo, Rahel Mole. Comrade K.N.M. Pillai said, recognizing her instantly, Orkanili. Comrade Uncle. Ower, Rahel said. Did she remember him? She did indeed. Neither question nor answer was meant as anything more than a polite preamble to conversation. Both she and he knew that there are things that can be forgotten. And things that cannot, that sit on dusty shelves like stuffed birds with baleful, sideways staring eyes. So. Comrade Pillai said. I think so. You are in America now. No, Rahel said. I'm here. Yes. He sounded a little impatient. But otherwise in America, I suppose. Comrade Pillai uncrossed his arms. His nipples peeped at Rahel over the top of the boundary wall like a sad Saint Bernard's eyes. Recognized? Comrade Pillai asked the man with the photographs, indicating Rahel with his chin. The man hadn't. The old Paradise Pickle Kochama's daughter's daughter, Comrade Pillai said. The man looked puzzled. He was clearly a stranger. And not a pickle eater. Comrade Pillai tried a different tack. Punyan Kunju, he asked. The Patriarch of Antioch appeared briefly in the sky and waved his withered hand. Things began to fall into place for the man with the photographs. He nodded enthusiastically. Punyan Kunja's son? Banan Janip? Who used to be in Delhi? Comrade Pillai said. Oh, the man said. His daughter's daughter is this. In America now. The nodder nodded as Rahel's ancestral lineage fell into place for In America now, isn't it? It wasn't a question. It was sheer admiration. He remembered vaguely a whiff of scandal. He had forgotten the details, but remembered that it had involved sex and death. It had been in the papers. After a brief silence and another series of small nods, the man handed Comrade Pillai the sachet of photographs. Okay then, comrade, I'll be off. He had a bus to catch. So. Comrade Pillai's smile broadened as he turned all his attention like a searchlight on Rahel. His gums were startlingly pink. The reward for a lifetime's uncompromising vegetarianism. He was the kind of man whom it was hard to imagine had once been a boy. Or a baby. He looked as though he had been bomb middle-aged. With a receding hairline. Mole's husband, he wanted to know. Hasn't come, any photos? No. Name. Larry. Lawrence. Labyrinths. Comrade Pillai nodded as though he agreed with it. As though given a choice, it was the very one he would have picked. Any issues? No, Rahel said. Still in planning stages, I suppose. Or expecting? No. One is must. Boy, girl. Anyone, Comrade Pillai said. Two is of course your choice. We're divorced. Rahel hoped to shock him into silence. Divorced. Ila's voice rose to such a high register that it cracked on the question mark. He even pronounced the word as though it were a form of death. That is most unfortunate, he said, when he had recovered. For some reason resorting to uncharacteristic, bookish language. Most unfortunate. It occurred to Comrade Pillai that this generation was perhaps paying for its forefathers' bourgeois decadence. One was mad. The other divorced. Probably Ban-N. Perhaps this was the real revolution. The Christian bourgeoisie had begun to self-destruct. Comrade Pillai lowered his voice as though there were people listening, though there was no one about. And Mon, he whispered confidentially. How is he? Fine, Rahel said. He's fine. Fine. Flat and honey-colored. He washes his clothes with crumbling soap. Aio pavam, Comrade Pillai whispered, and his nipples drooped in mock dismay. Poor fellow. Rahel wondered what he gained by questioning her so closely and then completely disregarding her answers. Clearly he didn't expect the truth from her, but why didn't he at least bother to pretend otherwise? Lenin is in Delhi now, Comrade Pillai carned out with it finally, unable to hide his pride. Working with foreign embassies. See. He handed Rahel the cellophane sachet. They were mostly photographs of Lenin and his family. His wife, his child, his new Bajaj scooter. There was one of Lenin shaking hands with a very well-dressed, very pink man. German First Secretary, Comrade Pillai said. They looked cheerful in the photographs, Lenin and his wife. As though they had a new refrigerator in their drawing room, and a down payment on a DDA flat. Rahel remembered the incident that made Lenin swim into focus as a real person for her and Istha, when they stopped regarding him as just another pleat in his mother's sari. She and Istha were 5, Lenin perhaps 3 or 4 years old. They met in the clinic of Dr. Verghese, Kottayam's leading pediatrician and feeler-up of mothers. Rahel was with Amu and Istha, who had insisted that he go along. Lenin was with his mother, Kalyani. Both Rahel and Lenin had the same complaint: foreign objects lodged up their noses. It seemed an extraordinary coincidence now, but somehow hadn't then. It was curious how politics lurked even in what children chose to stuff up their noses. She, the granddaughter of an imperial entomologist, he the son of a grassroots Marxist party worker. So, she a glass bead, and he a green gram. The waiting room was full. From behind the doctor's curtain, sinister voices murmured, interrupted by howls from savaged children. There was the clink of glass on metal, and the whisper and bubble of boiling water. A boy played with the wooden Doctor is out sign on the wall, sliding the brass panel up and down. A feverish baby hiccuped on its mother's breast. The slow ceiling fan sliced the thick, frightened air into an unending spiral that spun slowly to the floor like the peeled skin of an endless potato. No one read the magazines. From below the scanty curtain that was stretched across the doorway that led directly onto the street came the relentless slip-slap of disembodied feet in slippers. The noisy, carefree world of those with nothing up their noses. Amu and Kalyani exchanged children, noses were pushed up, heads bent back, and turned towards the light to see if one mother could see what the other had missed. When that didn't work, Lenin, dressed like a taxi yellow shirt, black stretch lawn shorts regained his mother's nylon lap, and his packet of chiclets. He sat on sorry flowers and from that unassailable position of strength surveyed the scene impassively. He inserted his left forefinger deep into his unoccupied nostril and breathed noisily through his mouth. He had a neat side parting. His hair was slicked down with Ayurvedic oil. The chiclets were his to hold before the doctor saw him, and to consume after. All was well with the world. Perhaps he was a little too young to know that atmosphere in waiting room, plus screams from behind curtain, ought logically to add up to a healthy fear of a rat with bristly shoulders. Made several busy journeys between the doctor's room and the bottom of the cupboard in the waiting room. A nurse appeared and disappeared through the tattered curtained doctor's door. She wielded strange weapons. A tiny vial. A rectangle of glass with blood smeared on it. A test tube of sparkling, backlit urine. A stainless steel tray of boiled needles. The hairs on her legs were pressed like coiled wires against her translucent white stockings. The box heels of her scuffed white sandals were worn away on the insides, and caused her feet to slope in, towards each other. Shiny black hairpins, like straightened snakes, clamped her starched nurse's cap to her oily head. She appeared to have rat filters on her glasses. She didn't seem to notice the bristly-shouldered rat even when it scuttled right past her feet. She called out names in a deep voice, like a man's, A Ninan S Kozumalata BV Rashinai N Ambati. She ignored the alarmed, spiraling air. Istha's eyes were frightened saucers. He was mesmerized by the doctor is out sign. A tide of panic rose in Rahel. Amu, once again let's try. Amu held the back of Rahel's head with one hand. With her thumb in her handkerchief she blocked the headless nostril. All eyes in the waiting room were on Rahel. It was to be the performance of her life. Istha's expression prepared to blow its nose. Furrows gathered on his forehead and he took a deep breath. Rahel summoned all her strength. Please God, please make it come out. From the solace of her feet, from the bottom of her heart, she blew into her mother's handkerchief. And in a rush of snot and relief, it emerged. A little mauve bead in a glistening bed of slime. As proud as a pearl in an oyster. Children gathered around to admire it. The boy who was playing with the sign was scornful. I could easily do that, he announced. Try it and see what a slap you'll get, his mother said. Miss Rahel, the nurse shouted and looked around. It's out. Amu said to the nurse. It's come out. She held up her crumpled handkerchief. The nurse had no idea what she meant. It's all right. We're leaving, Amu said. The bead's out. Next, the nurse said, and closed her eyes behind her rat filters. It takes all kinds, she told herself. SVS Kurup. The scornful boy set up a howl as his mother pushed him into the doctor's room. Rahel and Istha left the clinic triumphantly. Little Lenin remained behind to have his nostril probed by Dr. Verghes's cold steel implements, and his mother probed by other, softer ones. That was Lenin then. Now he had a house and a Bajaj scooter. A wife and an issue. Rahel handed Comrade Pillai back the sachet of photographs and tried to leave. 1 mint, Comrade Pillai said. He was like a flasher in a hedge. Enticing people with his nipples and then forcing pictures of his son on them. He flipped through the pack of photographs, a pictorial guide to Lenin's life in a minute, to the last one. Orkanunder. It was an old black and white picture. One that Chaco took with the Rolleiflex camera that Margaret Cook-Emma had brought him as a Christmas present. All 4 of them were in it. Lenin, Istha, Sophie Mole, and herself, standing in the front veranda of the Imanum house. Behind them baby Coach-Emma's Christmas trimmings hung in loops from the ceiling. A cardboard star was tied to a bulb. Lenin, Rahel, and Istha looked like frightened animals that had been caught in the headlights of a car. Knees pressed together, smiles frozen on their faces, arms pinned to their sides, chests swiveled to face the photographer. As though standing sideways was a sin. Only Sophie Mole, with first world panache, had prepared for herself, for her biological father's photo, a face. She had turned her eyelids inside out so that her eyes looked like pink-veined flesh petals, gray in a black and white photograph. She wore a set of protruding false teeth cut from the yellow rind of a sweet lime. Her tongue pushed through the trap of teeth and had Mamichi's silver thimble fitted on the end of it. She had hijacked it the day she arrived, and vowed to spend her holidays drinking only from a thimble. She held out a lit candle in each hand. One leg of her denim bell-bottoms was rolled up to expose a white, bony knee on which a face had been drawn. Minutes before that picture was taken, she had finished explaining patiently to Istha and Rahel, arguing away any evidence to the contrary, photographs, memories, how there was a pretty good chance that they were bastards, and what bastard really meant. This had entailed an involved, though somewhat inaccurate description of sex. See What They Do Is that was only days before she died. Sophie Mol thimble drinker. Coffin cartwheeler. She arrived on the Bombay Cochin flight. Had, bell-bottomed and loved from the beginning. Chapter 6 Cochin Kangaroos at Cochin Airport. Rahel's new knickers were polka-dotted and still crisp. The rehearsals had been rehearsed. It was the day of the play. The culmination of the What Will Sophie Mole Think? week. In the morning at the Hotel Sea Queen, Amu, who had dreamed at night of dolphins and a deep blue, helped Rahel to put on her frothy airport frock. It was one of those baffling aberrations in Amu's taste, a cloud of stiff yellow lace with tiny silver sequins and a bow on each shoulder. The frilled skirt was underpinned with buckram to make it flare. Rahel worried that it didn't really go with her sunglasses. Amu held out the crisp matching knickers for her. Rahel, with her hands on Amu's shoulders, climbed into her new knickers, left leg, right leg, and gave Amu a kiss on each dimple, left cheek, right cheek. The elastic snapped softly against her stomach. "Thank you, Amu," Rahel said. "Thank you," Amu said. "For my new frock and knickers," Rahel said. Amu smiled. "You're welcome, my sweetheart," she said, but sadly. "You're welcome, my sweetheart." The moth on Rahel's heart lifted a downy leg. Then put it back. Its little leg was cold. A little less her mother loved her. The Sea Queen room smelled of eggs and filter coffee. On the way to the car, Istha carried the Eagle vacuum flask with the tap water. Rahel carried the Eagle vacuum flask with the boiled water. Eagle vacuum flasks had vacuum eagles on them, with their wings spread, and a globe in their talons. Vacuum eagles, the twins believed, watched the world all day and flew around their flasks all night. As silently as owls they flew, with the moon on their wings. Istha was wearing a long-sleeved red shirt with a pointed collar and black drainpipe trousers. His puff looked crisp and surprised. Like well-whipped egg white. Istha, with some basis, it must be admitted, said that Rahel looked stupid in her airport frock. Rahel slapped him, and he slapped her back. They weren't speaking to each other at the airport. Chaco, who usually wore a mundu, was wearing a funny tight suit and a shining smile. Amyo straightened his tie, which was odd and sideways. It had had its breakfast and was satisfied. Amyo said, "What's happened suddenly to our man of the masses?" But she said it with her dimples, because Chaco was so bursty. So very happy. Chaco didn't slap her. So she didn't slap him back. From the Sea Queen florist Chaco had bought 2 red roses, which he held carefully. Fatly. Fondly. The airport shop, run by the Kerala Tourism Development Corporation, was crammed with Air India Maharajas, small medium large, sandalwood elephants, small medium large, and papier-mâché masks of Kathakali dancers, small medium large. The smell of cloying sandalwood and terry cotton armpits, small medium large, hung in the air. In the arrivals lounge, there were 4 life-sized cement kangaroos with cement pouches that said "Use me." In their pouches, instead of cement joeys, they had cigarette stubs, used matchsticks, bottle caps, peanut shells, crumpled paper cups and cockroaches. Red beetle spit stains spattered their kangaroo stomachs like fresh wounds. Red-mouthed smiles the airport kangaroos had. And pink-edged ears. They looked as though if you pressed them they might say mama in empty battery voices. When Sophie Mole's plane appeared in the sky-blue Bombay Cochin sky, the crowd pushed against the iron railing to see more of everything. The arrivals lounge was a press of love and eagerness, because the Bombay Cochin flight was the flight that all the foreign returnees came home on. Their families had come to meet them. From all over Kerala. On long bus journeys. From Runni, from Kumailai, from Vishinjam, from Uzayur. Some of them had camped at the airport overnight, and had brought their food with them. And tapioca chips and chukka vilayachadu for the way back. They were all there, the deaf amoomas, the cantankerous, arthritic apupans, the pining wives, scheming uncles, children with the runs. The fiancés to be reassessed. The teacher's husband still waiting for his Saudi visa. The teacher's husband's sisters waiting for their dowries. The wirebender's pregnant wife. Mostly sweeper class, baby cook Emma said grimly, and looked away while a mother, not wanting to give up her good place near the railing, aimed her distracted baby's penis into an empty bottle while he smiled and waved at the people around him. SSSSS, his mother hissed. First persuasively, then savagely. But her baby thought he was the Pope. He smiled and waved and smiled and waved. With his penis in a bottle. Don't forget that you are ambassadors of India, baby cook Emma told Rahel and Istha. You're going to form their first impression of your country. 2 egg twin ambassadors. Their Excellencies Ambassador E. Lvis. Pelvis, and Ambassador S. Tick. Insect. In her stiff lace dress and her fountain in a love in Tokyo, Rahel looked like an airport fairy with appalling taste. She was hemmed in by humid hips, as she would be once again, at a funeral in a yellow church, and grim eagerness. She had her grandfather's moth on her heart. She turned away from the screaming steel bird in the sky-blue sky that had her cousin in it, and what she saw was this: red-mouthed roos with ruby smiles moved cementally across the airport floor. Heel and toe long flat feet. Airport garbage in their baby bins. The smallest one stretched its neck like people in English films who loosen their ties after office. The middle one rummaged in her pouch for a long cigarette stub to smoke. She found an old cashew nut in a dim plastic bag. She gnawed it with her front teeth like a rodent. The large one wobbled the standing up sign that said Kerala Tourism Development Corporation welcomes you with a Kathakali dancer doing an amasti. Another sign, unwobbled by a kangaroo, said, Imakal wot et isapest seocfo aidnal. Urgently, Ambassador Rahel burrowed through the press of people to her brother and co-ambassador. Is the look? Look is the look. Ambassador is the wouldn't. Didn't want to. He watched the bumpy landing with his tap water eagle flask slung around him, and a bottomless bottomful feeling, the orange drink lemon drink man knew where to find him. In the factory in Imanam. On the banks of the Meenachal. Amu watched with her handbag. Chaco with his roses. Baby Kukama with her sticking out neck mole. Then the Bombay Cochin people came out. From the cool air into the hot air. Crumpled people uncrumpled on their way to the arrivals lounge. And there they were, the foreign returnees, in wash and wear suits and rainbow sunglasses. With an end to grinding poverty in their aristocrat suitcases. With cement roofs for their thatched houses, and geysers for their parents' bathrooms. With sewage systems and septic tanks. Maxis and high heels. Puff sleeves and lipstick. Mixie grinders and automatic flashes for their cameras. With keys to count, and cupboards to lock. With a hunger for kappa and mean vivashathu that they hadn't eaten for so long. With love and a lick of shame that their families who had come to meet them were so gawkish. Look at the way they dressed. Surely they had more suitable airport wear. Why did Malayals have such awful teeth? And the airport itself? More like the local bus depot. The bird shit on the building. Oh, the spit stains on the kangaroos. Oh ho. Going to the dogs India is. When long bus journeys, and overnight stays at the airport, were met by love and a lick of shame, small cracks appeared, which would grow, and before they knew it, the foreign returnees would be trapped outside the history house, and have their dreams redreamed. Then, there, among the wash and wear suits and shiny suitcases, Sophie Mol Thimbledinker. Coffin cartwheeler. She walked down the runway, the smell of London in her hair. Yellow bottoms of bells flapped backwards around her ankles. Long hair floated out from under her straw hat. One hand in her mother's. The other swinging like a soldier's clef, left, right-ldy. There was a girl, tall and thin and fair, her hair was the delicate color of gin nnger, leftalfi, right, there was a girl Margaret Kukama told her to stop it. So she stopped piped. Amu said, "Can you see her, Rahel?" She turned around to find her crisp-knickered daughter communing with cement marsupials. She went and fetched her, scoldingly. Chaco said he couldn't take Rahel on his shoulders because he was already carrying something. 2 roses red. Fatly. Fondly when Sophie Mole walked into the arrivals lounge, Rahel, overcome by excitement and resentment, pinched Istha hard. His skin between her nails. Istha gave her a Chinese bangle, twisting the skin on her wrist different ways with each of his hands. Her skin became a welt and hurt. When she licked it, it tasted of salt. The spit on her wrist was cool and comfortable. Amu never noticed. Across the tall iron railing that separated meters from the Met, and greeters from the Gret, Chaco, beaming, bursting through his suit and sideways tie, bowed to his new daughter and ex-wife. In his mind, Istha said, "Bow." "Hello, ladies," Chaco said in his reading aloud voice, last night's voice in which he said, "Love. Madness. Hope. Infamate joy. And how was your journey?" And the air was full of thoughts and things to say. But at times like these, only the small things are ever said. The big things lurk unsaid inside. "Say hello and how do you do?" Margaret Kukama said to Sophie Mol, "Hello and how do you do?" Sophie Mole said through the iron railing, to everyone in particular. "One for you and one for you," Chaco said with his roses. "And thank you." Margaret Kukama said to Sophie Mol, "And thank you." Sophie Mole said to Chaco, mimicking her mother's question mark. Margaret Kukama shook her a little for her impertinence. "You're welcome," Chaco said. "Now let me introduce everybody." Then, more for the benefit of onlookers and eavesdroppers, because Margaret Kukama needed no introduction really, "My wife, Margaret." Margaret Kukama smiled and wagged her rose at him. "Ex-wife, Chaco." Her lips formed the words, though her voice never spoke them. Anybody could see that Chaco was a proud and happy man to have had a wife like Margaret. White. In a flowered, printed frock with legs underneath. And brown back freckles on her back. And arm freckles on her arms. But around her, the air was sad, somehow. And behind the smile in her eyes, the grief was a fresh, shining blue. Because of a calamitous car crash. Because of a Joe-shaped hole in the universe. "Hello, all," she said. "I feel I've known you for years." "Hello, Wall." "My daughter, Sophie," Chaco said, and laughed a small, nervous laugh that was worried, in case Margaret Kukama said ex-daughter. But she didn't. It was an easy-to-understand laugh. Not like the orange drink lemon drink man's laugh that Istha hadn't understood. 110, Sophie Mole said. She was taller than Istha. And bigger. Her eyes were blue-gray blue. Her pale skin was the color of beach sand. But her hat hair was beautiful, deep red-brown. And yes, oh yes, she had Papachi's nose waiting inside hers. An imperial entomologist's nose within a nose. A moth lover's nose. She carried her made-in-England go-go bag that she loved. "Amu, my sister," Chaco said. Amu said a grown-up's hello to Margaret Kukama and a children's hello to Sophie Mol. Rahel watched hawk-eyed to try and gauge how much Amu loved Sophie Mole, but couldn't. Laughter rambled through the arrivals lounge like a sudden breeze. Adu Urbasi, the most popular, best-loved comedian in Malayalam cinema, had just arrived, Bombay Cochin. Burdened with a number of small unmanageable packages and unabashed public adulation, he felt obliged to perform. He kept dropping his packages and saying, "And Diavome. Ee Sadhanangal." Istha laughed a high, delighted laugh. "Amu look. Adu Urbasi's dropping his things." Istha said. "He can't even carry his things." "He's doing it deliberately," Baby Kukama said in a strange new British accent. "Just ignore him. He's a film actor," she explained to Margaret Kukama and Sophie Mole, making Adu Urbasi sound like a actor who did occasionally fill. "Just trying to attract attention," Baby Kukama said and resolutely refused to have her attention attracted. But Baby Kukama was wrong. Adu Urbasi wasn't trying to attract attention. He was only trying to deserve the attention that he had already attracted. "My aunt, baby," Chaco said. Sophie Mole was puzzled. She regarded Baby Kukama with a beady-eyed interest. She knew of cow babies and dog babies. Bear babies, yes. She would soon point out to Rahel a bat baby. But ant babies confounded her. Baby Kukama said, "Hello, Margaret, and hello, Sophie Mol." She said Sophie Mole was so beautiful that she reminded her of a wood sprite. Of Ariel. "Do you know who Ariel was?" Baby Kukama asked Sophie Mol. "Ariel in the Tempesti." Sophie Mole said she didn't. "Where the bee sucks there suck I," Baby Kukama said. Sophie Mole said she didn't. "In a cowslip spell I lie." Sophie Mole said she didn't. "Shakespeare's The Tempest." Baby Kukama persisted. All this was of course primarily to announce her credentials to Margaret Kukama. To set herself apart from the sweeper class. "She's trying to boast," Ambassador E. Pelvis whispered in Ambassador S. Insect's ear. Ambassador Rahel's giggle escaped in a blue-green bubble, the color of a jackfruit fly, and burst in the hot airport air. Phil was the sound it made. Baby Kukama saw it, and knew that it was Istha who had started it. "And now for the VIPs, Chaco said, still using his reading aloud voice. "My nephew, Est Hapen." "Elvis Presley," Baby Kukama said for revenge. "I'm afraid we're a little behind the times here." Everyone looked at Istha and laughed. From the solace of Ambassador Istha's beige and pointy shoes an angry feeling rose and stopped around his heart. "How do you do, Est Hapen?" Margaret Kukama said. "Fine, thank you." Istha's voice was sullen. "Istha," Amu said affectionately, "when someone says how do you do? You're supposed to say how do you do? Back. Not fine, thank you. Come on, say how do you do." Ambassador Istha looked at Amu. Go on, Amu said to Istha. How do you do? Istha's sleepy eyes were stubborn. In Malayalam Amu said, did you hear what I said? Ambassador Istha felt blue eyes on him, and an imperial entomologist's nose. He didn't have a ilo do you do? In him. Est happen. Amu said. And an angry feeling rose in her and stopped around her heart. A far more angry than necessary feeling. She felt somehow humiliated by this public revolt in her area of jurisdiction. She had wanted a smooth performance. A prize for her children in the Indo-British behavior competition. Chaco said to Amu in Malayalam, please. Later. Not now. And Amu's angry eyes on Istha said all right later. And later became a horrible, menacing, goosebumpy word. Lay. Tur. Like a deep-sounding bell in a mossy well. Shivery, and furred. Like moth's feet. The play had gone bad. Like pickle in the monsoon. And my niece, Chaco said. Where's Rahel? He looked around and couldn't find her. Ambassador Rahel, unable to cope with seesaw changes in her life, had raveled herself like a sausage into the dirty airport curtain, and wouldn't unravel. A sausage with bata sandals. Just ignore her, Amu said. She's just trying to attract attention. Amu too was wrong. Rahel was trying to not attract the attention that she deserved. Hello, Rahel, Margaret Kukama said to the dirty airport curtain. How do you do? The dirty curtain replied in a mumble. Aren't you going to come out and say hello? Margaret Kukama said in a kind schoolteacher voice. Like Miss Mittens before she saw Satan in their eyes. Ambassador Rahel wouldn't come out of the curtain because she couldn't. She couldn't because she couldn't. Because everything was wrong. And soon there would be a later for both her and Istha. Full of furred moths and icy butterflies. And deep-sounding bells. And moss. And anal. The dirty airport curtain was a great comfort and a darkness and a shield. Just ignore her, Amu said and smiled tightly. Rahel's mind was full of millstones with blue eyes. Amu loved her even less now. And it had come down to brass tacks with Chaco. Here comes the baggage. Chaco said brightly. Glad to get away. Come, Sofiekins, let's get your bags. Sofiekins. Istha watched as they walked along the railing, pushing through the crowds that moved aside, intimidated by Chaco's suit and sideways tie and his generally bursty demeanor. Because of the size of his stomach, Chaco carried himself in a way that made him appear to be walking uphill all the time. Negotiating optimistically the steep, slippery slopes of life. He walked on this side of the railing, Margaret Kukama and Sophie Mole on that. Sofiekins. The sitting man with the cap and epaulets, also intimidated by Chaco's suit and sideways tie, allowed him into the baggage claim section. When there was no railing left between them, Chaco kissed Margaret Kukama, and then picked Sophie Mole up. The last time I did this I got a wet shirt for my pains, Chaco said and laughed. He hugged her and hugged her and hugged her. He kissed her blue eyes, her entomologist's nose, her hat red brown hair. Then Sophie Mole said to Chaco, excuse me? Do you think you could put me down now? I'm not really used to being carried. So Chaco put her down. Ambassador Istha saw, with stubborn eyes, that Chaco's suit was suddenly looser, less bursty. And while Chaco got the bags, at the dirty curtained window later became now. Istha saw how baby Kochama's neck mole licked its chops and throbbed with delicious anticipation. Durdhuam, durdhuam. It changed color like a chameleon. Der green, der blue black, der mustard yellow. Twins for tea it would be all right, Amu said. That's enough. Both of you. Come out of there, Rahel. Inside the curtain, Rahel closed her eyes and thought of the green river, of the quiet deep swimming fish, and the gossamer wings of the dragonflies, that could see behind them, in the sun. She thought of her luckiest fishing rod that Vilutha had made for her. Yellow bamboo with a float that dipped every time a foolish fish inquired. She thought of Vilutha and wished she was with him. Then Istha unraveled her. The cement kangaroos were watching. Amu looked at them. The air was quiet except for the sound of baby Kochama's throbbing neck mole. So, Amu said. And it was really a question. So. And it hadn't an answer. Ambassador Istha looked down, and saw that his shoes, from where the angry feelings rose, were beige and pointy. Ambassador Rahel looked down and saw that in her bata sandals her toes were trying to disconnect themselves. Twitching to join someone else's feet. And that she couldn't stop them. Soon she'd be without toes and have a bandage like the leper at the level crossing. If you ever, Amu said, and I mean this, ever again disobey me in public, I will see to it that you are sent away to somewhere where you will jolly well learn to behave. Is that clear? When Amu was really angry, she said jolly well. Jolly well was a deeply well with larfing dead people in it. Eyes. That. Clear. Amu said again. Frightened eyes and a fountain looked back at Amu. Sleepy eyes and a surprised puff looked back at Amu. Two heads nodded 3 times. Yes. It's clear. But baby Kokama was dissatisfied with the fizzling out of a situation that had been so full of potential. She tossed her head. As if, she said. As if. Amu turned to her, and the turn of her head was a question. It's useless, baby Kokama said. They're sly. They're uncouth. Deceitful. They're growing wild. You can't manage them. Amu turned back to Istha and Rahel and her eyes were blurred jewels. Everybody says that children need a baba. And I say no. Not my children. Do you know why? Two heads nodded. Why? Tell me, Amu said. And not together, but almost, Esthapen and Rahel said, because you're our Amu and our baba and you love us double. More than double, Amu said. So remember what I told you. People's feelings are precious. And when you disobey me in public, everybody gets the wrong impression. What ambassadors and a half you've been. Baby Kokama said. Ambassador E. Pelvis and Ambassador S. Insect hung their heads. And the other thing, Rahel, Amu said, I think it's high time that you learn the difference between clean and dirty. Especially in this country. Ambassador Rahel looked down. Your dresses was clean, Amu said. That curtain is dirty. Those kangaroos are dirty. Your hands are dirty. Rahel was frightened by the way Amu said clean and dirty so loudly. As though she was talking to a deaf person. Now, I want you to go and say hello properly, Amu said. Are you going to do that or not? Two heads nodded twice. Ambassador Istha and Ambassador Rahel walked towards Sophie Mol. Where do you think people are sent to jolly well behave? Istha asked Rahel in a whisper. To the government, Rahel whispered back, because she knew. How do you do? Istha said to Sophie Mole loud enough for Amu to hear. Just like a lad who 1 PS2, Sophie Mole whispered to Istha. She had learned this in school from a Pakistani classmate. Istha looked at Amu. Amu's look said never mind her as long as you've done the right thing. On their way across the airport car park, hot weather crept into their clothes and dampened crisp knickers. The children lagged behind, weaving through parked cars and taxis. Does yours hit you? Sophie Mole asked. Rahel and Istha, unsure of the politics of this, said nothing. Mine does, Sophie Mole said invitingly. Mine even slaps. Ours doesn't, Istha said loyally. Lucky, Sophie Mole said. Lucky rich boy with pocket money. And a grandmother's factory to inherit, no worries. They walked past the Class 3 Airport Workers Union token one-day hunger strike. And past the people watching the Class 3 Airport Workers Union token one-day hunger strike. And past the people watching the people watching the people. A small tin sign on a big banyan tree said, for VD sex complaints contact Dr. 0K. Joy. Who do you love most in the world? Rahel asked Sophie Mol. Joe, Sophie Mole said without hesitation. My dad. He died 2 months ago. We've come here to recover from the shock. But Chaco's your dad, Istha said. He's just my real dad, Sophie Mole said. Joe's my dad. He never hits. Hardly ever. How can he hit if he's dead? Istha asked reasonably. Where's your dad? Sophie Mole wanted to know. And Rahel looked at Istha for help. Not here, Istha said. Shall I tell you my list? Rahel asked Sophie Mol. If you like, Sophie Mole said. Rahel's list was an attempt to order chaos. She revised it constantly, torn forever between love and duty. It was by no means a true gauge of her feelings. First Amu and Chaco, Rahel said. Then Mamachi, our grandmother, Istha clarified. More than your brother? Sophie Mole asked. We don't count, Rahel said. And anyway he might change. Amu says. How do you mean? Change into what? Sophie Mole asked. Into a male chauvinist pig, Rahel said. Very unlikely, Istha said. Anyway, after Mamachi, Vilutha, and then who's Vilutha? Sophie Mole wanted to know. A man we love, Rahel said. And after Vilutha, you, said. Rahel, me? What do you love me for? Sophie Mole said. Because we're first cousins. So I have to, Rahel said piously. But you don't even know me, Sophie Mole said. And anyway, I don't love you. But you will, when you come to know me, Rahel said confidently. I doubt it, Istha said. Why not? Sophie Mole said. Because, Istha said. And anyway she's most probably going to be a dwarf. As though loving a dwarf was completely out of the question. I'm not, Rahel said. You are, Istha said. I'm not. You are. I'm not. You are. We're twins, Istha explained to Sophie Mole, and just see how much shorter she is. Rahel obligingly took a deep breath, threw her chest out and stood back to back with Istha in the airport car park, for Sophie Mole to see just how much shorter she was. Maybe you'll be a midget, Sophie Mole suggested. That's taller than a dwarf and shorter than a human being. The silence was unsure of this compromise. In the doorway of the arrivals lounge, a shadowy, red-mouthed roux-shaped silhouette waved a cement-ly paw only at Rahel. Cement kisses whirred through the air like small helicopters. Do you know how to sashay? Sophie Mole wanted to know. No. We don't sashay in India, Ambassador Istha said. Well, in England we do, Sophie Mole said. All the models do. On television. Look, it's easy. And the three of them, led by Sophie Mole, sashayed across the airport car park, swaying like fashion models, eagle flasks and made-in-England go-go bags bumping around their hips. Damp dwarfs walking tall. Shadows followed them. Silver jets in a blue church sky, like moths in a beam of light. The sky-blue Plymouth with tail fins had a smile for Sophie Mole. A chrome-bumpered shark smile. A Paradise Pickles car smile. When she saw the carrier with the painted pickle bottles and the list of Paradise products, Margaret Cook-Emma said, "Oh dear. I feel as though I'm in an advertisement." She said, "Oh dear. A lot, oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. I didn't know you did pineapple slices," she said. Sophie loves pineapple, don't you, Soph? Sometimes, Soph said. And sometimes not. Margaret Cook-Emma climbed into the advertisement with her brown back freckles and her arm freckles and her flowered dress with legs underneath. Sophie Mole sat in front between Chaco and Margaret Cook-Emma, just her hat peeping over the car seat. Because she was their daughter. Rahel and Istha sat at the back. The luggage was in the boot. Boot was a lovely word. Sturdy was a terrible word. Near Etamnur they passed a dead temple elephant, electrocuted by a high-tension wire that had fallen on the road. An engineer from the Etamnur municipality was supervising the disposal of the carcass. They had to be careful because the decision would serve as precedent for all future government pachyderm carcass disposals. Not a matter to be treated lightly. There was a fire engine and some confused firemen. The municipal officer had a file and was shouting a lot. There was a Joy ice cream cart and a man selling peanuts in narrow cones of paper cleverly designed to hold not more than 8 or 9 nuts. Sophie Mole said, "Look, a dead elephant." Chaco stopped to ask whether it was by any chance Kocha Tomban, Little Tusker, the Imanam temple elephant who came to the Imanam house once a month for a coconut. They said it wasn't. Relieved that it was a stranger, and not an elephant they knew, they drove on. "Thank God," Istha said. "Thank God, Istha," Baby Kakama corrected him. On the way, Sophie Mole learned to recognize the first whiff of the approaching stench of unprocessed rubber and to clamp her nostrils shut until long after the truck carrying it had driven past. Baby Kakama suggested a car song. Istha and Rahel had to sing in English in obedient voices. Breezily. As though they hadn't been made to rehearse it all week long. Ambassador E. Pelvis and Ambassador S. Insect. Rejoice in the Lord or always, and again I say rejoice. Their pronunciation was perfect. The Plymouth rushed through the green midday heat, promoting pickles on its roof, and the sky blue sky in its tail fins. Just outside Imanam they drove into a cabbage green butterfly, or perhaps it drove into them. Chapter 7 Wisdom Exercise Notebooks in Papachi's study. Mounted butterflies and moths had disintegrated into small heaps of iridescent dust that powdered the bottom of their glass display cases, leaving the pins that had impaled them naked. Cruel. The room was rank with fungus and disuse. An old neon green hula hoop hung from a wooden peg on the wall, a huge saint's discarded halo. A column of shining black ants walked across a window sill, their bottoms tilted upwards, like a line of mincing chorus girls in a Busby Berkeley musical. Silhouetted against the sun. Buffed and beautiful. Rahel, on a stool, on top of a table, rummaged in a book cupboard with dull, dirty glass panes. Her bare footprints were clear in the dust on the floor. They led from the door to the table, dragged to the bookshelf, to the stool, dragged to the table and lifted onto it. She was looking for something. Her life had a size and a shape now. She had half moons under her eyes and a team of trolls on her horizon. On the top shelf, the leather binding on Papachi's set of The Insect Wealth of India had lifted off each book and buckled like corrugated asbestos. Silverfish tunneled through the pages, burrowing arbitrarily from species to species, turning organized information into yellow lace. Rahel groped behind the row of books and brought out hidden things. A smooth seashell and a spiky one. A plastic case for contact lenses. An orange pipette. A silver crucifix on a string of beads. Baby Kochama's rosary. She held it up against the light. Each greedy bead grabbed its share of sun. A shadow fell across the sunlit rectangle on the study floor. Rahel turned towards the door with her string of light. Imagine. It's still here. I stole it. After you were returned. That word slipped out easily. Returned. As though that was what twins were meant for. To be borrowed and returned. Like library books. Istha wouldn't look up. His mind was full of trains. He blocked the light from the door. An Istha-shaped hole in the universe. Behind the books, Rahel's puzzled fingers encountered something else. Another magpie had had the same idea. She brought it out and wiped the dust off with the sleeve of her shirt. It was a flat packet wrapped in clear plastic and stuck with sellotape. A scrap of white paper inside it said Est Hapen and Rahel in Amu's writing. There were 4 tattered notebooks in it. On their covers they said Wisdom Exercise Notebooks with a place for name, school/college, class, Subject 2 had her name on them, and 2 Isthas. Inside the back cover of one, something had been written in a child's handwriting. The labored form of each letter and the irregular space between words was full of the struggle for control over the errant, self-willed pencil. The sentiment, in contrast, was lucid, /hate Miss Mitten and I think her knickers are torn. On the front of the book, Istha had rubbed out his surname with spit, and taken half the paper with it. Over the whole mess, he had written in pencil unknown. Est hapen unknown. His surname postponed for the time being, while Amu chose between her husband's name and her father's. Next to class it said, 6 years. Next to subject it said, story writing. Rahel sat cross-legged, on the stool on the table. Est hapen unknown, she said. She opened the book and read aloud. When Ulysses came home his son came and said, Father, I thought you would not come back. Many princes came and each wanted to marry Penelope, but Penelope said that the man who can stood through the 12 rings can marry me. And everyone failed, and Ulysses came to the palace dressed like a bar and asked if he could why. The men all laughed at him and said, if we can't do it you can't. Ulysses' son spopped them and said let him try, and he took the bow and shot right through the 12 rings. Below this there were corrections from a previous lesson. Ferris learned neither carriages bridge bearer fastened. Ferris learned neither carriages bridge bearer fastened. Ferris learned neither. Ferris learned neither. Laughter curled around the edges of Rahel's voice. Safety first, she announced. Amu had drawn a wavy line down the length of the page with a red pen and written margin. And joint handwriting in future, please. When we walk on the road in the town, cautious as the story went, we should always walk on the pavement. If you go on the pavement there is no traffic to cause accidents, but on the main road there is so much dangerous traffic that they can easily knock you down and make you senseless or a cripple. If you break your head or backbone you will be very unfqa to you. Policemen can direct the traffic so that there won't be too many invalids to go to hospital. When we get out of the bus we should do so only after asking the conductor, or we will be injured and make the doctors have a busy time. The job of a driver is very fatal. His family should be very anxious because the driver could easily be dead. Morbid kid, Rahel said to Istha. As she turned the page something reached into her throat, plucked her voice out, shook it down, and returned it without its laughing edges. Istha's next story was called Little Amu. In joint handwriting. The tails of the F's and G's were curled and looped. The shadow in the doorway stood very still. On Saturday we went to a bookshop in Kottayam to buy Amu a present because her birthday is in 17th of November. We bought her a diary. We hid it in the cupboard and then it began to be night. Then we said, do you want to see your present? She said yes, I would like to see it, and we wrote on the paper, for a little Amu with love from Istha and Rahel, and I.ve gave it to Amu and she said what a lovely present, it's just what I wanted. And then we talked for a little while and we talked about the diary, then we gave her a kiss and went to bed. We talked with each other and went off to sleep. We had a little dream. After some time I got up and I was very thirsty and I went to Amu's room and said I am thirsty. Amu gave me water and I was just going to my bed when Amu called me and said come and sleep with me. And I lay at the back of Amu and talked to Amu and went off to sleep. After a little while I got up and I.ve talked again, and after that we had a midnight feast. I.ve had orange coffee banana. Afterwards Rahel came and we ate ovo more bananas and we gave a kiss to Amu because it was her birthday. Afterwards we sang happy birthday. Then in the morning we had new cloths from Amu as a back present. Rahel was a Maharani and I was little Nehru. Amu had corrected the spelling mistakes, and below the essay had written, if I am talking to somebody you may interrupt me only if it is very urgent. When you do, please say excuse me. I will punish you very severely if you disobey these instructions. Please complete your corrections. Little Amu, who never completed her corrections, who had to pack her bags and leave, because she had no locust stand I, because Chaco said she had destroyed enough already, who came back to Imanam with asthma and a rattle in her chest that sounded like a faraway man shouting. Istha never saw her like that. Wild. Sick. Sad. The last time Amya came back to Imanum, Rahel had just been expelled from Nazareth convent, for decorating dung and slamming into seniors. Amya had lost the latest of her succession of jobs as a receptionist in a cheap hotel because she had been ill and had missed too many days of work. The hotel couldn't afford that, they told her. They needed a healthier receptionist. On that last visit, Amya spent the morning with Rahel in her room. With the last of her meager salary she had bought her daughter small presents wrapped in brown paper with colored paper hearts pasted on. A packet of cigarette sweets, a tin Phantom pencil box and Paul Bunyan a Junior Classics illustrated comic. They were presents for a 7-year-old, Rahel was nearly 11. It was as though Amya believed that if she refused to acknowledge the passage of time, if she willed it to stand still in the lives of her twins, it would. As though sheer willpower was enough to suspend her children's childhoods until she could afford to have them living with her. Then they could take up from where they left off. Start again from 7. Amya told Rahel that she had bought Istha a comic too, but that she'd kept it away for him until she got another job and could earn enough to rent a room for the 3 of them to stay together in. Then she'd go to Calcutta and fetch Istha, and he could have his comic. That day was not far off, Amya said. It could happen any day. Soon rent would be no problem. She said she had applied for a UN job and they would all live in The Hague with a Dutch ayah to look after them. Or on the other hand, Amya said, she might stay on in India and do what she had been planning to do. All along start a school. Choosing between a career in education and a UN job wasn't easy, she said, but the thing to remember was that the very fact that she had a choice was a great privilege. But for the time being, she said, until she made her decision, she was keeping Istha's presents away for him. That whole morning Amya talked incessantly. She asked Rahel questions, but never let her answer them. If Rahel tried to say something, Amya would interrupt with a new thought or query. She seemed terrified of what adult thing her daughter might say and thaw frozen time. Fear made her garrulous. She kept it at bay with her babble. She was swollen with cortisone, moon-faced, not the slender mother Rahel knew. Her skin was stretched over her puffy cheeks like shiny scar tissue that covers old vaccination marks. When she smiled, her dimples looked as though they hurt. Her curly hair had lost its sheen and hung around her swollen face like a dull curtain. She carried her breath in a glass inhaler in her tattered handbag. Brown Brovone fumes. Each breath she took was like a war won against the steely fist that was trying to squeeze the air from her lungs. Rahel watched her mother breathe. Each time she inhaled, the hollows near her collarbones grew steep and filled with shadows. Amya coughed up a wad of phlegm into her handkerchief and showed it to Rahel. You must always check it, she whispered hoarsely, as though phlegm was an arithmetic answer sheet that had to be revised before it was handed in. When it's white, it means it isn't ripe. When it's yellow and has a rotten smell, it's ripe and ready to be coughed out. Phlegm is like fruit. Ripe or raw. You have to be able to tell. Over lunch she belched like a truck driver and said, "Excuse me," in a deep, unnatural voice. Rahel noticed that she had new, thick hairs in her eyebrows, long like palps. Amya smiled at the silence around the table as she picked fried emperor fish off the bone. She said that she felt like a road sign with birds shitting on her. She had an odd, feverish glitter in her eyes. Mamachi asked her if she'd been drinking and suggested that she visit Rahel as seldom as possible. Amya got up from the table and left without saying a word. Not even goodbye. Go and see her off, Chaco said to Rahel. Rahel pretended she hadn't heard him. She went on with her fish. She thought of the phlegm and nearly retched. She hated her mother then. Hated her. She never saw her again. Amya died in a grimy room in the Bharat Lodge in Aleppo, where she had gone for a job interview as someone's secretary. She died alone. With a noisy ceiling fan for company and no Istha to lie at the back of her and talk to her. She was 31. Not old, not young, but a viable, diable age. She had woken up at night to escape from a familiar, recurrent dream in which policemen approached her with snicking scissors, wanting to hack off her hair. They did that in Kottayam to prostitutes whom they'd caught in the bazaar, branded them so that everybody would know them for what they were. Vshyas. So that new policeman on the beat would have no trouble identifying whom to harass. Amu always noticed them in the market, the women with vacant eyes and forcibly shaved heads in the land where long, oiled hair was only for the morally upright. That night in the lodge, Amu sat up in the strange bed in the strange room in the strange town. She didn't know where she was, she recognized nothing around her. Only her fear was familiar. The faraway man inside her began to shout. This time the steely fist never loosened its grip. Shadows gathered like bats in the steep hollows near her collarbone. The sweeper found her in the morning. He switched off the fan. She had a deep blue sac under one eye that was bloated like a bubble. As though her eye had tried to do what her lungs couldn't. Sometime close to midnight, the faraway man who lived in her chest had stopped shouting. A platoon of ants carried a dead cockroach sedately through the door, demonstrating what should be done with corpses. The church refused to bury Amu on several counts. So Chaco hired a van to transport the body to the electric crematorium. He had her wrapped in a dirty bed sheet and laid out on a stretcher. Rahel thought she looked like a Roman senator. Et2, Amu. She thought and smiled, remembering Istha. It was odd driving through bright, busy streets with a dead Roman senator on the floor of the van. It made the blue sky bluer. Outside the van windows, people, like cut-out paper puppets, went on with their paper puppet lives. Real life was inside the van. Where real death was. Over the jarring bumps and potholes in the road, Amu's body jiggled and slid off the stretcher. Her head hit an iron bolt on the floor. She didn't wince or wake up. There was a hum in Rahel's head, and for the rest of the day Chaco had to shout at her if he wanted to be heard. The crematorium had the same rotten, run-down air of a railway station, except that it was deserted. No trains, no crowds. Nobody except beggars, derelicts, and the police custody dead were cremated there. People who died with nobody to lie at the back of them and talk to them. When Amu's turn came, Chaco held Rahel's hand tightly. She didn't want her hand held. She used the slickness of crematorium sweat to slither out of his grip. No one else from the family was there. The steel door of the incinerator went up and the muted hum of the eternal fire became a red roaring. The heat lunged out at them like a famished beast. Then Rahel's Amu was fed to it. Her hair, her skin, her smile. Her voice. The way she used Kipling to love her children before putting them to bed, we be of one blood thou and I. Her good-night kiss. The way she held their faces steady with one hand, squashed-cheeked, fish-mouthed, while she parted and combed their hair with the other. The way she held knickers out for Rahel to climb into. Left leg, right leg. All this was fed to the beast, and it was satisfied. She was their Amu and their Baba, and she had loved them double. The door of the furnace clanged shut. There were no tears. The crematorium in charge had gone down the road for a cup of tea and didn't come back for 20 minutes. That's how long Chaco and Rahel had to wait for the pink receipt that would entitle them to collect Amu's remains. Her ashes. The grit from her bones. The teeth from her smile. The whole of her crammed into a little clay pot. Receipt no Q 498,673. Rahel asked Chaco how the crematorium management knew which ashes were whose. Chaco said they must have a system. Had Istha been with them, he would have kept the receipt. He was the keeper of records. The natural custodian of bus tickets, bank receipts, cash memos, checkbook stubs. Little man. He lived in a caravan. Dum-dum. But Istha wasn't with them. Everybody decided it was better this way. They wrote to him instead. Mamachi said Rahel should write too. Write what? My dear SC, how are you? I am well. Amu died yesterday. Rahel never wrote to him. There are things that you can't do, like writing letters to a part of yourself. To your feet or hair. Or heart. In Papachi's study, Rahel, not old, not young, with floor dust on her feet, looked up from the wisdom exercise notebook and saw that est hapen unknown was gone. She climbed down, off the stool, off the table, and walked out to the veranda. She saw Istha's back disappearing through the gate. It was mid-morning and about to rain again. The green in the last moments oft had strange, glowing, pre-shower light was fierce. A cock crowed in the distance and its voice separated into MRO. Like a sole peeling off an old shoe. Rahel stood there with her tattered wisdom notebooks. In the front veranda of an old house, below a button-eyed bison head, where years ago, on the day that Sophie Mole came, Welcome Home, our Sophie Mole was performed. Things can change in a day.